Chapter 1420. Young Master's treasure is so powerful. The dangerous sixth region. Tianyi immortal supremacy and reincarnation immortal supremacy continued on their way. Their injuries had completely recovered. At this moment, the two of them activated a circular treasure and released its power, sweeping away the hidden dangers. Black 7 and Black 8 immortal supremacies stood at the side, expressionlessly. The two immortal supremacies were already used to it. In the east, reincarnation immortal supremacy's eyes shot out a cold light. Myriad evil immortal supremacy isn't alone, but with two people. With the diviner's fragment that young master gave me, my immortal supremacy divination technique has become even more accurate. The two of them were filled with anger when they mentioned myriad evil immortal supremacy. They were so close to dying. They could not forget the pain of 100 years. They would never enter again in this life. Myriad evil immortal supremacy and his companion definitely won't be able to escape this time. Tianyi immortal supremacy shot out a cold light. Boom! Boom! The black-clothed world destroyer giant chased them for 2 years. In these 2 years, the black-clothed world destroyer giant seemed to have locked on a Lin Fei. No matter how they escaped, he always followed behind and used celestial supremacy secret techniques from time to time. We're almost there. Myriad evil immortal supremacy's face was pale. His powerful celestial supremacy body was starting to feel weak in front of the black-clothed world destroyer giant. He had to take immortal pills to heal every month. In these 2 years, he had consumed a lot of energy. Fortunately, Myriad evil immortal supremacy saw a glimmer of hope. As long as they entered that region, everything would be fine. Lin Fei was better off than Myriad evil immortal supremacy, but only by a little. Every time the black-clothed world destroyer giant attacked, his body would be heavily injured. In these 2 years, he had experienced countless life and death situations. The danger of the sixth region was truly beyond imagination. 3 months later, Myriad evil immortal supremacy activated the 10,000 evil stone coffin and entered a densely packed palace range. Each palace emitted a faint array power. This was a well-preserved place. The palace was not too damaged, and the array power enveloped the surroundings. Once their 10,000 evil stone coffin entered the palace, it was attacked by the array power. We can't fly anymore. During the short journey of 15 million kilometers, they had been attacked by the array formation's power more than 10 times. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil suggested that if this continued, they would either be killed by the array formation's power or by the black-clothed world destroyer giant behind them. Lin Fei cursed at venerable Myriad Evil. This fellow was unreliable. You knew so much about the power of the formation, yet you still barged in. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil was sullen. This is my first time here. Who knows? The two of them gave up on the 10,000 evil sarcophagus. Lin Fei put it away and descended from the sky, flying forward at a low altitude. In the sky, a huge hand grabbed the two of them. Bang! The power of the claw swept past the two of them. Be it Lin Fei or Immortal Monarch Infinite Evil, they were sent flying. Immortal Monarch Infinite Evil was more unlucky. His body was torn apart by the aftershock. Lin Fei, on the other hand, managed to stabilize his body with the support of the great Tao of True Self. However, he was also severely injured. This battle prowess is really terrifying. Lin Fei flew at a low altitude, jumping from side to side of the palace. The black-clothed world destroyer giant turned into a giant and smashed the palaces one after another. The powerful formation's power was completely shattered. The black-clothed world destroyer giant's body was so strong that the formation's power couldn't do any damage to it. The Starstone Palace is right ahead. The two of them didn't know how long they flew, but their expressions were getting uglier and uglier. Suddenly, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's voice was heard. A neat row of palaces appeared in front of Lin Fei like a huge millstone. Starstones. In front of him was a majestic palace. Among the many other palaces, it stood out like a sore thumb. The heavenly starstones flickered and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Supreme grade starstones. Those flickering colors were all from the supreme grade starstones. This is great. There are so many supreme grade starstones in this place, and they aren't affected by the land of destruction. Now I'm lucky. As long as I refine these starstones, this black-clothed world destroyer giant won't be invincible. Lin Fei believed that his body was 10 times stronger than before. It was enough for him to fight against the black-clothed world destroyer giant. At the very least, he would be able to leave safely. Whoosh, the black-clothed world destroyer giant grabbed again, and a terrifying power enveloped the two of them. Go in. Lin Fei flashed into a golden palace. He couldn't care less. The black-clothed world destroyer giant's grab had activated the power of the palace's formation, and it directly took most of the force. This time, the black-clothed world destroyer giant was angry and attacked continuously. Many palaces shook, and the power of the formation was activated. They all attacked the black-clothed world destroyer giant and were drowned in the attacks. Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief and flew toward the center of the palace in front of him. We're safe for now. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil suddenly said, I didn't expect this place to be in natural formation. Not only did the world destroyer giant not destroy them, but it also connected the formation's power. There's such a thing. Lin Fei used his divine sense and sensed a trace of a common fluctuation. These palaces were unknowingly connected. Once one was activated, it would trigger the power of the other palace's formation. The black-clothed world destroyer giant didn't understand this. He attacked with all his strength and activated a large portion of the formation's power. It's a wise move for us to come down and fly. Otherwise, we'll end up like the black-clothed world destroyer giant. They only stopped after flying for hundreds of millions of miles. At this time, the black-clothed world destroyer giant was surrounded by the formation's power. They couldn't suppress the black-clothed world destroyer giant, and now he was enveloped by the formation's power. He couldn't break free for a while and kept attacking the formation's power. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil still had lingering fears. This star world that was built with starstones shouldn't be that simple. Maybe the power of these palaces' formation was connected back then. Lin Fei didn't think too much. What he needed to do now was to improve his physical body. The feeling of being beaten up was really unpleasant. Let's look ahead. Lin Fei flashed and flew forward. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil chased after him. This area was very large, covering an area of tens of billions of miles. Within his field of vision were palaces made of starstones, one after another. There were even lifelike statues made of starstones. But at this time, this area was quiet. Lin Fei didn't find any other immortal lords. It seemed like the two of them were the only ones left. This was good as it saved him a lot of trouble. The mountain range below actually contains 90% of starstones. On a mountain range, Lin Fei was shocked once again. It was very rare to see a mountain of starstones, but now it was a mountain range. Chapter 14:21. You just need to help me collect the starstones. You don't have to worry about anything else. Lin Fei didn't answer Immortal Lord Myriad Evil and sent him to collect the starstones. Then he blasted open the mountain where the starstones were and entered the mountain range. This bastard, Immortal Lord Myriad Evil cursed and went to collect the starstones. In the depths of the mountain range, Lin Fei used his 3 heads and 6 arms to grab large pieces of starstones and quickly turn them into supreme grade points. At Lin Fei's realm, his body was almost as strong as a low-level immortal venerable's body. With a casual grab, a large number of starstones were collected into the system storage and turned into a steady stream of supreme grade points. When the supreme grade points reached a certain number, Lin Fei could finally stop and activate time acceleration to focus on cultivating his body. Now that he was in a treasure mountain, how could Lin Fei return empty-handed? He didn't dare to touch those palaces for the time being, but he didn't have to worry about the starstones under the mountain range. 100 years. 500 years. Under time acceleration, Lin Fei's body began to improve again. The great Tao of truth and his body's compatibility was also increasing. 3,000 years. Lin Fei's body had already fused with 3,000 divine bodies, each of which was a peak gray body. With the fusion of 3,000 divine bodies, his defense was greatly improved. Now, he wouldn't be seriously injured by the black-clothed giant's attack. This wasn't enough. Lin Fei wanted to crush the black-clothed giant head-on. 3,000 divine bodies were comparable to an immortal venerable's body, but in his opinion, this wasn't enough. He needed to improve it again. In 6,000 years, he fused 4,000 divine bodies. In 13,000 years, he fused 5,000 divine bodies. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil collected the star stones every day. As an immortal venerable, he could naturally sense that Lin Fei's body was getting stronger day by day and the aura of the tyrant body. What the hell, this guy's body is improving every day. What kind of elixir did he eat? Immortal Lord Myriad Evil was shocked when he threw the storage ring with starstones again. Could it be that Lin Fei isn't an ordinary person, but the reincarnation of an ancient immortal venerable, or even a ruler? Otherwise, how could this be explained? The more immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. As Lin Fei's physical body improved, immortal venerable Myriad Evil's confidence began to waver. With an invincible physical body, how could he fight in the future? In the mountain range, day after day, year after year. In the heavenly Starstone mountain range, Lin Fei had cultivated for 30 years. However, under the acceleration of time, he had cultivated for 50,000 years. This was also because he had a large number of starstones, which allowed him to accelerate time to the maximum. Lin Fei was filthy rich now, so he didn't care about the consumption of points. After 50,000 years, he had fused with 8,000 god bodies. His soul consciousness scanned through his body and found that each part of his body contained a god body. Each of them was a peerless god body that could make people jealous. With the fusion of 8,000 divine physiques, Lin Fei's body automatically exuded the aura of an invincible divine physique. This was something that could only be achieved by merging 8,000 godly physiques. Now that I have merged 8,000 godly physiques, I can directly use 3 heads and 6 arms. My physical body is invincible. Even the black-clothed world destroyer giant can only stare at me. Lin Fei had the urge to go out and fight with the black-clothed world destroyer giant, but he forcibly held back and didn't rush out. The black-clothed world destroyer giant outside was enveloped by the power of the formation and still hadn't escaped. He attacked nonstop every day, but Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to deal with him. I've already merged 8,000 godly physiques. It's time to cultivate the ruler's secret technique on the stone steel. The reason why celestial venerables were so powerful was because they cultivated celestial venerable level secret techniques and divine abilities. They could sweep through everything. In addition, their incomparably thick great Tao power had become celestial venerable level power. The quality of their power had increased and changed. The Great Sword Qi secret technique is already at its peak. I'll think about it after breaking through to the celestial venerable level secret technique. The Great Sword Qi secret technique itself was a ruler's secret technique. Lin Fei didn't need to think about anything else when cultivating. He just needed to keep improving. Previously, after reaching the 4th level, it was very difficult to improve the Great Sword Qi secret technique. Most importantly, he didn't have many supreme grade points left, so he could only put it aside for now. Lin Fei once again activated time acceleration. However, Immortal Venerable level had to suffer. He kept collecting star stones and became a bitter laborer, working day and night. Improving a celestial venerable level secret technique was harder than imagined. This was a metamorphosis of a level. Under time acceleration, Lin Fei used supreme grade experience stones day and night to improve it. It took him 3,000 years and a large number of supreme grade points to break through to the celestial venerable level secret technique in one go. The Great Sword Qi secret technique itself was a ruler's secret technique. After entering the Celestial Venerable Level Secret Technique, its power surpassed that of a Celestial Venerable Level Secret Technique. The 5 Great Sword Chi secret techniques underwent a qualitative change. Each Great Sword Chi was golden and hundreds of millions of miles long. The power of one sword could destroy heaven and earth. It couldn't be compared to the previous 4th level. Only now did Lin Fei realize how terrifying the power of the Stone Steel's secret technique was. Only Lin Fei could successfully cultivate this kind of ruler secret technique. Others wouldn't be able to cultivate more than a few ruler secret techniques in their lifetime. If I slash down with this sword, even the black-clothed world destroyer giant will be severely injured. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In order to break through to the Celestial Venerable Level secret technique, he had almost used up all his supreme grade points. Lin Fei, how long do you want this Venerable Level to collect star stones? Immortal Venerable Level returned after collecting star stones. When he saw that Lin Fei had woken up, he naturally had to complain. Did you think of? Lin Fei shot out a great sword chi from his eyes and gently slashed at Immortal Venerable Level. Immortal Venerable Level was cut in two and fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Your secret technique. Immortal Venerable Level reassembled and stared at Lin Fei, almost speechless. He was an Immortal Venerable Level, yet he was cut in two by a sword. What kind of joke was this? Previously, Lin Fei's attack could only make him vomit blood. Moreover, he had to borrow an Immortal Venerable Level treasure. But now, Immortal Venerable Level couldn't believe that a person could improve to this level. My secret technique has already reached the Immortal Venerable Level. Immortal Venerable Level shook his head desperately. Impossible. An Immortal Venerable Level secret technique can't be this powerful. Moreover, you haven't reached the Immortal Venerable Level, so how can you cultivate such a powerful Immortal Venerable Level secret technique? Nothing is impossible. Lin Fei withdrew the Great Sword Chi and said lightly, "The only thing you need to do now is to continuously collect star stones." Immortal Venerable Level was completely defeated by the Great Sword Chi. He was truly convinced. He was an expert of the Immortal Lyceum era. To be able to cut him in two with a sword meant that he was a peak Immortal Venerable Level expert in the Immortal Lyceum era. I'll go collect them immediately. Immortal Venerable Level hurriedly said. Lin Fei threw the Immortal Venerable Level treasure to Immortal Venerable Level and unlocked his spiritual consciousness. It was a treasure without any treasure. Immortal Venerable Level treasure was no longer joyful. Even if he had an Immortal Venerable Level treasure, he wouldn't be a match for a freak like Lin Fei. Great Sword Chi's secret technique had already reached the Immortal Venerable Level. Lin Fei didn't improve it for the time being. The next level was simply too difficult. He still needed a huge amount of star stones. Right now, Lin Fei didn't have that much time to cultivate. With his divine physique and Immortal Venerable Level Great Sword Chi secret technique, he would be able to protect himself in this world extermination land. We're here. Immortal Venerable Level is in this area. Immortal Venerable Level Sky Fortune and Immortal Venerable Level Reincarnation found this area. The moment the two arrived, they immediately sensed a powerful aura. After searching with their spiritual consciousness, both of them were shocked, and their faces turned pale. Black-robed world, destroying giant. Both of them spat out the same sentence. Black-robed world, destroying giant was a terrifying existence that even they would tremble in fear upon seeing. Do you think we should leave first? The Celestial Immortal was afraid. Without waiting for Reincarnation Immortal Venerable to speak, Black 7 and Black 8's puppet Immortal Venerables shot out cold gleams, and their hearts sank to the bottom. Immortal Venerable Infinite Evil is nearby. You two go and find him immediately. The black-clothed world destroyer giant is trapped by the array's power, and he won't be able to come out for a while. The two heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for Black 7 and Black 8 and Young Master's treasures, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they were given 100 guts. They didn't dare to go against the two puppet Immortal Venerables. I'll calculate it right away. Reincarnation, Immortal Venerable, suppressed the fear in his heart and deduced again. He soon got a result. Southeast, about 10 billion kilometers away. Go. After being cut in half, Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil became obedient. With the Celestial Venerate artifact back in his hands, he had been wondering if he should challenge Lin Fei to regain his freedom. However, every time he thought of that sword, he lost all confidence. Back when they fought, the 5 great sword energies had already left him at his wit's end. Now that it had advanced to the Celestial Venerable level secret technique, its power had increased by 100 times. He couldn't think of a way to deal with it. It's better for me to collect the Starstones. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil didn't dare to go and destroy the mountains to collect the Starstones. At least, the pressure on the black-clothed World Destroyer giant had decreased by a lot. Swish, swish, swish suddenly. 2 sharp killing intents locked onto Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. 2 Celestial Venerable secret techniques attack from the sky. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil activated his Celestial Venerable treasure and was forced to take a few steps back before stabilizing himself. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil, you really know how to run. Celestial Venerable Sky Fortune said sternly. When he saw Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil again, it was as if his eyes were spewing fire. It's you guys. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil was very surprised. Your physical body has actually recovered. These words were naturally said to Celestial Venerable Reincarnation. Celestial Venerable Reincarnation suffered a lot last time and was filled with anger towards Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. If it wasn't for you, my divination wouldn't have improved. Although you deceived yourself, it's already a piece of cake for me. Today, you won't be able to escape. Just the 2 of you want to catch me? Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil laughed. Hey Chi, hey Ba, 2 lords, this person is Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. Immortal Sovereign Su Feng fell into his hands. Celestial Venerable Heaven Fortune pointed at Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. You are Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil. 2 cold and expressionless puppet Immortal Sovereigns walked out. Puppet Immortal Sovereigns, peak low-level Immortal Sovereigns. When the 2 puppet Immortal Sovereigns appeared, Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil blasted out a killing technique and fled for his life without saying a word. Immortal Sovereign Infinite Evil, you can't escape. Celestial Venerable Heaven Fortune laughed. Celestial Venerable Black 7 said expressionlessly, come back. Chapter 1422. With Venerable Hei Chi taking action, Venerable Myriad Evil is dead for sure. Venerable Tianai sneered. Venerable Myriad Evil has a companion nearby. Let's capture him as well. Venerable Reincarnation could accurately calculate and prepare to wipe away his shame to complete the mission. It would not be easy for the 2 of them to take down Venerable Myriad Evil. Venerable Hei Chi suppressed Venerable Myriad Evil completely, giving them a chance to vent their anger. Chase! The 2 of them turned into streams of light and chased after him. Venerable Myriad Evil broke out in a cold sweat. Venerable Su Feng really had such a powerful background to use Puppet Immortal Venerable to deal with him. Absolute kill technique was useless. Puppet Immortal Venerable easily blocked the attack, but the black rope kept coiling up. He was almost caught several times. Venerable Myriad Evil knew better than anyone else that if he was caught, he would fall into their hands. Venerable Myriad Evil, hurry up and call your companion out. Venerable Tianai said from behind. Venerable Myriad Evil already knew that Venerable Reincarnation's divination ability had greatly improved, so it was not surprising that he could deduce that he had a companion. The karmic relationship between the 2 would naturally be deduced. It's not that I want to criticize you, but once my companion appears, you won't have a good ending. It's better for everyone to retreat now. Bullsh asterisk T. How could Venerable Tianai and Venerable Reincarnation believe it? They had 2 puppet Immortal Venerables, Hei Chi and Hei Chi, and they had their own consciousness. Those wooden puppets could not compare to them. Then hand them over and let us see. Venerable Tianai laughed. Voila, the long rope tore through the air and made a big circle before pulling back. Venerable Myriad Evil felt that something was wrong. He used his immortal treasure to attack the long rope, but it was useless. The black rope was about to wrap around his body. This time, he could not avoid it. Lin Fei, save me. At this moment, Venerable Myriad Evil had a helpless expression. This puppet Immortal Venerable's flexibility was beyond imagination. Even immortal treasure attacks were useless. No wonder the two of them were so confident. With no other choice, Venerable Myriad Evil could only ask for help. Even if he lost face, it would be better than falling into their hands. Venerable Myriad Evil didn't want to suffer that kind of pain. With such a powerful background, it would be as easy as snapping a finger for an immortal reverent like him, who had yet to recover his strength. Right now, his only hope was on Lin Fei. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil still hadn't forgotten the might of that sword. Tianyi Immortal Venerable and Reincarnation Immortal Venerable couldn't wait for Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable to call out his companions so that they could catch all of them in one fell swoop. Perhaps they could immediately rescue Venerable Sufeng and atone for their crimes. Ha ha ha! You also know to ask for help. A burst of laughter rang out in the air. Following that, a beam of golden sword chi that was billions of kilometers long swept out, slashing at the black rope. Just as it was about to wrap around his body, the black rope was cut apart by the sword chi, allowing Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil to escape. The moment the black rope broke, it turned back into a puppet Celestial Venerable. It unleashed a Celestial Venerable secret technique. The sky darkened and a bright moon rose into the sky, bright and holy. As soon as the moon rose, Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil was once again in danger. In an instant, the moon released a boundless radiance that pierced through billions of kilometers of the void. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil was within its attack range. As soon as the terrifying radiance was released, Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil repeatedly activated his Celestial Venerable treasure to shatter the radiance. The boundless radiance suppressed the Celestial Venerable treasure and blasted on Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's body. An afterimage of the moon attacked, suppressing the void and containing the terrifying might of an Celestial Venerable. Not good. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil cursed inwardly. The puppet Celestial Venerable was actually so powerful. Boom! The afterimage of the moon flashed. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil will be heavily injured even if he doesn't die this time. Tianyi Immortal Venerable vented his anger. Yes, that's a must. The two of them knew that they weren't a match for the puppet Celestial Venerable, let alone Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. The aftermath dispersed. A young man stood in front of Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. He turned into a giant and returned to his original size as the aftermath dispersed. Two Celestial Venerables, you two came all the way to die. I admire you very much. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil didn't die. You're actually not in Celestial Venerable. The two of them didn't recognize who it was, but they could tell at a glance that the other party wasn't in Celestial Venerable. How could he block Celestial Venerable Hei Chi's attack? This wasn't normal. Courting death? Just you? Tianyi Celestial Venerable laughed. He was confident with the two Celestial Venerables around. Although I don't know how you cultivated your body to be stronger than a Celestial Venerables, it belongs to me now. You and Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil will both die. As Tianyi Celestial Venerable laughed, he punched through the air, containing terrifying Celestial Venerable power. Lin Fei was originally absorbing the Star Stone, but when he heard Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil's call for help, he immediately appeared. He blocked the attack of the afterimage of the moon and only felt a faint stinging pain on his body. This feeling was too great. His fleshly body was finally able to make everyone fear him. Boom! Tianyi Celestial Venerable's punch landed on Lin Fei's body. Layers of Celestial Venerable power exploded. Lin Fei instantly absorbed it all with a thought. He looked up. Too light. Did you not eat? He flipped his hand and punched Tianyi Celestial Venerable instead. Tianyi Celestial Venerable was sent flying by the punch. He felt his blood churning, and his body was about to fall apart. He kept vomiting blood and was extremely shocked. How could he be so strong? This was just one punch. It was just a random punch. Was he trying to kill him? Lin Fei didn't care what Tianyi, Celestial Venerable, was thinking. He took a step forward, and his powerful body crushed the void. He released the aura of an invincible tyrant body. A huge golden sword energy flew out, and the sword intent shook the world. Lord Celestial Venerable, quickly make a move. Tianyi, Celestial Venerable, was shocked after being locked on by the sword intent. Kid, how dare you? The other Black 8, Celestial Venerable, snorted coldly. He was proficient in space. With a thought, he appeared beside Lin Fei and slapped down. He wanted Lin Fei to give up on attacking. Lin Fei didn't even spare him a glance. He waved his hand and punched out. Scram! Black 8, Celestial Venerable's body was strong. This punch caused his body to shake, and he was sent flying. The huge golden sword energy turned into a wave that drowned Tianyi, Celestial Venerable. Tianyi, Celestial Venerable, was cut into several pieces by the tyrannical sword intent. After reviving, Tianyi, Celestial Venerable, was so scared that he turned around and ran. He was in Celestial Venerable, and his body was destroyed by one sword. Wasn't this asking for his life? The huge sword energy flew out again and quickly circled around Tianyi, Celestial Venerable. Tianyi, Celestial Venerable, was torn into pieces. This time, even the undying body was useless. Pata! Tianyi, Celestial Venerable, died and left behind a crystal fragment that fell from the sky. Tianyi, Celestial Venerable. Reincarnation, Celestial Venerable broke out in cold sweat. Black 7 and Black 8, Celestial Venerables, were expressionless. They gave up on attacking one evil Celestial Venerable and directly attacked Lin Fei. Reincarnation, Celestial Venerable, didn't dare to stay. The huge golden sword energy was too terrifying. This was clearly a high-grade Celestial Venerable secret technique. You don't need to leave. Chapter 1423. So ferocious. Be it Tianyi Immortal Venerable or Reincarnation Immortal Venerable, Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil might have a chance to kill them in a one-on-one battle, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to kill both of them. But at this time, two low-level Immortal Venerables were killed by Lin Fei in a breath's time. Even an Immortal Venerable's treasure couldn't withstand a single sword strike and was sent flying. It would be strange if they didn't die. Although Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil knew that Lin Fei's strength had improved and he had cultivated an Immortal Venerable level secret technique, he didn't expect it to be so ferocious. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil couldn't help but sigh when he saw the two Immortal Venerables die just like that. It seems like my future will be good if I follow Lin Fei. At least I don't have to worry about being chased by other Immortal Venerables. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil thought to himself, the power of that great sword Qi is really terrifying. If it had this power back then, I would probably have been killed like them. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified. While Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil was shocked, Lin Fei felt even more exhilarated. He grabbed with his arm, and two crystalline fragments fell into his hand. They contained the power of an Immortal Venerable, one with 10% and the other with 15%. It could be said that as long as one reached a certain level and refined these two fragments, they would immediately transform into an Immortal Reverend. That's right, Immortal Venerables. The famous Immortal Venerables in the universe. After all, there are only 36 Immortal Venerables in the universe. Why did everyone want to enter this place? It was because of the existence of the Immortal Venerable fragments. As long as one refined it, one could become an Immortal Venerable. Although one's potential would be limited in the future, it was always right to become an Immortal Venerable first. Now that he could create two Immortal Venerables, Lin Fei felt proud just thinking about it. Rumble. Immortal Venerable Black 7 and Immortal Venerable Black 8 were expressionless, as if nothing had happened to the death of two Immortal Venerables. They attacked Lin Fei from all directions and used all kinds of immortal venerable level secret techniques. Lin Fei used his divine body and 3 heads and 6 arms to attack ferociously as well. His attacks shook the sky and the earth, destroying countless palaces. Neither side could do anything to the other. Black 7 Immortal Venerable and Black 8 Immortal Venerable were Puppet Immortal Venerable, and their realms were not low. They were sent flying by Lin Fei, but they were not affected much. Their materials were very tough, and they could unleash their strongest combat power. Lin Fei exchanged more than 1,000 moves with them. The strength of the 2 puppets did not change. They remained at their peak. Rich man, he's really rich. What kind of background does Venerable Su Feng have? Why is the other party sending 2 immortal venerables? Lin Fei said in his heart. Although these 2 immortal venerable puppets' fleshly bodies are not as good as mine, their materials are not ordinary. I will try using the Great Sword Qi secret technique. After thousands of moves, Lin Fei unleashed the Great Sword Qi secret technique. The Great Sword Qi that was billions of miles long appeared. Even if it shattered the void would not be able to withstand the attack of the Sword Qi. Voila! The Great Sword Qi slashed at one of the puppet immortal venerables and split it in half, causing it to fall from the sky. F***CK. Lin Fei cursed. 5 Great Sword Qi turned into 1 Great Sword Qi and directly slashed a puppet immortal venerable, causing Lin Fei to feel heartache. This was a puppet immortal venerable that was refined with great effort. After realizing the power of the Great Sword Qi fusion, Lin Fei directly manipulated the Great Sword Qi secret technique to turn it into a long golden rope, trapping the puppet immortal venerables. Before it could react, it was forcefully sent into the heaven and earth furnace and suppressed by the heaven and earth divine flame. Done. Pack up. Venerable Myriad Evil had yet to recover from his shock. A peak-level immortal venerable puppet, immortal venerables, was dealt with just like that. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed the 2 halves of the puppet immortal venerables. Through his divine sense, he could see that the internal structure was very complicated. It was filled with arrays. Are there many of these puppet immortal venerables? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Master, these puppet immortal venerables are very rare. In the past, only the immortal court had them. I heard that they have mastered the ancient manufacturing method. As long as there are enough materials, they can create puppet immortal venerables. However, it's not that easy to create immortal venerables. Lin Fei smiled. Don't you usually call me by my name? Why did you suddenly change it? I'm not used to it. Being stared at by Lin Fei, Venerable Myriad Evil laughed dryly. Master, your divine abilities are unparalleled. Immortal venerables can kill you with a wave of your hand. In front of you, I'm just like an ant. If you're my master, then who is? I only hope that master can protect me from now on, so that I can live a peaceful life. Lin Fei did not believe Venerable Myriad Evil's words. From the start, Lin Fei knew that this guy wasn't a good person. Therefore, he wouldn't suddenly speak up. However, it felt great to have an immortal venerable call him master. Take it. Improve your strength back to normal. Lin Fei threw the 2 immortal venerables fragments to Venerable Myriad Evil. In the past, Venerable Myriad Evil was a famous overlord. If his strength increased, he would be his helper. Shouldn't a master act like a master? Shouldn't he have a few thugs by his side? Don't call me master in the future. It's too boring. Lin Fei said, just call me boss. Venerable Myriad Evil's eyes lit up when he saw the immortal venerables fragments. He looked excited. Boss, you're too good to me. As long as I refine these 2 fragments, I can recover to peak low-level immortal venerables. Didn't Venerable Myriad Evil work hard in the land of extermination to recover his strength? He didn't get many immortal venerables fragments. Although most of them were destroyed by the sword intent, they were still a great supplement. Let's go. Let's take care of the black-clothed world destroyer giant. Now, it's his turn to pay the price. Billions of miles away, the black-clothed world destroyer giant was still entangled by the array's power. His thick arms kept smashing the array's power, shattering a large number of attacks. Unfortunately, the waves came one after another, and he couldn't escape for a while. As soon as Lin Fei and Venerable Myriad Evil appeared, the black-clothed world destroyer giant's gaze was like a sword intent that shot toward them. "Big guy, we're back." Seeing the black-clothed world destroyer giant again, Lin Fei didn't feel as much pressure. His physical body had reached large success, and he had cultivated the Great Sword Chi secret technique to Celestial Venerables. Killing mid-level Celestial Venerables wasn't difficult. Whoosh, the Great Sword Chi slashed out. It was billions of miles long, shattering all the array's power. At this moment, the black-clothed world destroyer giant broke free, and his thick arms grabbed at Lin Fei. This grab created a strong wind that crashed into Lin Fei's body. This time, Lin Fei didn't move at all. After fusing 8,000 divine bodies, his physical body was extraordinary, and he wasn't as weak as before. As for Venerable Myriad Evil, he had already run to the side. He temporarily couldn't resist the black-clothed world destroyer giant's grab. Lin Fei's body shook, and the black-clothed world destroyer giant's claws were sent flying. His huge body retreated, which further stimulated the black-clothed world destroyer giant's ferocity, and he pounced toward Lin Fei. Special life forms that walk the path of the physical body are actually so powerful. Lin Fei's 6 arms spread out, blocking wave after wave of the black-clothed world destroyer giant's attacks. After a while, Lin Fei realized that special life forms like the black-clothed world destroyer giant could only be born in the land of destruction. Sage Great Tao, the black-clothed world destroyer giant, who hadn't spoken until now, spat out a few words. His attack changed, and he struck out with a great Tao that didn't appear in the myriad worlds. As soon as the Sage Great Tao appeared, it was filled with an ancient aura. The black-clothed world destroyer giant took advantage of the situation and punched out. A sage appeared, solemn and respectful. The sage preached the Tao. This secret technique wasn't from a celestial venerable, nor was it from a ruler. It was just an ancient secret technique. Lin Fei's mind shook, and he couldn't help but reveal a strange expression. The great Tao of true self in his body was the only one in the world. It shattered the sage's bewitchment, and his sea of consciousness became clear. No wonder these world destroyer giants were born as celestial venerables. It must be because the land of destruction swallowed a large number of stars and continents, and countless experts fell. Over time, their resentment caused the world destroyer giants to be born, and they can use all kinds of secret techniques and celestial venerables easily. They are even stronger than puppets and celestial venerables. The Sage Great Tao just now had a strong will, and it could bewitch people's hearts. Anyone could become a great sage, but if they lost themselves in it, they would be controlled by the sage and become a puppet without a will. Although the Sage Great Tao was strong, Lin Fei cultivated the Great Tao of true self. The world was big, and he was the greatest. No matter what kind of sage he was, they weren't as great as him. The Sage Great Tao's secret technique made Lin Fei realize that the world destroyer giant wasn't ordinary. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to use the Great Sword Chi secret technique. He let the world destroyer giant use his secret techniques. Many of them were secret techniques of experts. Half a day later, the black-clothed world destroyer giant used all of his techniques. Unfortunately, Lin Fei didn't see any dominator rank secret techniques. Although these secret techniques were very powerful, Lin Fei wasn't interested in dominator rank secret techniques. As for the ancient secret techniques, he wasn't too interested. Big guy, it's my turn now. Lin Fei used the Great Sword Chi secret technique and swept it on the world destroyer giant. The sword intent exploded, and the special life form was immediately covered in blood, leaving an unfathomably deep wound. As expected, he's stronger than puppets and celestial venerables. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. If he didn't have the Great Sword Chi secret technique, he wouldn't be able to do anything to the world destroyer giant with just his body. Again, The 5 great sword chi attacked one after another. Any mystic ability or secret technique was easily destroyed by the great sword chi. Moments later, the black-clothed world destroyer giant's body was covered in wounds. Great sword chi fusion. 5 great sword chi fusion, and the Jingguang was dazzling like the sun. The world destroyer giant's huge body was split open, and all kinds of negative emotions were shattered. It turned out that his body wasn't made of flesh and blood, but a body made of negative emotions. As the negative emotions were shattered, the world destroyer giant collapsed. Master, look! As the world destroyer giant collapsed, Lin Fei saw some crystal objects falling down. He reached out and grabbed them, and a crystal fragment fell into his hand. This is a celestial sovereign fragment. What fell was not something else, but a celestial sovereign fragment. There were 20 to 30 celestial sovereign fragments of different quality. So they killed celestial sovereigns in order to increase their strength. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. He finally understood why they kept chasing after them. Everything could be explained now. Chapter 14:24. Good things, they're all good things. Lin Fei couldn't stop laughing. It turned out that these black-clothed world destroyer giants all had such good things in their bodies. Exalted myriad evils' eyes also lit up. Master, look at that fragment. Exalted myriad evil grabbed one of the fragments and offered it up, his eyes filled with excitement. Look, this fragment contains an immortal venerable secret technique. Lin Fei took it and looked at it. His eyes also lit up, so it's a sage great Tao. Another good thing, Lin Fei wasn't interested in this thing, but he could see that this was an ancient secret technique that was only left at the immortal venerable level. Didn't that mean that this secret technique was definitely a sovereign-level secret technique? After you consume these immortal venerable fragments, how much strength can you recover? Lin Fei asked. I should recover to the mid-stage immortal venerable realm. Exalted myriad evil was resurrected once again. He could absorb the essence of flesh and blood, as well as the immortal venerable fragments, and convert them into his own immortal venerable power. Take all of them. Lin Fei waved his hand, and except for the sage great Tao, he gave everything to Exalted myriad evil. Exalted myriad evil said, Master, aren't you afraid that I will cultivate to the mid-stage immortal venerable realm, defeat you, and obtain freedom? If you have the ability, try it. Exalted myriad evil lost his temper. The black-clothed world destroyer giant was blown up in just a few sword strikes. He didn't think that he was stronger than the black-clothed world destroyer giant. It was better for him to follow Lin Fei. This kind of backer would definitely be a big backer in the future. Exalted myriad evil would not give up such a good thing. If he followed this backer and became a sovereign in the future, wouldn't he be awe-inspiring? Who would dare to cause trouble for him? Lin Fei gave him so many immortal venerable fragments at once. Exalted myriad evil was indeed excited. Everyone knew that this was a good thing, but who would take it out? In the end, he would use it to nurture his own people. The black-clothed world destroyer giant was killed. The scene quieted down. The palaces returned to normal one by one. It was hard to tell that the array formation in this place could link together and stop the black-clothed world destroyer giant. Now, we can properly collect these palaces. Lin Fei did not remain idle. After his strength increased, he sent Immortal Sovereign 10,000 Evil to collect the Starstones. Then he stretched out his hand and forcefully pulled out an entire mountain range. Then, he was sent to the system and turned into numbers. Lin Fei was going to sweep this place clean. In the eyes of others, this might have a certain value. But in Lin Fei's eyes, this was a cultivation technique that could speed up his own cultivation. He would not give it away to an outsider. Within a radius of 10 billion kilometers, all of the mountain ranges were collected, leaving not a single heavenly starstone behind. It didn't take long for numerous sinkholes to appear everywhere. They were so badly damaged that anyone who saw them would think that something terrible had happened. Get up! Lin Fei grabbed toward the palace, causing it to shake violently. The power of the formation blasted onto Lin Fei's body, But Lin Fei didn't even make a sound. 5 great sword beams shattered the power of the formation and dug out the palace. Good stuff. The 10 billion kilometers of palaces were as numerous as the clouds. Lin Fei used the great sword Qi secret technique. It was as if he had the help of the gods. He spent a month to collect everything. Now that he looked back, this place was so empty that it was almost impossible to see it. Master is really amazing. He actually collected all of the palaces. Immortal Sovereign 10,000 Evil ran up and down, feeling extremely shocked. He vaguely felt that his master's rapid increase in strength should have something to do with the Starstones. As for the specifics, he was not too sure. Let's change places. After entering the 10,000 Evil sarcophagus, Lin Fei asked Immortal Sovereign 10,000 Evil to find a way while he took out the split puppet Immortal Sovereign and sized it up. This puppet Immortal Sovereign was very important to him. Why? It was awesome. If it wasn't for the sharp great sword Qi secret technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to break the puppet Immortal Sovereign's body. Lin Fei opened the Supreme Grade system and searched if there was anything that could be repaired. The Supreme Grade system didn't disappoint Lin Fei. It found a material that could repair the Primordial Stone. The price was 10 million points. I'll buy it. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei bought a Primordial Stone. Something that cost 10 million points had pretty good effects. After repairing 1/3 of the puppet Immortal Sovereign's body, Lin Fei went to buy another 5 Primordial Stones and repaired the puppet Immortal Sovereign's body. 50 million points, it's really worth it. The repaired puppet Immortal Sovereign lost control and stood there motionlessly. Lin Fei's divine sense flew in. In the puppet Immortal Sovereign's head, there was a bead with something that looked like a primordial spirit. Fortunately, it was in a deep slumber. After Lin Fei observed it, he knew that after refining the artifact's spirit in the bead, he could control the puppet Immortal Sovereign. Just as he said, Lin Fei could easily erase everything on the bead with his divine sense. After injecting his own divine sense into the bead, the artifact's spirit woke up. It was expressionless and emitted might. "Greetings, Master," the puppet Immortal Sovereign said expressionlessly. Its voice was exceptionally cold. Lin Fei didn't have any feelings for this Lin Fei. In his heart, there was only one word: happy. I have a puppet Immortal Sovereign by my side. Tell me, what else do you know? Lin Fei asked. Let me give you a name. From now on, you will be called Invincible Number 1. Invincible Number 1 said, Thank you, Master, for naming me. I was produced by the Celestial Court. There aren't many puppet Immortal Sovereigns like me. Invincible Number 1 was just spouting nonsense. Lin Fei was speechless. He asked about his previous master, but who knew that he didn't know? It was as if he had lost his memory. Lin Fei knew that this puppet Immortal Sovereign was just a tool. He actually didn't remember anything about his previous master. Since the puppet Immortal Sovereign didn't know, Lin Fei could ask Su Feng. But first, he had to subdue the other puppet Immortal Sovereign. While Lin Fei sent out the puppet Immortal Sovereign that was trapped in the heaven and earth furnace. The moment he came out, he attacked Lin Fei. Lin Fei turned into a giant and grabbed the puppet Immortal Sovereign with one hand. He couldn't move. His divine sense entered the puppet Immortal Sovereign's bead and prepared to erase the imprint on it. Just as he was about to erase the imprint, a powerful aura erupted from the bead. A young man walked out. He looked extremely divine. His eyes shot out 2 great sword energies. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei was also formed by his divine sense. He also used great sword energy to face the young man's great sword energy. The great sword energy collapsed, and a storm of sword intent was set off. You actually cultivated a Dominator-grade secret technique. No wonder you could block my sword. The young man in white spoke and revealed the origin of the great sword energy secret technique. So strong. Lin Fei was shocked. He was already very strong, but this young man in white seemed to be stronger than him. Even if you used 10 swords, I could still block them. Lin Fei took out 5 streams of sword chi, which turned into a sky-toppling sword wave that crashed onto the white-clothed youth's body. Break. Chapter 1425. Although the attack of Lin Fei, formed from consciousness, wasn't as strong as the main body, it wasn't weak either. Now it was blocked. Who was this amazing fella? Lin Fei was extremely shocked. His strongest technique was the Great Sword Qi secret technique, which came from a Dominator-level secret technique. Even if it was an Immortal Sovereign-level secret technique, its power was unimaginable. Yet the white-clothed youth blocked it, and the move he used was extraordinary. This young master knows who you are. The white-robed youth walked over step by step. The waves of sword intent formed by the great sword energy continued to crumble. Everyone has underestimated you. Tian, no wonder your cultivation speed is so fast. You have yet to become an immortal sovereign, but you can already cultivate a sovereign-level secret art. If I'm not wrong, you should be the reincarnation of sovereign. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that he was recognized. This white-clothed youth recognized him so quickly. It was completely different. You praise me too much. Your celestial court is quite capable to know who I am so quickly. Lin Fei continued to use the Great Sword Qi secret technique to suppress the white-clothed youth. Reincarnated ruler? I'm an earthling, okay? I wonder who you are. The reincarnated ruler. The white-clothed youth smiled casually. I know all the past rulers. You don't need to hide it. Your biggest flaw is actually the Dominator-level secret technique you used. Lin Fei was curious as to why this fellow would say that. I really want to hear what you know about this. A sovereign-level secret art isn't something that an ordinary immortal paragon can cultivate. Even the entry level is extremely difficult. Furthermore, at your level, you have to cultivate it step by step. In this world, aside from sovereigns, almost no one can cultivate a secret art to the immortal paragon level before reaching the immortal paragon level. Reincarnating as a sovereign and cultivating your own secret art is almost effortless. The white-clothed youth was about to reach Lin Fei. You discovered it quite carefully. Lin Fei smiled. If I'm not wrong, you should have sent Sky Fortune Immortal Sovereign and Reincarnation Immortal Sovereign. Unfortunately, they disappointed you. I killed them all. So what if he's dead? Our immortal court can nurture another immortal venerable like him. The white-robed youth unleashed over 100 world-shattering waves of sword energy. Tian, you're a sovereign. If you were at the level of a sovereign, perhaps I might be a bit afraid of you. But now, let me see for myself how powerful you really are. Crazy. The white-robed youth was not just a normal kind of arrogance. Boom, boom, boom. The white-robed youth rushed over, and the wave of sword Qi completely collapsed. He grabbed out with his hand, and the space where Lin Fei's divine sense was completely frozen. He couldn't move his strength at all. A juggernaut like you is too weak. The white-robed youth shook his head. World storm. The white-robed youth could suppress everything, but he could not suppress the world storm. As the world storm swept across the sky, Lin Fei could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It's actually fused with the world storm. A strange look flashed through the white-robed youth's eyes. Good move. What a great move. The best move is yet to come. Lin Fei leaped and appeared behind the white-robed youth. The great sword energy slashed at his body. The white-robed youth flicked his hand and shook off the great sword energy. Cracks were left on the surface, and it looked like it was about to collapse. To be able to avoid this young master's divine sense search, no wonder you are so confident. The white-robed youth said, Next time, you won't be so lucky. This young master will personally come and take Venerable Su Feng away. The white-robed youth left behind a smile and dispersed just like that. The bead no longer had the white-robed youth's imprint on it, and it disintegrated on its own. What a strong opponent. Lin Fei dispersed the world storm and narrowed his eyes. If the white-robed youth's main body was here, I might not be so relaxed. Could this guy be a grand perfection immortal venerable? The opponent could easily block his sovereign-level secret technique. Even a high-level immortal venerable might not be able to do so. I have to ask Venerable Su Feng who this person is. Lin Fei was very clear why the other party left. With the world storm, The white-robed youth could avoid the divine sense search. The white-robed youth was amazing, but he couldn't afford to waste so much time. He could only take the initiative to retreat and pester like the others. Lin Fei left his imprint and named it Invincible Number 2. Just like Invincible Number 1, it had no memories, as if it had been erased by someone. Lin Fei had already guessed this, so he wasn't surprised at all. With the two immortal venerables in hand, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. With these two immortal venerables, once he returned to the outside world, he could sweep through the nearby worlds and integrate them into great metropolis heaven. At that time, Lin Fei didn't need to care if the evil devil leader attacked again in anger. Even if the evil devil leader became an immortal venerable, Lin Fei could still torture him to death. Withdrawing his divine sense, Lin Fei saw two puppet immortal venerables standing beside him. Just at this moment, immortal venerable's myriad evil came over. When he saw this scene, his eyes popped out in fright. This, you can't have subdued it, right? What do you think? Puppet immortal venerables were not easy to subdue. Each puppet immortal venerables had a mark left behind by someone. Erasing that mark would definitely result in the attack of the person who left the mark. Immortal Monarch Infinite Evil gave it a try and was immediately attacked by two puppet immortal monarchs. He immediately lost his temper. No more fighting, no more fighting. The two puppets were good at attacking. Even immortal venerable myriad evil couldn't withstand their relentless attacks. He cried out that he couldn't beat them and called Lin Fei a monster in his heart. One of the puppets. Back then, it had been chopped into two and was badly damaged. It should not have been so easy to repair it. Now that it looked completely intact, it could not help but feel shocked. Could it be that not only is Master's cultivation monstrous, but he's also a master blacksmith? Otherwise, how could he ever repair it so quickly? Immortal Sovereign All Evil could not help but wonder. Looks like I have to curry favor with Master in the future. I can't let these two guys steal the limelight. Immortal Sovereign All Evil thought. The appearance of these two fearless puppet immortal venerables made him feel a certain amount of pressure. Lin Fei didn't know what Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely laugh. This guy also knows how to work hard. Inside the heaven and earth furnace, Lin Fei's divine sense appeared once again. With a wave of his hand, the flame cage was removed. Even the two giants disappeared. You actually subdued puppet immortal venerables. These days, Venerable Su Feng's days were not good. The flame giant kept lashing out, causing the immortal venerable force in Venerable Su Feng's body to be consumed very quickly. At first, she took immortal pills, but later on, the immortal pills could not keep up because her body was filled with flame power. Venerable Su Feng couldn't expel this flame power, causing it to increase more and more. The flame giant's attack, coupled with the flame power, made Venerable Su Feng unable to bear it. Every day, her skin and flesh were lacerated. For a proud immortal venerable, this was a great humiliation. Not long ago, a puppet immortal venerable came in. Venerable Su Feng knew that someone had come. The only thing she didn't expect was that puppet immortal venerable was suppressed and couldn't move inside the heaven and earth furnace. Thank you for the compliment. I have indeed subdued puppet immortal venerable, Lin Fei said with a smile. A flame throne condensed behind him, and a golden saber and a golden horse sat on it. You fought with young master. Venerable Su Feng revealed a trace of surprise. Yes, that white-robed youngster indeed has some skills. Unfortunately, he's not my opponent. Obediently scram. Lin Fei laughed. Now, can you tell me who that white-robed youngster is? You're lying. Venerable Su Feng stared at him and said, Young master's strength is unfathomable. It's impossible for the future lord of the Immortal Lyceum to be defeated by you. You must have some tricks up your sleeves. However, once young master's true body arrives, you're definitely not his opponent. This little girl isn't wrong, right? Venerable Su Feng heaved a sigh of relief. You're really smart, Lin Fei said with a smile. I really want to know who this young master is. That's easy, as long as you defeat this little girl. Venerable Su Feng didn't believe that Di Tian could defeat her. As for why her young master left, no one knew except for herself. She could only say that Di Tian was lucky, or else he would have died. All right. Lin Fei took a step forward and grabbed Venerable Su Feng with one hand. Venerable Su Feng sneered. Show me your true ability. Her jade-like hand pointed at Lin Fei's arm. Break. A tyrannical immortal venerable's power came crashing down. However, the current Lin Fei was no longer the same as before. He ignored this finger and grabbed Venerable Su Feng's neck, lifted her in front of him, put her on his thigh, and slapped her curvy buttocks. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei had long wanted to teach Venerable Su Feng a lesson like this, but his physical body wasn't strong enough before. Now, he finally got his wish. Very curvy. Lin Fei used a lot of strength and slapped her curvy buttocks. Venerable Su Feng had calculated everything correctly. The only thing she didn't expect was that Di Tian's powerhouse was beyond her imagination. He suppressed her as soon as he made a move, which was out of her expectations. Aren't you very arrogant? Pa, pa, pa. Lin Fei slapped her with all his might. You've lost. Even if Venerable Su Feng's physical body is tyrannical, don't forget that the flame in her body was mobilized and suppressed. Intense pain spread all over her body. Gradually, Venerable Su Feng reacted. Venerable Su Feng has a great background. Ever since she started cultivating, she has always been arrogant. Ordinary people didn't dare to approach her, but today, she was beaten by a little bumpkin. Di Tian, I'll remember you. Ah, you remember me. Thank you. Lin Fei increased his strength a bit more. He wasn't afraid of beating Venerable Su Feng. As long as Venerable Su Feng resisted, Lin Fei would hit her even harder. This was the way to deal with this kind of woman. After a long time, Lin Fei found that something was wrong. The number of times Venerable Su Feng struggled decreased. She seemed to enjoy this feeling. It can't be. Lin Fei recalled some memories in the depths of his memory. It seemed to be similar to Venerable Su Feng's. Could it be that Venerable Su Feng has a masochistic tendency? This made Lin Fei dumbfounded. Lin Fei's movements slowed down. Venerable Su Feng struggled more and more, showing some masochistic characteristics. She's an immortal venerable. What kind of joke is this? Why aren't you hitting me anymore? Chapter 1426. Stupid. Lin Fei was shocked by these words and didn't know what to say. Venerable Su Feng, you're still an immortal venerable. Can't you pay attention to your face? Lin Fei really wanted to grab Venerable Su Feng and have a good talk with her. She should at least pay attention to her words in public. Fortunately, there was no one here except for him. But at this time, Venerable Su Feng's words provoked Lin Fei and made him look embarrassed. If he had known earlier, Lin Fei wouldn't have done such a thing even if he was beaten to death. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? While Lin Fei didn't know what to say, Venerable Su Feng burst into laughter. Her smile disappeared in a flash and returned to her previous calm and dignified look. I didn't expect your strength to improve so fast. I haven't seen you for 3 days, and now I have a whole new level of respect for you. Amazing. The previous bitterness on Venerable Su Feng's face was nowhere to be seen. If it wasn't for Lin Fei remembering it clearly, he would have doubted whether it really happened before. This change was too big. This is called the river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. You used to be indifferent to me, but now, you can't even hope to get close to me. What do you think of this? For some reason, Lin Fei blurted out such a sentence. Previously, he couldn't do anything to Venerable Su Feng and could only suppress her in the heaven and earth furnace. But now, even if Venerable Su Feng used all her strength, Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. He could easily suppress her. This was the change in strength. So, you still think of yourself as a gifted scholar. Venerable Su Feng didn't have much of a reaction, but a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. These words were too meaningful. Now that you've lost, it's time to talk about the young master, right? Lin Fei said with a smile. In his opinion, it was better to talk about the matter as soon as possible. After Venerable Su Feng was beaten by Lin Fei, the atmosphere between the two changed. There was no longer a tit-for-tat confrontation between them. Instead, there was an inexplicable emotion between the two. Young Master Fan, you should have fought with him. What do you think of him? Is this a question for my own judgment? Very strong. Lin Fei said, I've fought him before. It wasn't a long time, but I could feel that he was extremely powerful. He was proficient in many powerful secret arts and divine abilities, and even some secret arts that could disappear. It seems you really fought with young Master Fan. Venerable Su Feng said with a smile, you can fight him and survive. Young Lord Fan's current strength has already reached the 6th level, the strength of a perfected immortal venerable, just a step away from the sovereign realm. He's proficient in all kinds of lost ultimate arts, making him the strongest sovereign of the immortal court in the future. However, it won't be easy for young Lord Fan to break through to the next level. He's the strongest immortal venerable among all the immortal venerables. Even the #1 expert on the ranking list isn't a match for young Lord Fan. Lin Fei had long thought of this conjecture. As soon as he exchanged blows with him, a powerful aura surged towards him. It wasn't something that a mid-level or high-level immortal reverend could produce. The only thing he didn't expect was that this young master was the strongest immortal reverend of the immortal court. Are you scared? Venerable Su Feng chuckled. Moreover, this little girl has something to tell you. I believe you will be even more surprised after hearing it. Why should I be afraid? Lin Fei felt a certain amount of pressure, but he wasn't afraid. He's the strongest immortal venerable, and I will also become the strongest immortal venerable in the future. I'm actually quite interested in the news you're talking about. I believe you can become the strongest immortal venerable, but you have to survive from young Lord Fan's hands. Venerable Su Feng didn't doubt this. As for this news, it's actually about me, because I'm the fiancé of young Lord Fan of the Immortal Court. More importantly, I'm the reincarnation of a sovereign. Lin Fei knew that Venerable Su Feng's background wasn't small. Now that he heard it, he was shocked. This Venerable Su Feng's background was so great that she was actually the reincarnation of a sovereign. This was too shocking. Did she really have such a great background? What, young Lord's fiancé? This was too melodramatic. He casually caught an immortal venerable, and not only was she the reincarnation of a sovereign, but she was also the fiancée of young Lord Fan of the Immortal Court. Lin Fei felt that heaven was playing a big joke on him. Now you should know how big of a trouble it is for you to catch me. Venerable Su Feng looked at Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You really have a great background, but I'm very curious. Since you're the reincarnation of a sovereign, how did you become that guy's fiancé? Lin Fei really wanted to know the reason behind this. Making a reincarnation of a sovereign become the fiancé of young Lord Fan of the Immortal Court. This must be very melodramatic. You don't need to know this. Venerable Su Feng said, you should think about how to survive from young Lord Fan's hands. However, you can rest assured that young Lord Fan won't come looking for you. He will have to wait until the end of the world extermination land. Lin Fei really needed to think about this now. After exchanging blows with his divine sense, Lin Fei regarded young Lord Fan as the strongest opponent in his life. Being the strongest immortal venerable wasn't an exaggeration. Don't worry, I have a long life. I won't die, Lin Fei said with a smile. If young Lord Fan wants to attack me, he will have to show his ability. I'm not that easy to bully. As for Fairy Su Feng, I still don't know how to deal with you. You're a reincarnation of a sovereign. I'm afraid that if I let you go, you will chase after me everywhere. You're afraid now, but what about just now? Venerable Su Feng's noble and arrogant face couldn't help but blush. That's because I don't know. Lin Fei laughed dryly. After thinking about it, I've decided to let Fairy Su Feng leave. However, you have to swear a heavenly Tao oath that you won't mention this matter to anyone else. Lin Fei really didn't want the matter of the heaven and earth furnace containing divine flame to spread. You really want to let me go? If I let you go, I'm afraid my future days won't be easy if you break through to Sovereign Realm. Lin Fei laughed. Lin Fei decided not to let this woman stay. There was something about her that he couldn't see through. A reincarnation of a sovereign was extraordinary. 6th region. Lin Fei let Venerable Su Feng out. After the land of extermination ends, the myriad worlds will be in chaos. Take care of yourself. Don't let this little girl find you dead when she wants to take revenge on you. Venerable Su Feng chuckled. Her figure disappeared in front of Lin Fei without a trace, leaving only a wisp of fragrance. What a high-level secret technique. Even my divine sense couldn't find her whereabouts. A reincarnation of a sovereign is not just a little bit stronger. Lin Fei secretly said, Master, you're letting her go like this, aren't you? Venerable Myriad Evil was confused. She's a reincarnation of a sovereign. Venerable Myriad Evil immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say anything else. Let's go. Where are we going? Chapter 14:27. Master, there's a white-clothed world destroyer giant over there. The 6th zone. As a voice rang out, a black stone coffin rushed out of the void. Invincible 1, Invincible 2, go. 2 black figures came out of the coffin and smashed into the ruins, shaking the heavens and earth. A white-clothed world destroyer giant flew into the sky, and a boundless aura blasted away a large portion of the ruins, turning it into dust in the air. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 were immortal sovereigns who were combat puppets. The moment they attacked, the white-clothed world destroyer giant was at a disadvantage. A black shadow took the opportunity and killed the terrifying world destroyer giant in a few breaths. Not bad, another one. The white-clothed world destroyer giant dropped immortal sovereign fragments of various sizes and powerful secret techniques. This process took less than the time for an incense stick to burn from start to finish. Lin Fei returned to the sarcophagus and looked for the next world destroyer giant. This was the 18th world destroyer giant that Lin Fei had killed. The immortal sovereign fragments were enough to nurture hundreds of immortal sovereigns and some powerful immortal sovereign secret techniques that had disappeared. This was Lin Fei's 83rd year in the land of annihilation. There were only 17 years left until the end. Master, we've killed quite a lot of world destroyer giants on this level. I'm afraid there aren't any more. Inside the 1,000 evil sarcophagus, immortal sovereign myriad evil exuded a majestic aura. With the help of the immortal sovereign fragments, he had recovered to mid-stage immortal sovereign strength. He only needed 1,000 years to reach high-stage immortal sovereign strength. Even if he recovered to mid-stage immortal sovereign strength, he still wasn't confident. Then let's go to the 7th zone. Lin Fei took advantage of the limited time to capture more world destroyer giants. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Immortal sovereign myriad evil's expression was solemn. The 7th zone? That place is where the hegemons are fighting. If we go in like this, won't we? What are you afraid of? Lin Fei despised immortal sovereign myriad evil for being so cowardly. Hearing this, immortal sovereign myriad evil could only change direction and head to the 7th zone. He didn't dare to defend himself in front of the violent fist. On the 90th year, they arrived at the 7th zone. This level was no longer a ruin, but rather an expanse of yellow sand. There was nothing here, and it seemed completely peaceful. Is this the 7th region? Lin Fei stood on top of the sarcophagus. The apocalyptic death chi blew over, and its power was at the immortal reverent level. It could be said that in this level, he was constantly under the attack of the apocalyptic death chi. Lin Fei didn't feel much after merging with more than 3,000 divine physiques. That should be the case. Rumor has it that this floor is a place where rulers fight. It is also a place where powerful immortal paragons fight. Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend found it very taxing to defend himself. Lin Fei released Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 to scout ahead. In this layer, Lin Fei had no choice but to be careful. Previously, he had said that he didn't think much of it, but that was impossible. In a place where a ruler fought, just the power of a ruler's secret technique was enough to cause them to stumble. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 were attacked by an Immortal Venerable's mystic technique not long after they explored the path and were sent flying. It turned out that there was a Celestial Venerable secret technique hidden beneath the yellow sand. They just so happened to touch it and were attacked by the Celestial Venerable secret technique. Their powerful bodies were also crippled. This Celestial Venerable secret technique was infinitely close to a ruler's mystic technique. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 were powerful to begin with. Ordinary Celestial Venerable secret techniques wouldn't be able to shake their bodies. However, under this Celestial Venerable secret technique, one could imagine how powerful they were. Lin Fei retrieved them and used the Restoration Raw Stone to repair them before letting them out again. With such a cheating item, Lin Fei and the other's speed was slow. They didn't encounter too much danger along the way, and they had a better understanding of the place. There were more dangers in the sky. The seemingly harmless sky hidden Celestial Venerable secret technique. Lin Fei and the others flew close to the yellow sand and basically didn't encounter too much trouble. This made them heave a sigh of relief. There's a corpse. Not long after, a corpse appeared under a patch of yellow sand. It had been beaten to pieces, and its belongings had been taken away. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 soon found several corpses nearby. This Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend flew down from the Thousand Fiend sarcophagus. He flipped over a purple leaf beside a corpse and said, "Master, there should be something good nearby." Something good? Lin Fei couldn't recognize what the leaf was, but he could see that Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend was very excited. "Isn't it just a leaf?" "Master, this isn't an ordinary leaf. It's something good." Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend hurriedly explained, "This is a purple gold eternal tree. It's a unique existence in the land of extermination. It blooms every 100 chaos years and ripens after 300 chaos years. It seems like one of the fruits on the purple gold eternal tree is about to ripen." Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend was very excited as he spoke. "What's the use?" Lin Fei asked. Something that could make Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend excited was definitely not ordinary. It blooms in 100 chaos years and bears fruit in 300 chaos years. It wasn't something an ordinary fruit could compare to. The fruit on the purple gold eternal divine technique is called the Fruit of Eternity. After consuming it, you can use it to break through the level of great Tao power. For example, you're at the 4th level. After consuming it, you can break through to the 5th level. The great Tao power will transform into immortal venerable power without any side effects. It's much better than an immortal venerable fragment. There's such a good thing. Lin Fei was currently at the 4th level. It was extremely difficult to break through to the immortal venerable level. This fruit of eternity had appeared at the right time. Purple gold eternal trees only grow in the land of extermination. They absorb all the great Tao power in the land of extermination and turn it into essence to bear fruits. Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend said excitedly, "Normally, the leaves of the purple gold eternal tree can't be plucked. They can only be plucked when they're about to ripen. Since this person has plucked them, there must be a purple gold eternal tree nearby. Master, you've accumulated a lot. Perhaps with enough fruit of eternity, you can advance to immortal venerable. The great Tao power in your body will transform into immortal venerable power." Lin Fei was indeed moved by Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend's words. The great Tao of truth was already very domineering. Lin Fei always felt that as long as the great Tao of truth transformed again, it would release its true power. Since there was such an opportunity in front of him, Lin Fei didn't want to give it up. He had to give it a try no matter what. Perhaps he would really break through. The discovery of the purple gold eternal tree. Both Lin Fei and Immortal Paragon Myriad Fiend were very excited. The evil sarcophagus was carefully pushed forward. With the existence of such a tree, it would definitely be occupied by someone, so they had to be careful. After searching for half a month, there was still no trace of the purple gold eternal tree. Lin Fei couldn't help but suspect that this thing might not be in this area, but had come from somewhere else. Lin Fei decided to expand the search area and sent Invincible Number 1 and Invincible Number 2 out. No matter what, he had to find the whereabouts of the purple gold eternal tree. A few days after Invincible Number 1 was sent out, he was attacked and was beaten to the point of death. Lin Fei followed the direction and found Invincible Number 1 in a yellow sand field. This guy's whole body was tattered and almost destroyed. When Lin Fei saw his puppet Immortal Venerable being beaten up so miserably, he couldn't help but be angry. This is my thing, it's priceless. Don't you know how to be gentler? After using 8 restoration raw stones to repair Invincible Number 1, Lin Fei felt his heart ache. No matter what, he had to get back at them. After Invincible Number 1 woke up, Lin Fei asked what was going on. Finally, he got the answer from Invincible Number 1. It turned out that Invincible Number 1 was searching in a direction. When he approached a yellow sand field, he was attacked by the power of an array. Hence, he barged in and saw a big tree. He was surrounded by a group of immortal venerables and was severely injured on the spot. Due to the extraordinary material, he managed to escape. Master, they must have used an array to conceal their aura and waited for the eternal fruit to ripen. Needless to say, Lin Fei also knew why they did this. It seemed that there were many immortal venerables there, and they were preparing to split the eternal fruit. What do we do now? Lin Fei smiled. Of course we snatch the eternal fruit. They beat up my Invincible Number 1, so they have to pay the price. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil shrunk his neck. Master, if we go like this, I suspect we will be beaten up. Lin Fei glared. I knew it. If you don't go now, you will be beaten up immediately. I'll go. With Invincible Number 1's guidance, they arrived at that place. They saw a yellow sand field in front of them. Master, in front of us is the power of the array. It has sealed off a large area here. Invincible Number 1 said. I just touched the power of the array and they rushed out. Myriad Evil, go and break the array. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil pointed at himself. I don't think so. You just have to lure them out. Lin Fei's eyes flashed with cold light. After killing a few immortal venerables, they will know whose fist is bigger. If Lin Fei wanted to snatch the fruit of eternity peacefully, he would have to use his fists. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil had no choice but to control his immortal venerable treasure. The huge cauldron collided with the array and was attacked by the power of the array. The yellow sand dispersed, revealing a hill. A tree that was billions of miles long appeared in front of Lin Fei. Someone is coming. Kill them, leave none alive. The immortal venerable secret techniques turned into bright streams of light and locked onto Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil's expression changed. There are a few auras that are very strong. They are immortal venerables that are stronger than him. The sky was filled with Immortal Venerable secret technique attacks, causing Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil to vomit blood. He smashed into the yellow sand, and his immortal venerable treasure was also sent flying. More than 10 immortal venerables charged out with a murderous aura. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil stood up. With a glance, he felt immense pressure. Good Lord, among the 10 immortal venerables, there were 6 mid-level immortal venerables and 8 low-level immortal venerables. There were even a few peak low-level immortal venerables. Being locked down by 14 tyrannical auras, Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil also felt immense pressure. Chapter 1428. Immortal Venerable Infinite Evil was locked on by the 14 immortal venerables, and he even threatened them. I know you. You're Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil. I remember your aura. A powerful aura stood out. He wore a brocade robe and glared at Immortal Sovereign 10,000 Evil. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Everyone, he's Immortal Lord Myriad Evil from the Immortal Court era. He's long since fallen. Now that he's resurrected, his strength isn't as great as it was in the past. You don't have to worry at all. So if it's him, the notorious guy, no wonder he's so arrogant. He's an expert from the Immortal Court era. The spiritual senses of the 14 immortal venerables came into contact. So it's you, Immortal Yellow Dragon. Immortal Supremacy Myriad Evil also recognized him. You actually became an Immortal Supremacy. The Robe Man was Immortal Yellow Dragon, now known as Immortal Sovereign Yellow Dragon. Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable's eyes flickered with cold light. This is all thanks to you. Back then, you forced me to use the Immortal Venerable Immortal Talisman. If it wasn't for you, this Immortal Venerable wouldn't have obtained an Immortal Venerable Fragment, breaking through the shackles and becoming an Immortal Venerable Expert. Taoist Yellow Dragon, don't waste your breath on him. He's just an intermediate Immortal Venerable. Let's kill him and strip his Immortal Venerable Fragment. There were Immortal Supremacies who could not wait to make a move. Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. Immortal Huang Long waved his sleeves, and a tyrannical, celestial, venerable level fist technique shot through the air. Its might was more than 100 times stronger than before, and it directly attacked a middle stage, celestial, venerable level cultivator. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil, you're dead meat. Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable laughed. His face was filled with pride. Immortal Sovereign Myriad Evil laughed instead of getting angry. A small character like you dares to boast shamelessly in front of me? The Immortal Venerable Treasure Cauldron fell into his hand. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil controlled the treasure to shatter the Son of Heaven's Divine Fist. After a few more clashes, Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon coughed out blood nonstop. The white bone world pressed down, and 5 fingers flicked on Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon's body, causing cracks to appear on Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon's body. Killing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Everyone, hurry up. Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable was too confident. Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable strength was already at the intermediate stage of Immortal Venerable. As his strength increased, so did the power of his Immortal Venerable treasure. Naturally, Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable vomited blood. First, 8 low-stage Immortal Venerables attacked. As soon as they made their move, the world of bones exploded. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil also felt immense pressure. There were a few peak-stage, low-stage Immortal Venerables among them. These 6 low-level Immortal Venerables cooperated with tacit understanding. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil fought to a draw with them and was unable to take them down. Master was still watching from behind. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil shouted. His Immortal Venerable treasure released a terrifying light. Beams of immortal light blasted towards them, causing them to be blasted away. The world of white bones blasted towards one of the Immortal Venerables. Absolute killing arts struck over, wanted to get rid of one of them. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil, you have a notorious reputation, yet you still want to kill people in public. You think too highly of yourself. The absolute killing arts were blocked by a jade disc. An Immortal Venerable appeared behind the jade disc. It was an intermediate stage Immortal Venerable. His tone was cold. You have an Immortal Venerable treasure, but so do we. The disc-shaped Immortal Venerable treasure smashed over. The 2 Immortal Venerable treasures clashed in midair. The destructive power of each collision was so great that nothing within billions of miles was left intact. Only Immortal Venerables like them could withstand it. I wonder why Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil is here. There were 7 intermediate stage Immortal Venerables standing in the sky. One of them had 3 eyes. It was 3-eyed Immortal Venerable. He said, "Will more people come?" 3-eyed Immortal Venerable, you don't have to worry about that. Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable was an expert of our Immortal Court in the past. He never cooperated with anyone and always acted alone. What he said just now was just to scare us. Another Immortal Venerable carried a black sword case on his back and said coldly, "There's no need for us to act. Immortal Venerable, vast expanse alone is enough to overwhelm Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil." Everyone nodded. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil's strength was not much different from theirs. He was not a threat. 6 low-stage Immortal Venerables and 1 intermediate stage Immortal Venerable. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil was at a disadvantage. If not for his Immortal Venerable treasure, he might not have been able to hold on. The immortal, venerable treasure blossomed with light again. Immortal, venerable myriad evil retreated. Master, I can't hold on anymore. Immortal, venerable myriad evil consumed a large amount of immortal, venerable power and said with a bitter smile, dealing with 6 low-stage immortal venerables and 1 intermediate-stage immortal venerable is my limit. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 walked out of the void. The moment they came out, some of the immortal venerables' expressions changed. Isn't this young master's puppet immortal venerable? It looks like Black 7 and Black 8. Immortal venerable vast expanses expression changed. What's going on? Why are they here? Divine senses collided. They were stunned. Invincible 1, Invincible 2, deal with them together with Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil was overjoyed. Let's do it again. With the addition of the 2 puppet Immortal Venerables, Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil's strength increased greatly. He charged towards the 6 Immortal Venerables. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 easily suppressed them. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil faced Immortal Venerable Vast Expanse. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now, let's have a good talk. Immortal Venerable Vast Expanse was an Immortal Venerable who rose up later. In a one-on-one battle, he was at a disadvantage against Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil. He vomited blood repeatedly. The situation changed. 3-eyed Immortal Venerable. Quickly go and help Immortal Venerable Vast Expanse. 3-eyed Immortal Venerable was called 3-eyed Immortal Venerable. He was an Immortal Venerable expert from the Forsaken Immortal Land. His 3 eyes shot out Immortal Venerable light, locking the void and charging towards Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil. The remaining 6 Immortal Venerables felt immense pressure. They couldn't believe that their young master's puppet Immortal Venerable appeared in the hands of an outsider. Their young master was the strongest existence in their eyes. Someone actually managed to snatch the puppet Immortal Venerable from his hands. It was as if the heavens were playing a huge joke on them. After Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 appeared, Lin Fei walked out unhurriedly and faced the 6 of them. Divine senses collided in the air. The 6 of you really have guts. You even dare to attack my puppet. Lin Fei shouted at the 6 Immortal Venerables. It's you. Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon was suppressed by the puppet Immortal Venerable. He immediately recognized the other party. It was the person who fought evenly with him last time. He didn't die inside and instead appeared here. Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon, we meet again. Lin Fei smiled. Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon had been brooding about not being able to kill him last time. Now that he had become an Immortal Venerable, he laughed sinisterly when he saw the other party. Do you remember what we talked about last time? I believe you haven't forgotten. Now, try to take on my son of heaven's divine fist. I don't believe you can block it. Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon didn't believe that Lin Fan could block his attack last time. Last time, he was Immortal Emperor Yellow Dragon. Now, he was Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon. Son of Heaven's divine fist arrived. Many emperors appeared. The might of emperors covered the sky. Lin Fei shook his head. He waved his hand and crushed the emperors one by one. He pointed out with a finger. You couldn't do it last time. You can't do it this time either. When this finger pointed, Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable felt immense pressure. He raised his arms and blocked the power of this finger, but his entire body was sent flying billions of miles away. How is this possible? I can't even block a finger of his. Under the sand, Immortal Venerable Yellow Dragon opened his eyes wide as he looked at the sand flying across the sky. Chapter 1429. The 6 intermediate Immortal Venerables glared at Lin Fei angrily after hearing Lin Fei's arrogant tone. They were indeed shocked that Yellow Dragon Immortal Venerable was sent flying with a single finger. Someone with battle prowess that could transcend realms and send an Immortal Venerable flying. But this guy dared to threaten them. Fighting his way in, if they didn't let him in, was simply looking down on the 6 of them. Sir, you talk big. Do you know what's inside? One of the Immortal Venerables walked out with a long axe and glared at the other party. I don't know. The 6 immortal venerables wondered if this guy had a problem with his head, trying to barge in with just a little bit of strength. This place has already been reserved by the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals. Do you think it's useful for you to go in? The Immortal Venerable said coldly. The axe in his hand shone with cold light and emitted the might of an Immortal Venerable. So you've reserved the entire place, but I'm still going in. Reserve the entire place? Lin Fei didn't care. He wanted to get one eternal fruit. The Immortal Venerable almost coughed out blood. It turned out that everything he said was for nothing. This guy really wanted to go in. Didn't he see that they had 6 Immortal Venerables on their side? Moreover, they were all intermediate Immortal Venerables. Sir, if you insist on going in, that depends on whether you have the ability or not. As for letting you in, that's impossible. As soon as he finished speaking, the Immortal Venerable took a step forward. His Immortal Venerable aura soared into the sky, shattering the yellow sand in the sky. His long hair fluttered as the huge axe in his hand turned into a black stream of light. The might of an intermediate Immortal Venerable's attack was extraordinary. Ha ha, sir, you're too weak. The Immortal Venerable's axe landed on the other party's body. His laughter was filled with disdain. It turned out that this guy looked good, but was useless. He couldn't even block one of his axe strikes, yet he still dared to say that he wanted to fight his way in. He had overestimated this guy. Your axe doesn't seem to be very powerful. The voice that came out of nowhere startled the Immortal Venerable. Only then did he realize that even though his axe had struck the other party's body, it had not managed to break through the other party's physical body. This doesn't make sense. This celestial sovereign was given a fright. He waved his hand and slapped out with his palm. He raised his axe and hacked down once more. Celestial sovereign power surged and immortal light shone resplendently. He didn't believe that he wouldn't succeed this time. So cool. The immortal venerable power entered his body and was instantly devoured by the great Tao of true self. Lin Fei exclaimed in satisfaction. Damn it, he's fine. This celestial venerable was overwhelmed with shock. He had never seen someone with a lower cultivation realm than him not being able to block 2 attacks from his axe. This was the attack of an immortal prime treasure. If you don't have enough strength, then get someone else to do it. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. This time, the other party couldn't take it anymore. Who said this immortal venerable doesn't have any strength? This immortal lord clearly couldn't take this blow, especially after being ignored by a junior. He was an immortal lord. The celestial venerates attacked again, swinging their black axes, which turned into rays of black light. Each strike contained the might of an celestial venerate. There were no less than 100 of them, and they smashed into Lin Fei's body without any regard for their lives. Harder, harder. Lin Fei didn't move at all. He allowed the celestial venerable's power to enter his body so that his true self Tao could devour it to its heart's content. Did you see that? My master is awesome, right? On the other side, Immortal Lord Myriad Evil was fighting against 2 middle-level celestial venerates. When he saw Lin Fei's valiant appearance, he laughed loudly. It was really rare for someone who wasn't in Celestial Venerable to block the attack of a middle-level Celestial Venerable. What's the background of this guy? Celestial Venerable Xianxia's strength was at the middle-level Celestial Venerable for hundreds of chaos years. He shouldn't be like this. What kind of physical body cultivation technique did he cultivate? The Celestial Venerate's divine senses kept colliding. They were also shocked by this scene. When did such a terrifying existence exist? If the other party's physical body couldn't be broken, wouldn't their Celestial Venerate's battle prowess be useless? When they thought of this, they immediately felt uneasy. Another axe attack landed on Lin Fei's body. The Celestial Venerable's power was quickly absorbed. He slapped the axe away with a palm, affecting the remaining 5 Celestial Venerates. He can't do it. All of you, attack together. At this time, they no longer dared to underestimate this young man. Just because of this ability, everyone had to look up to him. This was the first time they encountered such a strange person. When the 6 middle-level Celestial Venerates attacked, their Celestial Venerable aura filled a range of billions of miles. This area instantly turned into a land of death. Other than celestial venerates, outsiders would definitely die if they came in. The 6 celestial venerates each took out their celestial venerable treasures and attacked without saying a word. They attacked openly and without holding back at all. Whatever attack they had, they greeted the other party's body. Awesome! The celestial venerable's power that filled the sky surged over. Lin Fei's eyes began to light up. The celestial venerable's power of a middle-level celestial venerable is vigorous. It's really awesome after devouring it. The Tao tree of the great Tao of true self in his body grew upwards at an extraordinary speed. Blazing flame sword art. A blazing sword stabbed onto Lin Fei's body. Flames filled the sky. This was a terrifying flame that specialized in burning the physical body. Its name was the Flame of Nothingness. This flame isn't bad. Lin Fei didn't block it and allowed the flame of nothingness to burn his body. He revealed a look of being unable to withstand it and began to counterattack. His power was also suppressed. In the eyes of the 6 celestial venerates, this kid couldn't hold on any longer. This made them heave a sigh of relief. This was the first time they had encountered such a monstrous fellow. Other than the young master of the Immortal Court, there was almost no one else who could compare to him. Fortunately, this guy's body wasn't invincible, and he could continue to resist. Everyone, let's work harder. They weren't willing to let such a strange person stay. Seeing that the other party's power was inferior to theirs, they weren't worried that they couldn't deal with this guy. Only immortal venerable myriad evil, who wasn't far away, was secretly sneering and thinking, Master is too shameless. He can clearly block it, but he pretends that he can't. He's even more shameless than me. Immortal venerable myriad evil. I like this kind of shamelessness. The 6 celestial venerates attacked with all their might. There were very few people who could make the 6 of them attack at the same time. Unless they encountered a powerful middle-level celestial venerable, it would be amazing if 1 or 2 of them attacked at the same time. This attack lasted for half an hour. All kinds of celestial venerables' power interweaved. He vomited blood. They attacked for an hour, but the other party was still persisting. They couldn't help but feel suspicious. When they saw the other party vomiting blood, they put down another stone. This kid couldn't hold on for much longer. The 6 celestial venerates attacked fiercely again. Lin Fei kept vomiting blood. His face started to turn pale. He felt that victory was right in front of him. As time went on, more than half of the celestial venerables' power in their bodies was consumed. The other party was still vomiting blood and didn't look like he was going to lose. They started to feel suspicious again. What kind of physical body did this guy have? Even a high-level celestial venerable's physical body wouldn't be so strong. At this point, seeing the other party vomit blood, they wouldn't give up. They continued to attack. They activated their celestial venerable treasures and attacked Lin Fei crazily. All of them exerted all their strength. Another 2 hours passed. The 6 celestial venerables' power was only left with about 20%. But the other party kept vomiting blood. They also felt that something was wrong. Since he was vomiting blood, why did he fall down? Wasn't he deliberately whetting their appetite? He was so close every time. The 6 celestial venerates directly stopped. Why aren't you attacking? Lin Fei was still enjoying himself. Suddenly, the other party stopped attacking, and all of them stared at him angrily. Good skills. You did this on purpose. Celestial Venerable Xianxia panted and stared at him. His hands were trembling. No, I was born with thick skin and flesh. Lin Fei said in a serious manner. Since all of you are tired, then it is my turn. Great Sword Energy Secret Technique. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. 1 billion miles of Great Sword Energy swept the 6 celestial venerates. The terrifying celestial venerable secret technique caused them to vomit blood and fly billions of miles away. They only had 20% of their celestial venerable strength left. With Lin Fei's explosion, they didn't know where they were and were all sent flying. A few of them even had their bodies destroyed. Shameless. Too shameless. Those celestial venerates that were sent flying kept vomiting blood. They were in a sorry state. They had schemed against them. 20% of their celestial venerable's strength couldn't block the attack of the great sword energy. All of them suffered a huge loss. Do all of you still want to fight? Lin Fei held the great sword energy and slashed down, smashing in celestial venerable who had just revived. That guy felt extremely wronged. He was in celestial venerable, but he actually attacked at this time. How shameless. The 6 immortal venerables looked at each other. They were also shocked by this huge sword energy. Even their bodies that were as strong as theirs were split apart by this huge sword energy. Sir, you are so strong. Why are you playing with us? They all thought that the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. They became clowns instead. They didn't know where their face was lost. They didn't dare to attack anymore. The other party's body was undamaged. How could they fight? They were wasting their celestial venerable strength. They were attacked by a secret technique and were tortured beyond recognition. Lin Fei let them guess and didn't expose them. He was happy to let their imaginations run wild. Those 2 puppet celestial venerates are my helpers. You injured them, so you have to pay the price. Lin Fei smiled and said to them. They had seen people stand up for their subordinates, but they had never seen someone stand up for their puppets. Lin Fei pointed at celestial venerable myriad evil. And that person, he is also my subordinate. Look at how he vomited blood after being beaten up by you. Don't you think you should be comforted? Shameless. They had finally seen the most shameless person. Master, it hurts. My whole body hurts. Celestial venerable myriad evil retreated. I want compensation for mental damage. The other 2 celestial venerates glared at celestial venerable myriad evil. This shameless guy actually dared to say that his whole body hurts. Didn't he just vomit a few mouthfuls of blood? We have more than you. Celestial venerable myriad evil was also full of evil tricks. He naturally knew that his master wanted to extort them and get benefits from them. Sir, one of the celestial venerates opened his mouth. Before he finished speaking, the great sword energy swept over and swept him away. I'm really sorry. I'm not too familiar with this secret technique. Sometimes, even I can't control it. Another great sword energy secret technique appeared. It swayed up and down as if it would slash out at any time. I'm a good person. I don't want too many things. I just want you to hand over all the celestial venerable fragments on you. Lin Fei said with a smile. I'm a good person, right? The 8 celestial venerates started cursing. Is this good? Chapter 1430. That move was too ruthless. The 8 immortal venerables were sullen, but they had no other choice. The guy in front of them wasn't someone they could contend with. Their combined attacks couldn't hurt him at all. On the contrary, they were exhausted and didn't gain any advantage. Helpless, the 8 immortal venerables handed over all the immortal venerables' fragments. At first, they didn't want to hand them over, but they couldn't withstand Lin Fei's sword chi attacks. Sword after sword swept over, sending them flying and vomiting blood. With the immortal venerables' fragments in hand, Lin Fei didn't attack anymore. Let's go in. After extorting them, Lin Fei wasn't worried that they would attack. Taking the immortal venerables' fragments was already very good to them. If they didn't know what was good for them, things wouldn't be so simple. Immortal venerables one evil's face was full of pride. His master was awesome, directly extorting immortal venerables. Now you know how powerful my master is. Before leaving, immortal venerables one evil didn't forget to sprinkle a handful of salt on their wounds, provoking them quite a bit. However, they didn't dare to attack. That young man was too terrifying. When did such an expert appear in the myriad worlds? Could he be the kind who cultivated in seclusion and never came out? Lin Fei swaggered in with Immortal Venerables Invincible 1 and Invincible 2, leaving behind the 8 Immortal Venerables and 6 low-level Immortal Venerables. What do we do now? The 8 Immortal Venerables looked at each other. They really couldn't take this lying down. They're courting death. The eternal fruit has long been reserved by us. We're no match for them. They're still lured inside. Once they attack, that kid definitely won't have a good ending. The 8 Immortal Venerables had a flash of anticipation in their eyes. Invincible 1 and Invincible 2 were at the front, breaking the array. The array's power was extraordinary, but it couldn't withstand the attacks of the two puppet immortal venerables. Master, look, that should be the purple gold eternal tree. In front of them was a dazzling purple gold, like a purple, blazing sun. Lin Fei looked in that direction and saw the purple gold eternal tree mentioned by immortal venerables one evil. It was 1,000,000 zhang tall, standing between heaven and earth. On the tree, a ball of light bloomed, and the legendary eternal fruit could be vaguely seen. Swish, 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 Lin Fei and Immortal Lord Myriad Evil broke in. Not far away from the 3,000,000 zhang tall tree, sharp gazes shot over, as if they could see through anyone's background, causing one's heart to palpitate. There are more than 10 such powerful gazes. Immortal Sovereign 10,000 Evil felt a certain amount of pressure, but with his master beside him, he suppressed his fear and said loudly, "What are you looking at? Have you never seen an Immortal Sovereign before?" Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil was a mid-stage Immortal Venerate. His voice contained the power of an Immortal Venerate. When it spread out, it exploded like heavenly thunder, shattering the gazes that shot over. Not far from the tree, there were a total of 18 Immortal Venerables. All of them were intermediate stage Immortal Venerables. There were even a few peak intermediate stage Immortal Venerables. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil, it's you. Among the 18 Immortal Venerates, a black-faced Immortal Venerate emitted a cold light. He was very surprised to see Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil, as if he had seen something unbelievable. A commotion broke out among the Immortal Venerables. Clearly, they had heard of Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil's name. Immortal Venerate Pashien, long time no see. Back then, you were still a low-stage Immortal Venerate. After so many years, you are only an intermediate stage Immortal Venerate. You are already so old, but your cultivation has gone to waste. Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil was now full of confidence. He recognized the Immortal Venerate who spoke and directly reprimanded. The black-faced Immortal Venerate was called Immortal Venerate Pashien, an intermediate stage Immortal Venerate of the Immortal Court. Now that he was reprimanded by Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil, he immediately felt embarrassed. In addition to his low seniority, he couldn't speak for a while. Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil, you are an old senior, an expert of the Immortal Court. Now that you have revived, why did you attack our people and barge in? What are your intentions? From the Immortal Court's side, a white-browed Immortal Venerate walked out. His Immortal Venerate power rippled around him, emitting layers of cold light. This was an Immortal Venerate who was even more powerful than Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil. This white-browed Immortal Venerate already knew what had happened outside. The 14 Immortal Venerates couldn't stop them and were even extorted of their Immortal Venerate fragments. He was extremely shocked, and his gaze couldn't help but fall on the black-robed young man. Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil was an expert of the Immortal Court in the past. His arrogance was still present, and he was unmoved. "Are you all fools? My master is very interested in the eternal fruit and wants you all to give up one." Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil's words infuriated the 18 Immortal Venerates present. Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil, do you still have any shame? You actually recognize someone who isn't an Immortal Venerate as your master. You are simply a disgrace to Immortal Venerates. At this moment, another Immortal Venerate walked out. One of his vertical eyes shot out killing intent. He was a relatively ferocious Immortal Venerate from the forsaken land of immortals. His name was One Kill Immortal Venerate. Seeing this Immortal Venerate appear, Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil's expression changed slightly. "You actually didn't die. Even you didn't die, how can we die?" One Kill Immortal Venerate laughed. "Back then, when we were of the same generation, you didn't have such a big tone. Now that you have a master, do you think you can ignore us?" Lin Fei's expression did not change as he saw everything. There were 9 Immortal Venerates on the Immortal Court's side, and 9 Immortal Venerates on the forsaken land of Immortal's side. Their auras were vigorous. There were traces of battle on the scene, and some immortal venerate power had yet to dissipate. Master, that's one kill immortal venerate. He was extremely vicious and evil in the past. He was exiled to the forsaken land of immortals by the immortal court. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Immortal venerate 10,000 evil transmitted his voice. These guys are all powerful. Master, can you do it? Immortal venerate 10,000 evil knew some of these immortal venerates very well. After so many years, their strength must have increased by several levels. Even immortal venerate 10,000 evil didn't dare to underestimate them. Just watch from the side, Lin Fei said with a smile. Each of the 18 immortal venerates was a powerful mid-stage immortal venerate. Compared to the immortal venerates outside, their strength was several levels higher. Facing these 18 powerful immortal venerates, Lin Fei didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. What Immortal Venerate said is exactly what I said. I want the eternal fruit. Lin Fei took a step forward. A tyrannical aura soared into the sky. The void rumbled and exploded all the way to the 7th layer of the void. Not a single part of the void was intact. Under this step, a terrifying combat power was displayed. The 18 immortal venerates' feet trembled and revealed a look of horror. There was actually someone so powerful that a single step could make their expressions change. This was a public challenge to them. What a mystifying junior. Immortal Venerate Puxian was infuriated by Immortal Venerate 10,000 Evil's words. He had long suppressed his anger. Now that a junior had appeared, all of it directly erupted. Mysterious Underworld Hand. Immortal Venerate Puxian directly attacked. Chapter 1431. Senior Immortal Puxian was indeed skilled. This was a good plan. Senior Immortal Evil was more powerful than him in the past. Now that he was resurrected, he must have a senior immortal treasure in his hand. His combat power could not be underestimated. Senior Immortal Puxian himself might not be able to win. Therefore, Senior Immortal Puxian changed his method and attacked this young man. The kick just now was so powerful that it made people afraid. Senior Immortal Puxian was from the Orthodox Immortal Court, so he was confident that he could beat the other party to the ground and vent his anger. Mysterious Underworld Hand. This was a senior immortal level cultivation method. With a slap, the sky turned gray. The palm was hundreds of millions of miles in size. Wherever the palm passed, the death chi was crushed. This palm showed the powerful strength of Senior Immortal Puxian. You can't. In the face of this palm, Lin Fei shook his head gently. His arm suddenly soared and met the palm. Boom! Senior Immortal Puxian's mysterious underworld palm was directly smashed into pieces. Lin Fei's palm directly pressed on Senior Immortal Puxian's body, sending him flying and smashing him into the yellow sand. Silence. There was a sudden silence. Senior Immortal Puxian was sent flying by that kid's palm. They had an impression of Senior Immortal Evil and heard that this young man was very powerful. Who would have thought that he was even more powerful than the news said? He crushed Senior Immortal Puxian with just one palm. This is impossible. After this palm, Senior Immortal Puxian only vomited blood, but his injury was not serious. He flew back again and took out a fan, which was a senior immortal treasure. It swelled with the wind and fanned toward Lin Fei. Whoosh! Every time the fan of the senior immortal treasure was fanned, it was filled with endless power. Senior Immortal Puxian was ready to vent his anger, but he was sent flying by a slap. As soon as he came back, he took out the senior immortal treasure and directly killed the other party, not giving him any chance. This fan was more than 100 times. There was a black gust of wind in front of them, drowning them in it. Senior Immortal Puxian laughed loudly. Senior Immortal Evil, your master doesn't seem to be able to do it. Later, it will be your turn to taste it. I guarantee that you will never forget it. Senior Immortal Evil glanced at it casually and spat out 2 words, idiot. Bang, bang, bang. The howling wind contained the power of a celestial sovereign. At this moment, it exploded into pieces. However, a black-robed man walked out. There were no changes to his body at all. Even with an immortal venerable's treasure, you won't be able to do it. As Lin Fei spoke, his arm swelled and grabbed the fan of the venerable immortal's treasure. Venerable Pakshuan was not willing to comply, but a big sword chi flew out from the side and slashed his hand. The venerable immortal lost control of the venerable immortal's treasure, and the fan fell. Lin Fei easily caught it in his hand, shook it, and disappeared without a trace. Where's my celestial supreme treasure? Senior Immortal Paxian, whose arm had been cut off, grew a new arm. His face suddenly changed as he found that he had lost control of the senior immortal's treasure. When Immortal Lord Myriad Evil saw this, he was very happy. Finally, there was a guy who was more tragic than him. You want to take back the celestial, reverent treasure that Master took away? Don't even think about it. What did you do? Give me back my immortal venerable's treasure. Senior Immortal Paxian was very afraid of this young man at this time. After losing the venerable immortal's treasure, his combat power dropped by several %. Naturally, he did not dare to make a move. I like your fan. From now on, it belongs to me, Lin Fei said lightly. Everyone who doesn't want to let me pick the eternal fruit, feel free to make a move. I'll take them all. Just as Senior Immortal Paxian was about to speak, he saw a big sword chi coming at him. He did not dare to resist it head-on and dodged it. Behind him, there was another big sword chi. Fellow Taoist Paxian was defeated. It's hard to imagine that this person is so strong. It seems that he didn't use the power of the great Tao. It's all his physical strength. The remaining immortal venerables were completely moved. It was incredible to resist the attack of an immortal venerable with only his physical strength. When did such an expert appear? Now they understood why Immortal Lord Myriad Evil called him Master. He did have this ability. Your Excellency, you want the eternal fruit. You don't put our immortal cord in your eyes. The white-browed immortal venerable snapped. Seeing that your strength is not bad, you should be an expert of the myriad heavens. As long as you are willing to join the immortal court, we can forget about today's matter. Even getting the eternal fruit won't be difficult. Senior Immortal Paxian flew out. But it's my immortal venerable's treasure. Shut up. The white-browed immortal venerable raised his two white eyebrows. Senior Immortal Paxian did not say anything. In front of the white-browed immortal venerable, he was indeed not qualified to speak. Master, they only want to recruit you. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil jeered. However, the immortal court is not the immortal court of the past. Who knows if they're just fooling you? I think it's better to snatch the eternal fruit. Immortal Lord Myriad Evil was immediately glared at by the other immortal venerables. This glare was useless against Immortal Lord Myriad Evil. This guy was used to being thick-skinned. There is no need to recruit me. Lin Fei shook his head. I am only interested in the eternal fruit. As long as you give me the eternal fruit, there is no need for anything else. There were at least 100 eternal fruits hanging on the purple-gold eternal tree. Lin Fei did not want too many. A dozen or 20 would be more or less enough for him to break through to the immortal venerable level. In that case, you want to fight our immortal court to the end. White-browed immortal venerable said in a deep voice. You can say that. Lin Fei was determined to get the eternal fruit. It would be best if he could avoid fighting. Even if he had to fight, he was not afraid. At worst, he would just have a fight with 18 immortal venerables. Taoist Devil Fury, it seems that we have to cooperate to deal with this kid. White-browed immortal venerable turned his gaze and said to an immortal venerable not far away. It was an immortal venerable in a black robe, emitting an ancient aura. Ha ha! So there are times when your immortal court is powerless too. Devil Fury Immortal Venerable sneered. Who said that you don't need the experts of the forsaken land of immortals? It seems to be you. The immortal venerables of the immortal court flashed a trace of anger. This Devil Fury Immortal Venerable was really a piece of trash. He dared to look down on their immortal court. Didn't he see who saved them back then? Otherwise, they would have been exiled for the rest of their lives. Taoist Devil Fury, if you are not willing, then we would rather let him have a share of the eternal fruit. White-browed, Immortal Venerable said expressionlessly. Devil Fury, Immortal Venerable indeed, did not plan to make a move. Of course, he had to wait for White-browed, Immortal Venerable to have a big fight with the other party so that they could take advantage of him at the end. From a defeat of Senior Celestial Pakshuan, and the treasure of Senior Celestial was taken away. This young man was full of mysteries. Even he himself was secretly surprised. When did such an expert appear in the myriad heavens and realms? His physical body could be so tyrannical. Could it be that his physical body had become a ruler? Taoist Whitebrow, how can we allow outsiders to intervene in this matter? A cold light flashed in Devil Fury Immortal Supremacy's eyes. Sir, you are indeed courageous. In front of us 18 Immortal Supremacies, you can remain calm and collected. Among the younger generation, there isn't anyone like you. Unfortunately, you want to interfere with the eternal fruit. This isn't something you can have. Roar. Suddenly, Devil Fury Immortal Venerable opened his mouth and roared at Lin Fei. He used a terrifying sound wave secret technique. Wave after wave of sound waves rippled out. Then, he broke through the air and a black crescent moon slashed down from the sky. The attacks from the front and the back caught him off guard. Bang, bang, bang. The sound wave attack bombarded Lin Fei's body, but it only made him take a few steps back. The black crescent moon slashed down. The great sword Qi was like a whip lashing on the bright moon, sending it flying. With a raise of his hand, the attack was neutralized. White-browed Immortal Venerable and Devil Fury Immortal Venerable were the leaders of the two teams. They looked at each other and could see that this person was tough. His body was so strong that the sound wave attack could not hurt him. Attack! The 18 mid-stage Immortal Venerables attacked at the same time. At this moment, an even bigger force than before locked onto Lin Fei. This guy's simply courting death. He dares to attack us 18 Immortal Venerables. Other than Young Master, who else would dare to do this? Watch how we crush this guy. We will let him know that he could be crushed in front of 18 Immortal Venerables. The 18 Immortal Venerables, including the Immortal Court Venerables and the Immortal Venerables of the Forsaken Land of Immortals, were all mid-stage Immortal Venerables. No one dared to say a word in front of a low-stage Immortal Venerable. In the whole world, only Lin Fei could fight 18 Immortal Venerables alone. Good. Lin Fei turned into a 3 million zhang tall giant. He stretched out 3 heads and 6 arms. The 3 heads rotated and laughed. His 6 arms grew and slapped at them repeatedly. The attacks of the 18 Immortal Venerables were either smashed to pieces or broken into pieces. Their power was less than 30%, and when they landed on Lin Fei, it was like tickling him. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Fei's arms kept slapping. Mengda attacked fiercely. His tyrannical, physical body displayed unimaginable divine might. The 5 Immortal Venerables at the front were directly slapped away by the 6 arms. The 6 arms were as hard as boulders. When their Immortal Venerables' attacks landed on them, they were either rebounded or blocked. Before they could even react, they were slapped away. You can use 3 heads and 6 arms, but so can we. Several Immortal Venerables also turned into 3 million zhang tall giants and tried to fight Lin Fei with their physical body. However, when they rushed in front of Lin Fei, they were slapped away. In terms of physical strength, no one present could compare. Lin Fei waved his 6 arms, and another 8 Immortal Venerables were slapped away. One of the Immortal Venerables suddenly attacked from behind. One of Lin Fei's heads was behind him. He chuckled and punched, sending the other party flying. You two are still able to hold on. Lin Fei sent almost everyone flying. Only white-browed Immortal Venerables and Devil Fury Immortal Venerables lasted the longest. However, they didn't have it easy either. The 6 arms couldn't break through. Every time they slapped, they contained terrifying might, suppressing them to the point where they couldn't even use 50% of their attack's power. Master is mighty. Master is invincible. Myriad evil Immortal Venerables shouted, provoking the other Immortal Venerables to the point of vomiting blood. Chapter 1432. Boom, boom, boom. Above the yellow sand, under the purple-gold eternal tree, the battle continued. A giant stood between heaven and earth. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his 6 arms were like steel spears. He fought 18 immortal sovereigns alone. No matter how they attacked, they were all blocked by his strong body. Be it the immortal sovereigns of the celestial court or the immortal sovereigns of the forsaken land of immortals, they were unable to suppress him. As time went on, their bodies were more or less covered in injuries. On the other hand, the other party was ridiculously strong, as if he was not injured at all. How could they continue fighting like this? The immortal sovereigns of the celestial court who thought that they were the orthodox immortal sovereigns looked at each other. Everyone had used all their means, but they had never been so conflicted before. The immortal sovereigns of the forsaken land of immortals were the same. They lived in the vile forsaken land of immortals and trained their strength. At the same realm, they were often stronger, but today they seemed inferior in front of this black-robed man. The 18 immortal sovereigns couldn't do anything to him, making them feel powerless. Bang, 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 another 6 immortal sovereigns were sent flying. It was unknown how many times this had happened. This time was different from the past. The moment they were sent flying, golden sword energy swept past, catching them off guard. The powerful immortal sovereign's secret technique, great sword energy, caused their bodies to explode. The 5 great sword energies merged into one. The power increased exponentially. The bodies of the 6 immortal sovereigns exploded with one sword. Sword like heaven. The great sword energy swept them apart. Lin Fei used one of the moves of the ruler sword technique. A terrifying Jingguang swept out. The remaining 12 immortal sovereigns all took out their immortal sovereign treasures, but they couldn't withstand the Jingguang's sweep and were all sent flying. Everyone, there is no need to fight anymore. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. His huge body was like an undefeatable giant. We actually lost. Immortal sovereign white-browed, immortal sovereign's clothes were dyed red with blood. He flew out of the yellow sand, and a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. They had still lost despite working together. Devil Fury Immortal Sovereign was the same. Logically speaking, this shouldn't have happened, but the heavens seemed to have played a huge joke on them. They were defeated by someone from the universe. His tyrannical and invincible physical body could almost ignore their attacks, and his own attacks were not any weaker than theirs. There was simply no way they could fight him. Fellow Taoist, Devil Fury, what do we do? In the eyes of an immortal reverend, everything could be solved with strength. Whoever had the bigger fist could settle everything. However, when it came to matters that couldn't be solved with fists, they would need to think about it carefully. Let's let it be happy for now. Devil Fury Immortal Venerable's face was filled with hostility. This guy's physical body is stronger than ours. He is almost invincible. He is not someone we can deal with. However, there are only 4 of them. We have 18 Immortal Venerables here, plus the 14 Immortal Venerables outside. We have a total of 32 Immortal Venerables. When the eternal fruit ripens, we can pick it. We still have the advantage. Devil Fury Immortal Venerable had his ways. He would endure this first, let him be proud for a while, and then let him stare at him helplessly. Good idea, fellow Taoist. We have the advantage in numbers. Let's see if he has the ability to get the eternal fruits. White-browed Venerable Immortal's eyes lit up. I have already informed a high-level Venerable Immortal to deal with this guy. The 2 leaders immediately came up with a plan and hit it off. They would temporarily coax the other party before anything else. My combat power is still a bit weak. Lin Fei didn't make a move. He only felt a bit regretful. An Immortal Venerable was indeed much stronger than an Immortal Emperor. If they took turns, they would at most be injured, but it would be very difficult to kill them. As long as I consume the eternal fruit and raise my true self Tao to the Immortal Venerable level, my combat power will increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, killing them will be as easy as flipping my hand. After this fight, Lin Fei was very clear about his advantage. When one's physical body was strong to a certain extent, it would be the greatest advantage, No one would dare to underestimate it. Most importantly, after this fight, he had absorbed the Immortal Venerable's power, causing the Tao tree formed by the true Self-Tao to break through to 90 million zhang, moving towards the limit. Sir, you win. White-browed Immortal Venerable and Devil Fury Immortal Venerable flew up. Actually, you should have agreed earlier. Why the need to fight and kill? Lin Fei knew that this would be the result. I want 1/3 of the eternal fruit of the purple gold eternal tree. You can disagree. We will continue fighting until you are lucky. The two Immortal Venerables first refused, then let go. The reason was none other than the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals. In the end, they had to split 20 eternal fruits. Even though it was only 20 eternal fruits, they still revealed pained expressions. 20 eternal fruits, then 20 it is. Lin Fei agreed. The three sides immediately stopped fighting. The Immortal Venerables of the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals took out immortal pills to heal their injuries. Master, they agreed too quickly. Be careful, there might be a trap. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil warned. The people of the Immortal Court have always regarded themselves as orthodox and have always looked down on outsiders. They won't be so kind as to agree. They might be using delaying tactics. After fighting with the 18 Immortal Venerables, Lin Fei had a better understanding of his defense. Within the range of a mid-level Immortal Venerable, he wouldn't be harmed. But if a high-level Immortal Venerable attacked, that might not be the case. With the true self-great Tao, he could devour the power of Immortal Venerables. Even if a high-level Immortal Venerable attacked, Lin Fei wouldn't be afraid. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of them playing any tricks. The eternal fruits will ripen in a few days. That is our mission. As for the rest, we don't have to worry. Lin Fei said and closed his eyes. 6 days later, the eternal fruits were about to ripen. The eternal fruits were like purple, blazing suns, especially eye-catching. One could vaguely see that the eternal fruits were filled with a strange power. The Immortal Venerables of the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals all stood up and surrounded the towering tree. Each of them took a direction. Seeing this, Lin Fei smiled. So they're using this method, relying on numbers to make his plan fail. If it was before, Lin Fei might feel angry. But now, Lin Fei wasn't unhappy. From the moment they agreed, Lin Fei was laughing in his heart. More than half of the eternal fruits belonged to him. White-browed, Immortal Venerable looked over with a smug look in his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "How about it? We have more people. Each of us will take one eternal fruit, and you will return empty-handed." Devil Fury Immortal Venerable's expression was the same. They really knew how to scheme. Unfortunately, they miscalculated this time. Suddenly, the purple gold divine tree shook and a purple, blazing sun fell. Attack! Everyone present moved. The Immortal Venerables closest to them rushed to grab the eternal fruits. They were a step faster than the others. I want this fruit. Along with the voice, a gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. The first two were swept up by the wind, and their movements became sluggish. Immediately, a black-robed man appeared in front of them. With a wave of his hand, an eternal fruit fell into his hand. Hua hua hua. Chapter 1433. This is the eternal fruit. Lin Fei activated the World Storm immediately. The fourth level of the World Storm wasn't very powerful for an Immortal Venerable, but it would cause some hindrance. This was what Lin Fei hoped to see. Just one breath would be enough. The first eternal fruit fell into Lin Fei's hands easily. White-browed Immortal Venerable, Devil Fury Immortal Venerable, and the other Immortal Venerables who were about to teach him a lesson were dumbfounded. He actually avoided my divine sense. How is this possible? The first eternal fruit was snatched away. The Immortal Venerables couldn't accept this result. After the first eternal fruit fell, the second, third, and so on immediately followed. They didn't have time to think and grabbed the nearest eternal fruit. Lin Fei held a purple fruit in his hand. At this moment, its light was restrained, and there was a certain change to it. This was the first fruit of eternity. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that it contained a dense power of the great Tao. Eat it first. Lin Fei ate the fruit of eternity in one bite, and in an instant, a large amount of power of the great path filled his body, almost causing his body to explode. Absorb it. The true self great Tao displayed its powerful effect once again. A black vortex opened up in every part of his body, devouring the pure power of the great path. At first, there were only a few dozen, but now there were hundreds, then tens of thousands, until there were millions and tens of millions of them. They kept absorbing the power of the great path. This guy is crazy. White-browed, immortal venerable's hair stood on end. The eternal fruit's effect was domineering. It needed to be refined into a pill before it could be consumed. Now, he actually ate it directly. Wasn't he courting death? It's best if he dies. Then, no one will compete with me for it. All the immortal venerables had the same thought. After swallowing the first eternal fruit, Lin Fei's figure leaped and appeared near the second eternal fruit. He reached out and grabbed the immortal venerable treasure behind him. He didn't even look and obtained another eternal fruit. Dodge! After obtaining the eternal fruit, Lin Fei rushed to the next eternal fruit. Go down! Another cultivator who had just grabbed an eternal fruit was sent flying by a punch from Lin Fei. The eternal fruit in his hand flew out of his grasp, and the third eternal fruit fell into his hands. They had snatched 3 fruits of eternity in a row. Their eyes were bloodshot. Have another one. The tyrannical true self great Tao absorbed the power of the great Tao. With such an eternal fruit, the Tao tree in his body broke through to a height of 99 million, reaching its limit. As expected, my accumulation is too deep. Lin Fei knew that this would be the result after eating the eternal fruit. It was not that easy to break through. Gulp, gulp. Lin Fei swallowed another 2 eternal fruits, and an explosive feeling filled his body. Next, he turned into a giant as well. So cool. Lin Fei couldn't help but cry out. He had never felt so good before. He's not dead yet. White brow, immortal venerable, and demonic fury, immortal venerable almost vomited blood. If an ordinary person were to consume a single pill, their physical body would explode. But now, he had consumed 3 pills consecutively. Did he really think that his physical body was invincible? Did he even want to live anymore? Quick attack. Don't let him beat us to it. White-browed immortal supremacy could only send a voice transmission, telling them to speed up. They couldn't let the other party take advantage of them. He had calculated everything, but he hadn't expected that the other party would have a secret technique that could use a world storm, making things difficult for them. Furthermore, that guy had eaten all the eternal fruits. After eating one, there would be one less. Now that he had lost 3, white-browed immortal supremacy didn't know how to explain this. They had joined hands and had many immortal supremacies, but they couldn't stop Lin Fei. With a thought, he could appear and force them back to snatch the eternal fruits. Eternal fruits fell from the purple-gold eternal tree one after another. Each eternal fruit was priceless, a peerless treasure. Apart from this land of destruction, there were no other peerless treasures like this. Originally, the 2 factions were splitting the fruits. Now that there was a black-robed man, both sides felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. However, they couldn't do anything. This guy didn't fear death and kept eating eternal fruits. He ate 10 eternal fruits in a short time and wasn't afraid of exploding. It was a pity that there were only 10 eternal fruits. In less than a dozen breaths, all the eternal fruits on the purple-gold eternal tree fell from the tree. There were a total of 99 eternal fruits, not 100. This one is mine too. The last eternal fruit fell. Without a doubt, white-browed immortal supremacy and demonic fury immortal supremacy attacked together. The 2 were blocked by the wind wall, but when they broke it, someone beat them to it and took the last eternal fruit. Their expressions were unsightly. The moment Lin Fei opened his mouth, he swallowed the fruit of eternity. At this time, the great Tao power in Lin Fei's body was unbelievably dense. It couldn't resist the true self great Tao's devouring. As a great Tao power was devoured, the Tao tree in his body turned golden. The Jingguang was dazzling and dazzling. White-browed immortal supremacy and demonic fury immortal supremacy could only watch as the other party swallowed the eternal fruit and returned to their teams. We've collected 23 of them. White-browed immortal supremacy's expression turned terrifyingly gloomy when he heard this number. On the other side, demonic fury immortal supremacy's expression also turned ugly when he heard this number. They had more than the immortal court, with 27 eternal fruits. Their two forces had obtained 50 eternal fruits. That guy had snatched 49 eternal fruits. This result made them go crazy. They originally thought that the other party wouldn't be able to snatch a few eternal fruits, but now, one person had more than any of their forces. This was even more unacceptable. Since we got the things, let's part on good terms. Lin Fei did some calculations and found that he had obtained 49 eternal fruits and eaten 12 of them. Now, he still had 37 eternal fruits, so he was quite satisfied and prepared to leave. "You can't leave," White-browed immortal supremacy said solemnly. "According to the rules, you can only have 20 eternal fruits. Now, you have 49 eternal fruits. Don't you think that your appetite is too big? You guys are so shameless. My master is stronger than all of you. Who told you to be so slow?" Myriad evil immortal supremacy jumped out. He hated them the most. White-browed immortal supremacy's eyes flashed with anger. "Sir, everyone knows the value of eternal fruits. If people outside know that you have so many eternal fruits, I believe many people will come and ask for them. I'm afraid that won't be good for you." Lin Fei squinted his eyes, took out an eternal fruit, and ate it in front of them. "Why? Are you trying to threaten me? Believe it or not, I will eat all the eternal fruits on the spot." What a waste. What a wastrel. Seeing the black-robed kid eat the eternal fruits in a few bites, they were extremely agitated. Their eyes were spewing fire. They wanted to burn Lin Fei to death before they stopped. Lin Fei felt very good. With the Tao tree's transformation, Lin Fei felt that he had reached a bottleneck. As long as he continued eating eternal fruits, he believed that he would be able to break through in less than 10. After calculating it, he needed almost 20 eternal fruits. Lin Fei didn't know what to say. He was really a wastrel. White-browed immortal supremacy and demonic fury immortal supremacy were extremely pained. At the same time, they knew that this kid had a lot of accumulation. After eating so many eternal fruits, he still hadn't broken through to the immortal supremacy level. In addition to being shocked, they were also fearful. The more accumulation a person had, the more terrifying their combat strength was. When he reached the immortal supremacy level, wouldn't he still be able to kill them? At that time, they probably wouldn't even have the strength to fight him. This is our kind reminder. It's not a threat. Lin Fei took out another eternal fruit and ate it in front of them. Hearing what you said, it does make sense. It's better for me to have a few more. 1 eternal fruit. 2 eternal fruits. Lin Fei really ate it in front of them. He ate a total of 10 eternal fruits before stopping. White-browed immortal supremacy was indeed threatening the other party. As long as the news spread, all the immortal supremacies would be tempted. No matter who they were, they would snatch the eternal fruits and use them to break through. When he saw the other party eat 10 eternal fruits in a row, white-browed immortal supremacy wished he could slap himself. What kind of mouth did he say? Demonic fury immortal supremacy also shot a cold gaze over. He was furious and wanted to say, "Who told you to say that? Look at it now." Including the eternal fruits from before, there are a total of 22 eternal fruits less. 22 eternal fruits were eaten. The original bottleneck was finally broken through. He felt that the Tao tree had obtained endless power. With one final impact, Zhu Hao's bottleneck was pierced through and light sprinkled down. The huge Tao tree gradually melted under the light. A vast and domineering aura was released from Lin Fei's body, turning into giant hurricanes. White-browed immortal supremacy's face turned pale as he was sent flying. The other immortal supremacies were the same. Within a range of billions of miles, black hurricanes howled. Phantoms appeared in the sky from time to time, each of them emitting a terrifying aura. Damn it! How can his aura be so strong? When we broke through, we didn't cause such a huge commotion. Rumor has it that when young Master broke through, it was world-shaking. Once he became an immortal supremacy, he would be the strongest immortal supremacy. No one could compare to him. Is another strongest immortal supremacy going to appear? The group of immortal supremacies stopped outside with complicated expressions. Dao friend, white-browed. This kind of heaven-defying immortal emperor can't become an immortal supremacy. Let's quickly stop him. Demonic fury, immortal supremacy, transmitted his voice. Okay, the two immortal supremacies reacted. They joined forces with the other immortal supremacies and took out their immortal supremacy treasures. There were more than 10 of them, and they shot into the depths of the yellow sand. Wherever they passed, the hurricanes and phantoms were all shattered. They were risking their lives. Once such an immortal supremacy became an immortal supremacy, they probably wouldn't be able to leave today. They had to stop the other party before they became immortal supremacies. Hold on for a little longer, my people are coming. White-browed immortal supremacy suddenly revealed a look of joy and transmitted his voice to the other immortal supremacies. Our forsaken immortal lands, high-level immortal supremacies, are also coming. Demonic fury, immortal supremacy, also transmitted his voice. The eternal fruits were originally something that they had agreed to digest internally. Now that an outsider had interfered, they had gained very little. Such a huge matter naturally had to be reported. Chapter 1434. In the middle of the yellow sand, the immortal venerate treasures they activated were blasted away. If they were of poor quality, they would be damaged on the spot and would be infinitely close to being scrapped. They wouldn't even be able to unleash a fraction of their power. The cost of repairing them would be astronomical. All the immortal venerates revealed pained expressions. Everyone was shocked. This was a huge loss. In just a short time, that guy's strength had increased again. How could they continue playing like this? Even the power of their immortal venerate treasures couldn't do anything to him. Instead, they suffer another setback. Hold on. White-browed, immortal venerate hurriedly retracted his immortal venerate treasure. There was a huge hole in it, clearly caused by a tyrannical force. Its power was immediately reduced by 30 to 40%. If they wanted to repair it, they would have to pay a huge price. They hated the other party to death. That goddamn guy. However, they didn't dare to make a move now. If their immortal venerate treasures were destroyed, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Let's wait. This was the only thing they could do. Even if white-browed immortal venerate spoke, not many people were willing to make a move. If they didn't have any scruples, they would have fled immediately. The terrifying attack just now came from Lin Fei. After swallowing 22 eternal fruits, he finally broke through the bottleneck. The great Tao power in his body advanced to the immortal venerate level. The true self great Tao in his body also changed. The 100 million foot Tao tree disappeared and was replaced by a golden fruit in Lin Fei's body. It was the size of a fist. It spun and released domineering true self great Tao power. The true self great Tao also turned golden. It was extremely dazzling. This golden fruit was called the fruit of true self. The fruit formed by the true self great Tao. I've finally become an immortal venerate. Lin Fei's eyes flickered with Jingguang. Everything was as he had guessed. The true self great Tao has transformed, and its power has increased by 100 times. I have even comprehended an immortal venerate technique. After the advancement of the great Tao of true self, Lin Fei felt a mysterious blessing. This was something he had never experienced before. The two Jingguang immortal venerate destroyed the immortal venerate treasures of the various immortal venerates, showing a domineering side. At this moment, the white-browed immortal venerate and demonic fury immortal venerate became dispensable in Lin Fei's eyes. The difference between the two was enough to crush them. It was to sweep away everything. With the advancement of the Great Tao of True Self, the might of the Great Tao of True Self underwent a heaven-shaking change. This was the source of Lin Fei's confidence. The imposing aura that filled the sky dissipated. Lin Fei emerged from the yellow sand. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his Jingguang eyes flickered, containing an unrivaled tyranny. Be it white-browed, immortal venerable, or devil fury, immortal venerable, they could not help but feel immense pressure when this gaze swept past them. That was an unprecedented pressure. This pressure caused the immortal venerables in their bodies to react. It was a kind of extreme fear. What do you want to do? One of the immortal paragons could not help but cry out in anger when he saw the other party walking over step by step. Just now, his immortal paragon treasure was heavily damaged and was about to become useless. Nothing. I just want to beat all of you up, ha ha ha. Lin Fei looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. His laughter echoed for billions of li. He took another step and arrived before a white-browed, immortal venerable. His thick palm slammed down. Jingguang flashed, but white-browed, immortal venerable was already on guard. He took out his immortal venerable treasure and slammed it down. This slap was like a huge mountain pressing down. White-browed, immortal venerable was smashed into the yellow sand. His immortal venerable treasure was not spared either. It was directly flattened. White-browed, immortal venerable laid in a deep pit in the yellow sand. His eyes opened wide as he looked at the immortal venerable treasure beside him. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Sir, everything can be discussed. Devil Fury, immortal venerable, had always been domineering. Seeing white-browed, immortal venerable being slammed into the yellow sand, all his pores stood up, and he used his immortal venerable treasure to block. Discuss my ass. I'm going to beat you up. Lin Fei did not care at all and punched the immortal venerable treasure. The immortal venerable treasure immediately deformed and turned into a pile of scrap iron. Devil Fury, immortal venerable's eyes almost turned black. He punched again and blocked with both hands. His arms exploded, and he smashed into the yellow sand. When the remaining immortal venerables saw this, their scalps turned numb. Run! White-browed, immortal venerable and Devil Fury, immortal venerable were already like this, let alone them. They did not even dare to take out their immortal venerable treasures as they were afraid of being turned into scrap. How could they care about being immortal venerables now? Run first. The fifth layer's world storm charged out. The area within billions of li turned into a giant storm cage. When these immortal venerables were swept up by the storm, their immortal armor shattered. They could not even last for a breath of time. These immortal venerables lost their defenses and were hit by the storm. Lin Fei stepped forward and arrived in front of an immortal venerable. He punched, and that immortal venerable exploded into pieces. After reviving, his face was pale and filled with shock. He shouted, "Don't hit me, I surrender." Of the remaining 32 immortal venerables, not a single one of them did not end up exploding. After advancing to immortal venerable, Lin Fei attacked in a domineering manner. He killed all the immortal venerables once, causing the entire place to turn silent. If you don't want to die, hand over everything you have. After Lin Fei beat them up, he extorted and blackmailed them. Immortal Dynasty's immortal venerables were all rich people. If he did not extort them, they would feel unhappy. As for being unwilling, a single person swept all of them. The strongest two, white-browed immortal venerable and Devil Fury immortal venerable, were defeated with a single punch. There were not many people in the world who could do such a monstrous thing. Should they hand it over or not? Senior, I am willing to hand it over. One of the immortal venerables walked out and revealed a flattering expression. He handed over his storage ring and his transformed immortal venerable treasures. Senior, you should be lacking people, right? I am Devil Sealing immortal venerable, a low-stage peak immortal venerable. I want to become Senior's disciple and run errands for Senior. I hope that Senior will accept me. Devil Sealing immortal venerable was from the forsaken land of immortals. Now that he was free, he saw how amazing this person was. He defeated them all by himself. He was filled with fanaticism. If he followed such an expert, he would definitely be able to live a good life in the future. You want to be a lackey? Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. To be a lackey for Senior. That is my wish. Devil Sealing, Immortal Venerable, said like a chick pecking rice. He revealed a yearning expression. A roar came from the other side. Devil Sealing, you scum. The person who roared was Devil Fury, Immortal Venerable. He felt that he had lost all his face. How did the forsaken land of immortals produce such a person? You are my lackey from now on. Lin Fei didn't even think about it. He returned the transformed Immortal Venerable treasures to him. Devil Sealing, Immortal Venerable, immediately swore a heavenly Tao oath. He turned his head and shouted excitedly, "Did you hear that? My master wants you to hand over all your things. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and hand it over. All right, and you are still hiding." Devil Sealing, Immortal Venerable, was immensely proud of himself. After bowing to the dock, he immediately scolded his companions. "Did you hear that? Hand over all your things." Immortal Supremacy Myriad Evil saw that the situation wasn't right. He was the person by his master's side, yet Immortal Supremacy Demon Sealing wanted to climb above him. He had to stabilize his position first. He hurriedly flew out to make his presence known. "Senior, we want to join too. We're the best at killing and arson." Chapter 1435. You scum! Have you forgotten where you came from? You're courting death. No one will be able to save you. As long as the Lord arrives, killing you will be as easy as flipping his hand. Devil Fury, Immortal Supremacy, who was beaten to the ground, roared. In a short period of time, all the immortal supremacies of the forsaken land of immortals submitted to the other side. Moreover, they happily became lackeys. This caused Devil Fury, Immortal Supremacy, to vomit blood and dye the yellow sand red. There were not many immortal supremacies in the forsaken land of immortals. Now that 13 immortal supremacies submitted to the other side, it was a huge loss to the forsaken land of immortals. Devil Fury, Immortal Supremacy, did not know how to explain. Now, he could only curse and threaten them. It seemed like this was the only way to make him feel better. He hated Demon Sealing, Immortal Supremacy even more. If not for him, how could all the people he brought have submitted to the other side? Devil Fury, Immortal Supremacy, you were so awesome back then. You even killed a few of our disciples. Today we'll settle old and new enmity together. Demon Sealing, Immortal Supremacy was the first to rush up. In fact, the immortal supremacies of the forsaken land of immortals all had enmity with each other. In order to fight for resources, it was inevitable that people would die. Coincidentally, there was a conflict between Demon Sealing, Immortal Supremacy and Devil Fury, Immortal Supremacy. Hearing this, the remaining immortal supremacies also rushed up. No matter what Devil Fury, Immortal Supremacy said, they would fight first to leave a good impression. "You bastards!" Devil Fury, Immortal Supremacy used his Immortal Supremacy secret technique, but was quickly submerged in the attacks. Devil Fury, Immortal Supremacy was already injured, and with the obstruction of the World Storm, he could only display 20% to 30% of his strength. He was beaten black and blue. Lin Fei did not expect this to be so dramatic. The experts of the forsaken land of immortals submitted to him. On second thought, this seemed very normal. Whoever was more ferocious and stronger than them would naturally find a new master. With 13 more immortal supremacies, 3 of them were intermediate immortal supremacies. Lin Fei's mood was very good. "Master, everything is here." Not long after, Devil Fury, Immortal Venerable, was completely plucked clean. His storage ring and even the deformed Immortal Venerable treasure were taken away. Not a single thing was left for Devil Fury, Immortal Venerable. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing, you did well. Lin Fei praised Immortal Supremacy Demon Sealing. Not only was this fellow a lackey, it was truly a pity. "This is your reward." A fruit of eternity flew out. Immortal Supremacy Demon Sealing's eyes lit up, and he took it. "Thank you, Master. Eat it now." Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable swallowed it without hesitation. The tyrannical Great Tao energy tore at him, wanting to tear him apart. Lin Fei pressed one hand on Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable's body, suppressing the Great Tao energy. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable leaped up. His injuries had recovered, and he had already become a mid-stage Immortal Venerable. With their talent, one fruit of eternity was more than enough. Thank you, Master. The other 3 intermediate Immortal Venerables regretted that they didn't stand up first. Now, Devil Sealing Immortal Venerable had the advantage. Otherwise, they would be the ones feeling good right now. At this moment, they looked at Venerable Demon Sealing with eyes full of envy. How could they find such a good thing? An incense stick of time could make someone advance and suppress the effect of the fruit of eternity. Master's strength was too tyrannical. Then again, if he wasn't strong, why would they join him? Follow me. As long as you do well and perform well, I guarantee that you will have a good life. At this moment, Lin Fei was acting like a tycoon, rich and overbearing. We pledge our lives to follow Master. Immortal Supremacy Demon Sealing was the most excited. Under normal circumstances, things like the Fruit of Eternity might not even reach his turn. Now that he recognized a master and immediately obtained the Fruit of Eternity, it was hard to find such a good thing. The other Immortal Venerables also revealed fanatical expressions. It was good to follow this master. These Immortal Venerables of the Immortal Court weren't having a good time either. Even though they had 20 Immortal Venerables, they didn't dare to make a move. With that terrifying guy around, they had no chance of winning at all. It could be said that they were completely defeated. We will hand it over. In desperation, they could only hand over the things because the 13 Immortal Venerables were extraordinarily thick-skinned. They had already taken the things from them. Since it was like this, they might as well hand it over themselves to save some face. In a short while, all the Immortal Venerables became blank Immortal Venerables because all the things on them had been taken away. The immortal armors on their bodies were made with Immortal Venerables' power. Their battle prowess was less than 10%. Shameful. White-browed, Immortal Venerable's eyes were spewing fire. He couldn't resist the fate of being plucked clean. During this period, he struggled a few times and was directly beaten down by a group of Immortal Venerables. All the things on him were taken away, leaving him empty-handed. His Immortal Venerable treasure was also removed. Sir, no matter which force you are from, you will be severely punished by the Immortal Courts soon. White-browed, Immortal Venerable was furious. You have done something that you shouldn't have done. As soon as he finished speaking, White-browed, Immortal Venerable was slapped. White-browed old thing, how dare you speak to Master like this? Are you asking for a beating? I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing's strength had greatly improved, so he became even more arrogant. Back then, the Immortal Court was so powerful, but now they are hiding everywhere. Who are you trying to scare? Lin Fei now found that having a lackey was much better than being alone. Moreover, the Immortal Venerables of the Forsaken Land of Immortals had quite a temper. No matter who you were, as long as you had a backer, they would beat you up. Lin Fei liked this method very much. Master, our Forsaken Land of Immortals will soon have a high-level Immortal Venerable. Master, you must be careful. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing ran over and said, "It's better if they come." Lin Fei didn't care. It's a good opportunity to experience their power. Jing Guang flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. They are coming. In the east, a tyrannical and incomparably violent aura appeared. In the distance, there was a huge gray dragon that was tens of millions of zhonglong. Its demonic energy soared to the sky as it charged forward, shattering large areas of the void. One could vaguely see a majestic figure in a cloak standing on the dragon's head. Ha! Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable is here. Devil Fury Immortal Venerable stood up as if he saw his savior. Master, Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable is the one who killed Immortal Venerables in our Forsaken Land of Immortals. His strongest aspect is his physical body. In our Forsaken Land of Immortals, he could be ranked in the top 10. Immortal Venerable Demon Ceiling explained. However, with Master's awesome divine body, Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable can't even withstand a single blow from Master. Lin Fei could see the 13 Immortal Venerables following him had a flash of fear on their faces. Clearly, they have a certain degree of fear towards Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable. If I want them to be convinced and become lackeys, I must defeat Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable, Lin Fei said in his heart. It just so happens that my true self Tao has made a breakthrough and my power has increased by 100 times. Let's see who is stronger and who is weaker. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable stood on the Monster Dragon's head. The Monster Dragon swung its tail and shattered the void. A figure jumped out from the front and complained to Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable. Lord Monster Dragon, you have to help me vent my anger. Those ingrates have joined someone else. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable took a closer look and almost could not recognize him. Devil Fury Immortal Venerable? That's me. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable's eyes are azure. The Monster Dragon under him suddenly opened its mouth and said, "Disgraceful. What's going on?" Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable saw that something is amiss. Why did Devil Fury Immortal Venerable come alone? He has nothing on him and is completely naked. What happened? Devil Fury Immortal Venerable explained the situation and described it in a miserable manner. He really could not swallow this anger. Lord Monster Dragon, you have to help me vent my anger. Preposterous. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable was completely enraged. These eternal fruits were picked by them together. Now, an outsider has obtained them and even bewitched an Immortal Venerable of the forsaken Immortal Land. This is a big matter. It's you. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable is tens of millions of li away. His azure eyes shot out 2 azure dragons that flew up and down toward the other party with killing intent. These 2 azure dragons almost turned corporeal. The low-level Immortal Venerables present felt a chill in their hearts. Not to mention the middle-level Immortal Venerables, they all felt the same. It's me, Lin Fei answered. 2 Jingguang beams shot out from his eyes. They turned into 2 golden dragons and clashed with the 2 azure dragons. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable, don't put on airs. These little tricks are useless against me. Lin Fei laughed. Let's fight for real. After a small probing exchange, Demon Ceiling Immortal Venerable and the others were completely at ease. They all knew that this was the condensed power of an Immortal Venerable. It was incomparably thick and could injure a middle-level Immortal Venerable with one move. It was not something they could compare to. Seeing that their master blocked it, they became even more determined to follow. With such a powerful master as their backing, they would not have a good life in the future. It was better than working themselves to death. They offended the Immortal Court and the forsaken Immortal Land in one go. You have some courage. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable was probing. If the other party was weak, then it was not worth it to attack. Now that they heard Devil Fury Immortal Venerable's words, they realized that this guy was indeed extraordinary. He had consumed more than 20 eternal fruits in a row and had just broken through to the Immortal Venerable realm. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable no longer looked down on him. Defeating the Immortal Court's Immortal Venerables and the forsaken Immortal Land's Immortal Venerables in one go. This method was amazing. Even their forsaken Immortal Land couldn't find such a person. Most importantly, he fought against 34 Immortal Venerables alone. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable didn't want to waste time. He wanted to defeat this guy first. Go! The tail of the Monster Dragon below him swept through everything. It was tens of millions of li long. With a thought, it swept towards Lin Fei's small body, catching him off guard. The Monster Dragon swung its tail, and the nearby Immortal Venerables were sent flying. It's actually an Immortal Venerable Monster Dragon. After being swept by this, Lin Fei's body remained motionless. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. With a thought, he returned to normal. The power of that sweep was completely an Immortal Venerable's method. Hua Hua Hua. Chapter 1436. Master is mighty. Immortal sovereign myriad evil shouted from millions of miles away. A demon dragon was an immortal venerable. A casual attack from it could easily injure an ordinary immortal venerable. Even a mid-stage immortal venerable wouldn't dare to look down on it. They had a heavy taste and loved to eat immortals. Immortal sovereign myriad evil relied on this demon dragon and his battle power to become one of the 10 great Vajras of the Forsaken Land of Immortals. The strongest in the Forsaken Land of Immortals were the 3 strongest immortal venerables. Each of them was a peak immortal venerable. Below them were the 10 great Vajras. Bang, 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 the demon dragon was enraged. It swung its tail and attacked over 100 times in an instant. Its thick claws clawed at the air, shattering a large area of the void. A large area became the demon dragon's attack range. Any immortal venerable would feel immense pressure after seeing this. An immortal venerable level demon dragon was truly terrifying. I'll chop off your claws. The huge claw swiped over, and demonic energy shot out like arrows. Lin Fei was attacked over 100 times by the demon dragon, but his body remained motionless. Seeing the incoming claw, he shouted, and the true self-world annihilation sword flew out and stabbed at the demon dragon's claw. Whoosh, the claw that could tear through everything was instantly pierced by Lin Fei's sword, causing dragon blood to splatter everywhere. Damn it! The demon dragon retracted its claw. Its eyes were filled with anger. The mighty demon dragon was injured by a human brat. Die! The demon dragon swung its tail and spewed out black flames that covered the entire area. The black flames burned the void into nothingness. When the flames landed on Lin Fei's body, it burned crazily as if it wanted to burn Lin Fei into nothingness. This flame is quite powerful. With a thought, Lin Fei shot out a strand of flames into the void flame. In an instant, the black void flame retreated as if it was afraid of that strand of flames. Lin Fei slashed at the dragon's tail. The sharp sword light landed on the dragon's tail, causing blood to splatter everywhere. A large part of the dragon's tail fell off. I haven't eaten celestial prime dragon meat before. This should taste pretty good. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei kept the huge dragon tail into his storage ring. This was his first time encountering an immortal venerable grade demon dragon's meat. The demonic dragon's eyes spat fire, and it no longer dared to attack. You shameless bastard, you actually dare to eat my flesh. Do you believe that I won't burn you to death with fire? Even now, the demonic dragon didn't know how his flame of nothingness had been blocked by his opponent. Master, you have to avenge me. The demonic dragon's tail grew out again, but he felt embarrassed. Monster Dragon was Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable's battle pet. Now that its tail was broken, Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable lost his face. He took out a black mace and released the might of an Immortal Venerable. He raised his hand and swung the mace down. The originally short mace grew to millions of li long. I'm going to kill you. The mace smashed down, bringing with it a great power. Everyone felt their hearts tremble. The power of this strike was greater than all of them combined. The high-level Immortal Venerable was finally enraged. This attack made everyone aware of the gap between them. You don't have the ability to kill me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. He kept the true self-world destroyer sword and punched the mace with his bare hands. Boom! As soon as the punch landed, the mace exploded with a powerful force. Lin Fei retreated a few steps before stabilizing himself. A high-level Immortal Venerable is indeed powerful. I was actually forced back a few steps even with my physical strength. Again, Lin Fei roared. With the support of the great Tao of True Self, a golden light flashed on his fist. You're courting death. You are just an ant in front of a high-level Immortal Venerable. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable pressed his mace down again. Although he was shocked by Lin Fei's physical strength, he didn't believe that Lin Fei could block the attack of a high-level Immortal Venerable. The golden fist light hit the mace. A vast and boundless force surged. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable's expression changed greatly. He almost lost his grip on the immortal venerable treasure and was sent flying. How is this possible? His power. The power just now was even stronger than his high-level immortal venerable's power. Lin Fei shook the mace with one punch. He laughed loudly again and punched the mace. With each punch, Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable's expression turned uglier. Roar! Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable's demon dragon tore through the sky and bit at Lin Fei. He was going to vent his anger. Lin Fei didn't even look at him. He turned around and punched the demon dragon. Lin Fei punched a bloody hole in the demon dragon's body that could render an immortal venerable helpless. Woo-woo! Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable felt the pain. Its eyes widened and it ran far away. Master, he is powerful. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable was also shocked. His blood and chi were in turmoil. He almost couldn't suppress it. Why? True Self-Spear, judge everything. Lin Fei punched out, suddenly becoming incomparably holy. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he reached out with his hand, and a golden spear appeared. The spear was covered in densely packed runes. It was extremely bizarre. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable was locked by a dangerous aura. Damn it, the void and space have been suppressed. The golden spear locked on Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable was shocked to find that everything around him was suppressed. He could only see the golden spear piercing towards him from afar. Rumble, the golden spear pierced through Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable's body. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable's body shattered and turned into black mist. He resurrected billions of li away. He looked at his opponent unwillingly, then grabbed the demon dragon and jumped into the void, disappearing. He ran so fast. Lin Fei stood in the sky and didn't attack again. He was also shocked by the power of the True Self Spear. The True Self Spear was comprehended from the unseen world. It could judge everything in the world and suppress the void. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable was an obvious example. The power is terrifying, but the consumption is not small either. A high-level Immortal Venerable ran away, just like that. Lin Fei was very unhappy. If he knew this would happen, he would have taken out earlier. Not far away, Devil Fury Immortal Venerable cursed inwardly. This result came too fast. He hastily prepared to leave. But just as he flashed into the void, he saw a huge hand slapping over, directly shattering the void. The remaining people were dumbfounded. Monster Dragon Immortal Venerable, one of the 10 great Vajras, ran away just like that. What kind of joke was this? That was a high-level Immortal Venerable. Dao Friend Whitebrow, your high-level Immortal Venerable is about to arrive. Lin Fei's voice resounded in his ears. Whitebrow Immortal Venerable's forehead began to sweat. This super freak. He was already so terrifying even though he had just advanced to Immortal Venerable. Whitebrow Immortal Venerable was worried that the high-level Immortal Venerable he called over might not be able to defeat him. Whitebrow Immortal Venerable, you are so useless. You can't even handle such a small matter. A sharp voice resounded from afar, filled with dissatisfaction. Chapter 14:37. The roar from the void scared White-browed Immortal Venerable. Lord, it wasn't me. White-browed Immortal Venerable knew that the high-level Immortal Venerable was plotted against. He thought that he had plotted against the other party and vented his anger on him. This gave him quite a fright, and his entire body was trembling. White-browed Immortal Venerable cursed the other party's shamelessness in his heart. The other party had to attack and injure the high-level Immortal Venerable he had invited. What should he do now? The roar in the void soon disappeared. White-browed Immortal Venerable, it seems like your people have left. Earlier, when Lin Fei had sensed the other party's arrival, he had unleashed the True Self Spear, giving the other party a huge gift. How could that fellow have been prepared for it? He had been directly injured, and it was not a light injury at that. A high-level Immortal Venerable wouldn't dare to stay after being ambushed. You plotted against me. White-browed Immortal Venerable roared. Lin Fei kicked White-browed Immortal Venerable away. After the True Self Tao buff, His strength had increased to a terrifying level. A simple kick wasn't something white-browed, immortal venerable could block. This is called reciprocity. Lin Fei's voice reverberated. All of you can scram now. Those from the forsaken land of immortals would choose to side with him. As for the immortal reverends of the immortal court, Lin Fei didn't think so. There was no point in keeping them. He might as well let them go. Who knows? He might be able to plunder a batch of treasures next time. Sir, you will regret looking down on our immortal court sooner or later. White-browed, immortal venerable didn't dare to stay and fled. White-browed, immortal venerable had to consider how to solve this matter. Master, why did you let them leave? Myriad evil, immortal venerable ran over. I think it's best to kill them, so that they won't take revenge in the future. Lin Fei said in a serious manner. Killing them is not a good thing. What's the use of killing them? They're just a few corpses. What's the use of killing them? They're just a few corpses. If we don't kill them, we'll get a lot of benefits. Do you know where they came from? The immortal court, the legitimate existence in the past. Their foundation is beyond our imagination. Now that they're all alone, they don't have anything they want. When they return to the immortal court, they'll definitely get a set of equipment. Exalted immortal Lord Myriad Evil was filled with admiration. Master is awesome. The immortal sovereigns of the forsaken land of immortals were just short of giving him a thumbs up. They only knew how to fight and kill, but they really didn't know how to make use of him. Who can tell me what else is in the 6th region? Lin Fei retracted his hand and a throne appeared. He sat on it, not worried at all about letting the people of the celestial court go. Master, I know. It didn't matter what the forsaken land of immortals or the immortal court thought. Using the remaining time, Lin Fei led the 14 immortal lords, including exalted immortal Lord Myriad Evil, to sweep through the 6th region. After advancing the great Tao of Truth to the immortal lord level, Lin Fei's strength increased rapidly. He could now fight against high-level immortal lords. Using the information from the immortal lords under him, he started sweeping through this level. The white-clothed and black-clothed giants basically didn't need to do much. They were taken down by a group of people. However, they didn't meet a peak apocalyptic giant. Under the yellow sand of the 6th region, Lin Fei found a large mountain of star stones. He took them all without saying a word. These are all good stuff. As for the immortal lords they met along the way, they were either from the immortal court or the immortal forsaken land. They weren't so lucky. The immortal lords from the immortal court were stripped naked and sent away. This was another source of income. However, time was limited, so they could only sweep through this area and obtain many good things. On this day, Lin Fei and his people swept through 3 white-clothed giants. Under the dusky sky, whirlpools appeared and shrouded above their heads. 100 years is up. Everyone, you can come out now. The ruler's dignified voice spread throughout the land of destruction. F*CK. 100 years have passed so quickly. Lin Fei felt that time was too short. 100 years had passed just like that. If it wasn't a matter of time, they might have already explored the 7th region. This level was already so dangerous. One could only imagine how dangerous the next one would be. Let's go. Lin Fei swaggered toward the whirlpools. With a flash of black light, he disappeared from this region. The same thing happened on every floor. We're out. 100 years have passed. In the starry sky under the myriad worlds, the immortal emperors and immortal lords of the myriad worlds all appeared under this starry sky. When they sensed the myriad worlds again, it felt like a lifetime had passed. So many people had entered, but only half of them had come out. These immortal emperors exchanged a few pleasantries and immediately left the starry sky, returning to their respective worlds to prepare to break through in seclusion. Everyone had gained something from this trip. Some even broke through to become immortal lords. Their names shook the myriad worlds, taking an important step forward. Hua. At this moment, a few more figures were teleported out and stood under the starry sky. I didn't expect that we would come out alive. Heaven Resentment, Devil Emperor sighed. It was too dangerous. We almost died in there. Sky Demon Realm Lord also said, it's a pity that Dao Friend D. Tian is doing well," Blackhorn Realm Lord said with a hint of worry. The three of them didn't dare to fully release their divine senses. They weren't the only ones here. Everyone who had entered, as long as they didn't die, would come out with a much stronger aura. Using divine senses to search was equivalent to offending someone. "Why don't we wait?" Sky Demon Realm Lord's aura grew thicker. Clearly, he had gained a lot inside. "We're finally out." Lin Fei really didn't want to stay in that place filled with death chi any longer. After sensing the great metropolis realm again, Lin Fei felt very good. He was the only one beside him now. As for Immortal Lord Myriad Evil and the other Immortal Lords, they were all stored in the Heaven and Earth Furnace. They came from the forsaken land of immortals. To the myriad worlds, they were exiles. If the ruler was still outside, wouldn't that be sending themselves to their doorstep? If they were stored in the Heaven and Earth Furnace, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by the ruler. "Dition, you didn't die. That's great." As soon as Lin Fei came out, three figures flew over from afar. It was Sky Demon Realm Lord and the others. Seeing familiar people, his mood improved. "It's great that you're all here." After all, they had gone through thick and thin in there. Lin Fei didn't want them to die in there. After talking, Lin Fei knew that they had gained a lot and were qualified to become Immortal Lords. They would start after they returned. At this time, Lin Fei concealed his Immortal Lord aura. Others couldn't see it. "Dition, after we return, it's best that you don't go out for a period of time." Heaven Resentment, Devil Emperor, and Blackhorn Realm Lord said goodbye to Lin Fei after exchanging greetings. Sky Demon Realm Lord was the last to leave. Before he left, he said this. "Big Brother Sky Demon, do you know something?" Lin Fei asked with a smile. Sky Demon Realm Lord sighed. "The myriad worlds are going to be in chaos. The Immortal Court, the forsaken land of immortals, and the two palaces are going to fight for control of the myriad worlds again. We, the Realm Lords, won't have an easy time." Lin Fei had already expected this. Whether it was the two palaces, the Immortal Court, or the forsaken land of immortals, they had all appeared. In this war, they would obtain great benefits. Fighting for control of the myriad worlds was inevitable. They, the Realm Lords, would obviously become the targets of the three factions. How to choose had become a problem. It was no wonder that the Sky Demon Realm Lord was so worried. In this storm, how to choose was a big problem. In 100 years, the myriad worlds didn't change much. Lin Fei sensed great metropolis realm and activated the authority of the Realm Lord. He returned to Great Metropolis Realm's Stone Pagoda and released Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and the others. "Master, this world is so small." When Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil came out, his huge divine sense covered the entire world. He blinked and said, Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing immediately said, "It's small now, but with Master here, expanding the world will be a piece of cake." The 13 immortal venerables of the forsaken land of immortals were very excited. They could feel the immortal energy of heaven and earth. This was something the forsaken land of immortals couldn't compare to. They felt like they had returned home. "All right, stop quarreling." Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing quarreled fiercely. Lin Fei coldly snorted and the two stopped. "From now on, you're all people of Great Metropolis Realm. Be friendly to each other." Lin Fei looked at the two. "In a few days, I'll introduce some people to you. For now, you can open up your cave abodes in Great Metropolis Realm. Without my permission, you're not allowed to take half a step out of Great Metropolis Realm." Lin Fei sent them away and communicated with Great Metropolis Realm. He saw Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and the others opening up their cave abodes within billions of miles of Invincible Palace. With 14 Immortal Venerables and mid-level Immortal Venerables, my Great Metropolis Realm will finally have some power in the myriad worlds. Lin Fei said to himself, "This news can't be hidden for long. Sooner or later, people will find out. So what if they find out? Their first thought will be to rope me in and not let me join the other side. What will happen to the myriad worlds next? I'm really looking forward to it." One was the Immortal Court, the original orthodoxy. The other was the two palaces with two rulers. In addition to a few others, their overall strength was the strongest. In the forsaken land of immortals, if the three strongest immortal venerables broke through to the ruler realm, they would also be a powerful force and qualified to compete. Right now, Lin Fei had to take care of himself. One moo of land was enough. Ding! The demon world has opened. Enter? Lin Fei was about to reunite with his wives when the system appeared again. It opened up a demon world and wanted him to enter. Lin Fei quickly understood. Last time, Great Metropolis Realm devoured two worlds. This is a reward for me. Lin Fei thought to himself. There are immortal venerables, but it's still lacking a group of middle-level experts. I wonder what good stuff this demon world has. What is this demon world? Chapter 1438. As Lin Fei leveled up, the system began to level up as well. Lin Fei was more interested in the demon world than anyone else. It allowed the system to open up a new world. This was something that the previous leveling system did not have. It could be said that the current leveling system had a certain level of intelligence. This time, the system did not disappoint Lin Fei. The leveling system shot out a 3D image and appeared in front of Lin Fei. At the same time, a 3D little demon holding a steel fork appeared, flapping its black wings. Damn! Lin Fei was obviously shocked. This situation was really unexpected. He originally thought that the system would give a cold explanation, but a little demon appeared. Huh! With a stab from the little demon with the steel fork, Lin Fei felt a faint stabbing pain between his eyebrows. He no longer dared to look down on this fellow. A middle-stage celestial lord would not make him feel pain, but now a little demon actually made him feel it. Did this mean that the steel fork demon had the combat power of a celestial lord? Don't let your imagination run wild. The moment the little demon spoke, his eyes flashed with a naughty smile. Accept yourself. I will be your guide from now on, demon number 99. If you have any needs or don't understand, feel free to ask me. Demon number 99? There was such a name. Lin Fei quickly accepted it and asked curiously, Demon number 99, why didn't you appear before? Instead, you appear now. This makes me curious and feel strange. Unexpectedly, when Lin Fei said this, the little demon revealed a look of contempt and waved the steel fork, stabbing at Lin Fei. Isn't it your fault? You leveled up so slowly, yet you are so proud of yourself. You are really stupid. I'm being looked down upon. Lin Fei almost vomited blood. Looking at his previous leveling, it seemed that his leveling speed was already very fast. In a short period of time, he became a celestial lord expert. Is this still slow? Lin Fei felt very good about himself. The little demon rolled her eyes again and looked at Lin Fei with disdain. You still have a nerve to say that? If you weren't so slow, I wouldn't have taken so long to come out. It's a pity that I, a demon guide, followed a stupid master like you. Ah! The little demon's expression was vivid. Lin Fei almost thought that it was a real person. After hearing this, Lin Fei also felt that he was leveling up too slowly. Only now did a guide appear. What was with this guide? The leveling system doesn't seem to have a guide. How'd you get out? The little devil put his hands on his hips. Isn't that because of you? To tell you the truth, you should be happy now, because with me as your guide, your leveling speed will greatly increase. Soon, you will be the most powerful man under the starry sky. How about it? You're looking forward to this day, aren't you? Lin Fei felt that the little devil was not a good person. Her words were full of temptation. The most powerful man. That's a good goal. Lin Fei blinked. It's just that I'm leveling up so slowly now. How can I level up easily? Ever since he became an immortal, he felt that his leveling up had slowed down. The experience gained from hunting demonic beasts and immortal beasts was also greatly reduced. Wanting to level up quickly was undoubtedly harder than ascending to the heavens. Lin Fei also wanted to know how the demon guide leveled up so quickly. Hee, what you did before is not called leveling up, it's called turtle crawling. The little devil proudly said, You will soon know what is a real leveling up. Fortunately, you successfully completed the task and activated my demon guide. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take for you to level up. Lin Fei's appetite was piqued. Okay, now I'll take you to the real leveling place. The little devil's expression turned serious. That is the place created by the great existence. It's a place specially used for leveling up. The little devil's steel fork slashed and easily opened up a passage. She was the first to fly in. Follow me. Lin Fei followed and walked into the passage. The passage quickly disappeared as if it had never been there. Lin Fei passed through the passage. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was in a vast world filled with immortal qi. Lin Fei himself was in a mountain range. Releasing his divine sense, all kinds of tyrannical immortal beasts appeared in Lin Fei's eyes one after another. There are actually so many immortal immortal beasts. Scanning with his divine sense, Lin Fei could not help but be shocked. In this mountain range, the number of immortal beasts was uncountable. In a myriad worlds, there were not many immortal immortal beasts. Almost all of them were kept in captivity. But at this time, all of these immortal beasts were everywhere. Heaven immortal beasts were everywhere. Roar! Not far away, a heaven immortal beast emitted a vicious aura. It opened its mouth and shot out a heaven immortal attack. Its huge body rushed over. Lin Fei opened his palm and crushed the immortal beast. Ding! Congratulations, player, on killing Heaven Immortal Beast Cloud, Devouring Tiger. Obtained 100 million experience points. Ding! Discovered Heaven Immortal Beast Experience Pill. After killing an immortal beast, the leveling system's long-awaited notification sounded. Lin Fei's eyes widened. The experience points were so much, 100 million. What kind of joke was this? Don't make a fuss. Little Fiend appeared on a tree. Why is the system called the leveling system? There must be something extraordinary about it. Now you know why I said that your previous leveling was like a tortoise crawling. This is the leveling heaven. A heaven immortal beast gave him 100 million experience points. It was incomparable to the outside world. What a difference! Lin Fei also found that after killing immortal beasts, he could directly drop items. Not believing it, he killed a few more cloud devouring tigers nearby. Each one gave him 100 million experience points. Damn, why didn't you open this place before? I didn't have to work so hard. Lin Fei could not help but complain. What a joke. What a scam. Lin Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the densely packed immortal beasts here. Hee, this is called the demonic space. These immortal beasts are nothing. Little Fiend said disdainfully. Those demons living here are the fastest to level up. Moreover, killing them will give you even more valuable top-grade points. It's much faster than getting those star stones. You know about the star stones, too. I know about everything that happened along the way. Little Fiend laughed. It's just that you leveled up too slowly. You only started the demonic space now. The function of a demonic space is not as simple as leveling up. For example, you can capture these immortal beasts. You just need to pay a certain amount of points, and you can capture them outside. That's possible. Lin Fei's jaw dropped. Aren't these things virtual? His words were met with an eye roll. Chapter 1439. Lin Fei had never thought of taking these things out. At first, he thought that this was a virtual world for killing immortal beasts to level up. How could he have thought of this? Now that he heard it, Lin Fei was really shocked and immediately became excited. Why was he excited? The reason was simple. He could take immortal beasts out. If everyone had an immortal level immortal beast and an army of hundreds of thousands of immortals, it would be a terrifying mess. Their combat power would undoubtedly increase by several times. And this was just an immortal level immortal beast. Immortal Emperor and Immortal Emperor level immortal beasts were amazing, not to mention immortal venerable immortal beasts. In the land of extermination, Lin Fei had fought with the demon dragon. It was indeed powerful, so Immortal Venerable Demon Dragon became one of the 10 great Vajras. He had strength. The demon dragon was also a great help. The help of an immortal beast was simply unimaginable. Lin Fei even thought of relying on these immortal beasts to feed Hairball, that big eater, to become a unique ancient evil dragon. Master, I know what you were thinking. You must want to catch some immortal beasts. This is not impossible as long as you pay some top-quality points. The little fiend said, the devil space will be open for 12 hours every day. You have 12 hours to level up. 12 hours was just right. This is called the devil space. There are a lot of immortal beasts and even a lot of bosses. After killing them, you can get a lot of treasures, even legendary treasure fragments. You can even fuse them into divine artifacts. The little fiend's words were full of temptation. Lin Fei was indeed tempted. Don't I have to pay anything every time I come in? Lin Fei asked. Not at all. The little fiend said, because this is a place for you to level up. Otherwise, how can a leveling up system be so fast? Don't look at how you cultivate the power of the Great Tao. As long as you level up, all the data will improve. You can even get secret technique fragments after killing the demon beasts in this space. As long as you combine them together, it will become a powerful, secret magical ability. Lin Fei always felt that the leveling up system was almost over, but now he knew that it was just the beginning. By the way, let me remind you that if you die here, you'll lose a level. Little Devil added, all right, I've said everything I need to say. Master, you can level up without worry. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Once you summon me, I'll only tell you what you want after I charge you 10 million points per summon. Lin Fei almost gave him the middle finger. Master is also extorting? The little devil waved the steel fork, spun in a circle, and disappeared. Lin Fei was left alone in the mountain range. We're rich. Lin Fei completely did not expect that when he reached this realm, he would be able to open the devil space. And these immortal beasts were just tools to upgrade. However, to be able to create such a big world, even his divine sense felt vast. It was really not simple. I'm a Celestial Prime now, and I need 1 trillion experience points to level up. I was worried about how to level up and whether I should eat the fruit of eternity. Now it seems like I don't need it anymore. I can leave it for them. Lin Fei quickly accepted this kind of good thing. The heavens and myriad worlds were going to be chaotic, and Lin Fei could not wait to increase his strength to face the upcoming difficulties. Now that the devil space was opened, it was equivalent to solving Lin Fei's worries. From now on, no matter who it was, he was afraid that no one would be able to threaten him. Whoever threatened him, he would beat them until they couldn't find their bearings. Time to level up. Inside this mountain range, with a sweep of his divine sense, he saw that it was all cloud, devouring tigers, hunting and killing other immortal beasts in a mountain range. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He walked through the forest and found 7 or 8 cloud devouring tigers surrounding a Xian immortal level immortal beast. When they saw someone barging in, they opened their mouths and unleashed 8 celestial immortal level attacks. Kill! Lin Fei rushed up and slapped the celestial immortal level cloud devouring tiger, smashing its head into pieces. Ding! Killed cloud devouring tiger, received 100 million experience points. Ding! Killed cloud devouring tiger, received 1 sky cloud blade fragment. This time, Lin Fei could finally go on a killing spree and work hard to level up. The originally stagnant experience points began to rise crazily. Lin Fei almost blurted out, "This is a heaven for leveling up." Those fragments and secret techniques, Lin Fei collected them all. These celestial immortal level secret techniques were extraordinary and could be placed in the library. Ding! Congratulations, player, on leveling up. Ding! Player Lin Fei, keep up the good work. You can level up after leveling up to 99 levels. The Jingguang on Lin Fei's body flashed, and he leveled up. He had no idea how many cloud-devouring tigers he had killed, but the system notification popped up saying that he still had a level up to 99 levels. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After some calculations, he should be able to level up to the 6th level in a few days. This was something that Lin Fei dared not imagine. After leveling up 1 level, Lin Fei once again threw himself into leveling up, killing all the immortal beasts along the way. Roar! Suddenly, a huge cloud-devouring tiger appeared in front of him, followed by hundreds of other cloud-devouring tigers. Hundreds of attacks were like brilliant fireworks as they charged towards Lin Fei. Not bad, it's a small boss. Lin Fei was even happier. He immediately used a secret technique called the Great Sword Qi. The Jingguang swept across, killing hundreds of cloud-devouring tigers in an instant. His experience points rose rapidly. In an instant, Lin Fei had obtained tens of billions of experience points. The cloud-devouring tiger boss also fell. Ding! Congratulations, player, on killing cloud-devouring tiger boss. Obtained 500 million experience points. Ding! Discovered demon subduing saber dropped by cloud-devouring tiger boss. Ding! Discovered cloud-devouring tiger boss dropped by cloud-devouring tiger. The ground was littered with treasure fragments. Lin Fei collected them all and once again threw himself into leveling up. Ding! Congratulations, player, on leveling up. Ding! Congratulations, player, on leveling up. Ding! Congratulations, player, on leveling up. 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei's vision turned black as he returned to the stone tower. If not for the fact that his experience points had reached 37, Lin Fei would have thought that he was dreaming. In 3 more days, he would become a Stage 6 Celestial Prime expert. It was like a dream. This was too exciting. Clatter, a large pile of fragments fell out. They were all dropped by the cloud-devouring tigers. He didn't even have time to check them. I can fuse 100 fragments to create a secret technique. Picking up one of the fragments, the system prompted him. Jade Destruction Saber, Celestial Grade Secret Technique, requires 100 fragments to fuse. Lin Fei picked up a few other shards. They were all basically the same. Some had 300 shards, while others had 500 shards. With one look, Lin Fei knew that the higher the number of fragments fused, the more powerful the technique was. Among these fragments, Lin Fei saw a fragment that required 3,000 fragments to fuse. He remembered that this fragment was dropped by the small boss. Looks like I can look for high-grade immortal beasts next time. Maybe I can get a lot of high-grade fragments. After the opening of the demonic space, Lin Fei leveled up every day and brought back a large pile of fragments. He didn't pay attention to the outside world. To him, there was nothing better than leveling up. As the opening of the battlefield ended, the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals began to appear. First, the Immortal Court seemed to have obtained endless benefits from the battlefield. Originally, there was a ruler in the Immortal Court. Now, 3 celestial primogenitors had broken through. During this period, the 2 palaces' rulers, Tianju and Fengyu, personally tried to stop the Immortal Court's celestial primogenitors from breaking through. However, they were attacked by the Immortal Court's supreme treasure. After fighting for 3 days and 3 nights, they had no choice but to retreat. The Immortal Court suddenly had 4 rulers. The Immortal Court's strength increased greatly. In addition, the Immortal Court's power increased as well. They could fight against the rulers of the 2 palaces. The Immortal Court displayed its strength. More than 100 worlds submitted to the Immortal Court at the same time. They slaughtered the opposing forces and easily took control of more than 100 worlds, causing their strength to rise rapidly. The betrayal of hundreds of worlds enraged the 2 palaces. They had no way to attack the Immortal Court for the time being. On the other side, the 3 strongest celestial primogenitors of the Forsaken Land of Immortals had also gained a lot. Their combat strength was close to that of a ruler. After coming out of the battlefield, the 3 strongest celestial primogenitors broke through to the sovereign realm. Rumor had it that they entered the depths of the Forsaken Land of Immortals and subdued celestial primogenitors. The immortal paragons who were released were all old freaks who had lived for a very long time. The moment they appeared, they moved with thunderous momentum and conquered over 10 worlds. Among them, there were some great worlds, and those unrivaled world overlords were killed by immortal paragons, gaining a certain level of influence. The 3 rulers of the Forsaken Land of Immortals ordered people to occupy dozens of worlds. They established immortal sects in the myriad worlds. During this period, Tianju's ruler personally visited the immortal sections. Rumor had it that the rulers fought in the void and neither side won. In the end, the immortal sects stopped expanding. Some people suspected that they had reached some kind of cooperation. No matter what, the immortal sects established a foothold in the myriad worlds and gained a certain amount of influence. For a period of time, the myriad worlds were divided into 3 parts. There was a temporary period of peace. To the world lords of the myriad worlds, their good days were about to come to an end. Regardless of the 2 palaces, the immortal court, or the immortal sects, all of them started to privately recruit these world lords. They even sent out experts to control these worlds in the dark. Some of the stronger world lords also started to break through after obtaining benefits. They became celestial primogenitors, and their strength increased greatly. They proclaimed themselves as kings and occupied many worlds, wanting to invade other worlds to raise their status. Immortal primogenitors also appeared in the Alliance, rapidly expanding their influence in the myriad worlds. Chapter 1440. The 10,000 worlds were divided into 3 parts. In the originally peaceful 10,000 worlds, small-scale battles often broke out between worlds. Usually, the battles were led by immortal kings. It seemed like the 3 major forces didn't intend to break the current situation for the time being. Occasionally, some immortal emperors would appear. As for the higher-level immortal emperors, they didn't appear for the time being. In the eyes of the upper echelons, this was a trivial matter. Wasn't it normal for immortal kings to fight? Almost every once in a while, there would always be battles of different scales in the world. Great Metropolis World was a relatively remote area in the 10,000 worlds. For the time being, no one was interested in the surrounding small worlds. Master, this is the information we collected. Inside the stone tower, Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable came over with a document. This guy came from the land of war and showed his ability to flatter. Thus, he was appointed by Lin Fei to be the leader of the Immortal Venerables in the Forsaken Immortal Land. Apart from this, Lin Fei gave Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable another task. He was responsible for collecting information about the 10,000 worlds. It wasn't easy to leave this matter to others, but Senior Immortal Sealing was different. This fellow was purely a suitable henchman, and he was able to make this intelligence department look impressive. The 3 major forces divided the information equally. He knew that there was no way he could understand it. He just had to manage his own territory. Master, this is the invitation letter from the Iron Blood Alliance. Should we reject it? Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable was shocked and horrified. Every time he was by Lin Fei's side, Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing felt great pressure. This pressure was getting heavier day by day. Fortunately, he followed the right master and managed a group of Immortal Venerable subordinates. What invitation letter? Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable said flatteringly. Master, the leader of the Iron Blood Alliance, Leader PMO, obtained an Immortal Venerable fragment in the Land of War. A few days ago, he advanced to an Immortal Venerable, causing quite a stir. In the following days, more and more Immortal Venerables appeared, forming quite a sizable force. It said that some people are trying to rope in PMO. This time, the Iron Blood Alliance is preparing to flex their muscles and threaten the Realm Lords in the Alliance, as well as the surrounding ones. Lin Fei smiled. Leader PMO is too narrow-minded. He wants to make an example out of me so quickly. To think that he could think of something like this. As soon as he opened it, Lin Fei knew what was going on. Back then in the great Metropolis world, the Broken Devil leader suffered a small loss and had 2 worlds devoured consecutively by Qin Wentian. This caused the other world overlords to covet him like tigers eyeing their prey. Clearly, Broken Devil leader couldn't take this lying down. This was especially so after he broke through to the Immortal Paragon realm. His strength surged immensely. Master, this guy is too much of a bastard. Do you want me to call my brothers to kill that evil leader? He actually dares to use Master as a show of strength. Demon Sealer Immortal Venerable didn't care about a newly advanced Immortal Venerable. The myriad heavens and myriad worlds are in chaos. Everyone wants to take a bite out of them. Now is the time to show my strength. Lin Fei threw down the invitation. Go back and prepare well. Master will bring you to fight. Last time, he tricked him in the underworld. This time, Lin Fei was going to make a scene. Sunset World, Iron Blood Alliance headquarters. As leader Li Mo broke through to the immortal venerable stage, his influence in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds grew, especially after the Iron Blood Alliance broke through one after another. The Iron Blood Alliance, which was originally limited to one side, started to have influence. Iron Blood Alliance had 5 immortal venerables. To the Iron Blood Alliance, which didn't have a single immortal venerable before, the appearance of 5 immortal venerables made them proud. Just one immortal venerable was enough to get rid of a small world sector lord. With 5 immortal venerables, the Iron Blood Alliance's control over the world became more stable. Before this, there were a few world overlords who colluded with other powers in the dark. The Devil Destroyer leader personally acted and killed them one by one, sweeping them away with ease. Iron Blood Alliance sent out invitations to invite the sector lords to Sunset World as guests. This was to show their strength. Father, the sector lords below are all very obedient. They have all expressed their allegiance. Even those few stubborn ones have lowered their heads. Within a palace, on a throne high above, leader Li Mo was wearing a black cape. His body gave off the aura of an immortal venerable. At this moment, he was an immortal venerable. The one who spoke was Lang Yi Young Master. Originally, Lang Yi Young Master could only play around in Iron Blood Alliance. But after his father became an immortal venerable, his social circle grew and his temper started to rise. If they don't lower their heads, then they will die. Leader Li Mo laughed coldly. With immortal venerable strength, he didn't care about those sector lords at all. If he was willing, he could swallow them at any time and expand Sunset World. Father, do you think Ditian will come? Lang Yi Young Master was filled with rage. He had lost a lot of face being locked up. He will definitely come. A cold light shot out from the leader's eyes. Unless he wants to die. Lang Yi Young Master wanted to take revenge, but at that time, he wasn't strong enough. Now that his father was an immortal venerable and the Alliance had 4 immortal venerables, their strength had increased greatly. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with Ditian. He couldn't hold back his anger anymore. Lin Fei said that he wanted to cause trouble. Then he definitely had to go. Lin Fei pulled out 10 immortal venerables, and each of them was a mid-level immortal venerable. Leaving 4 mid-level immortal venerables in the clan was enough. This time, Lin Fei was really rich. He raised all of them to the middle stage. He used 10 more eternal fruits to raise them to the middle stage. Pulling out 10 middle stage immortal venerables in one go was not an ordinary kind of tyranny. The 10 celestial venerables worshipped Lin Fei even more. They might not be able to break through to the middle stage in their lives, but after following a master, they immediately improved. They were completely loyal to Lin Fei. Celestial King level beast pulling the carriage is really cool. In the starry sky, a black war chariot came from afar. There were many Celestial King level beasts pulling the carriage. There were a total of 99 Celestial King level beasts. This was prepared by the lackey, Demon Venerable Celestial Venerable. In his opinion, how could he lose face when his master went out? The war chariot was huge, and there were 5 middle stage Celestial Venerable guards on both sides. 99 Celestial Kings pulled the war chariot towards Sunset World, scaring many people along the way. Lin Fei wasn't too satisfied with these Celestial King level beasts. The demon space was huge. Lin Fei didn't have time to look for them. He caught some Celestial Kings and brought them back, but they were taken back by Demon Venerable Celestial Venerable. Inside the war chariot, there were high-grade immortal beast furs, immortal might spreading out. Lin Fei sat on the carpet. In front of him was a table with immortal fruits and fine wine. He held an immortal fruit in his hand, and with a ka sound, he took a big bite. The juice flowed. It was delicious and sweet. Next time, I have to bring more out. The fruit in Lin Fei's hand was also brought out from the demon space. It wasn't virtual, but he had to pay a price. Hairball, you foodie, I told you many times to eat one bite at a time. Who told you to eat an entire plate of fruit in one bite? Chapter 1441. P.S. Today is Singles Day. I wish everyone a happy Singles Day. I'll just ask for a few monthly votes. It's been a long time since I asked for monthly votes. A black war chariot flew through the starry sky. 99 immortal king level immortal beasts were pulling the chariot. The closer they got to the sunset world, the more people they met. They were either on warships or flying. They were all traveling in the same way. Fellow Taoist Hong Tian, your immortal emperor level flamingo is not bad. Where did you get it? The immortal called Hong Tian was the patriarch of a relatively powerful family in the Iron Blood Alliance. His strength had reached the immortal emperor level. This time, he came here to see the world. For this trip, he specially got an immortal emperor level immortal beast. It cost him more than 10 billion true spirits. He met an old friend the moment he went out. He felt very proud. It's not bad. Immortal Emperor Hong Tian said proudly. I got it from the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion. It's just that the price is a little expensive. I spent 12 billion true spirits. It was not easy to get an immortal emperor level immortal beast, especially one that was so easy to tame. 12 billion true spirits was not expensive at all. You're so lucky. The last time I went to the Heavenly Fortune Pavilion, I wanted to buy an immortal king level immortal beast, but I couldn't. I had to wait. Immortal Emperor Hong Tian's old friend said enviously. The immortal emperor level flamingo that was originally flying looked disdainfully not far away. With a long cry, the flames around its body jumped, as if it wanted to show its strength. Immortal Emperor Hong Tian did not think much of it. Little flame, be good. Don't argue with ordinary things. In his opinion, another immortal came with an immortal pet. He was probably scared by little flame and didn't dare to appear. Roar. In the next second, a violent aura appeared in the depths of the starry sky. This aura grew stronger and stronger. 99 immortal king level immortal beasts rushed over. When these auras gathered together, it was extremely terrifying. The two immortal emperors' expressions changed on the spot. They're all immortal king level immortal beasts. The two of them widened their eyes. Little Flame of the Flamingo was originally flaunting its strength, but now it lowered its head and revealed a look of fear. 99 immortal king great immortal beasts pulled the black war chariot over. The two of them were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly for fear that they would offend someone with a powerful background. Upon seeing the flamingo, a large group of immortal king immortal beasts immediately charged forward without any hesitation. In just a few breaths, all that was left behind was a pile of corpses. Celestial Emperor Hong Tian almost vomited blood. My immortal beast. One of the guards on the war chariot turned around and glared at Hong Tian. Hong Tian coughed up blood and fell onto the war chariot. The only thing left was his cold voice. My master's immortal pet ate one of your immortal beasts. It's your honor. If you dare to squeak again, I'll kill you directly. His ruthless voice made Celestial Emperor Hong Tian lose his temper. He was injured in a single glance. Wasn't he trying to kill him? Immortal Emperor Hong Tian fainted. 99 immortal kings were indeed very eye-catching in the starry sky. Lin Fei didn't care about such things. A single flamingo was challenging an immortal king, immortal beast. If it was just one flamingo, it would still be fine. But now that it was challenging 99 of them, it was definitely courting death. This feels so good. In the war chariot, Lin Fei took a bite of the fruit. It felt so good. Not far from the sunset world was the world bridge. The nearby realm lords had all personally come and prepared a generous gift to express their loyalty. They didn't want to be targeted. Now, the other party could kill them with a single breath. On the world bridge, almost all those who had some ability had come. They didn't ask for anything else, just to get familiar with them. On the world bridge, all kinds of war chariots and immortal beasts gathered. They entered the sunset world at a leisurely pace. As for directly barging in, no one had the guts to do so for the time being. You're here too. Since you're here, how can I not be? I heard that your world has produced some good things. Can you sell me a share? On the world bridge, people came and went. Roar, roar. But at this moment, the immortal beasts on the world bridge all roared in unison. Their bodies were trembling, and they revealed looks of fear. No one knew what was going on. Looking in the direction, the starry sky was silent. Roar, roar. Earth-shattering roars suddenly came from ahead. They were orderly and suppressed all the immortal beasts on the world bridge. Everyone's expression changed. This roar was too shocking. In the distance, a vast and mighty aura came from afar. When the figure appeared in front of everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who were bragging just now all withered. Too awesome. Who knows which faction they belonged to? Damn it, they actually used 99 Immortal King level immortal beasts. Could it be those guys from the beast controlling sect? It can't be the beast controlling sect. They are so stingy. They don't have the courage to use 99 Immortal King level immortal beasts. Look at the guards on the war chariot. I can't see through their strength. The people on the world bridge were also shocked by the large group of immortal kings. Then they realized that they couldn't see through the strength of those guards. They were all shocked. What kind of power was this? Get out of the way. The guards on the war chariot shouted loudly. The Immortal King level immortal beasts pulled the war chariot over. This caused some people who were unprepared to be sent flying. When they turned around, they saw that their pets had been eaten. Bastards, my heavenly evil bird, I'm going to kill you all. These Immortal King level immortal beasts had long been tamed. They rushed over, and people were thrown off their feet. No one could block this collision. Those immortal beasts were tragic. How could they withstand the siege? The gatekeepers on the world bridge revealed angry expressions. They were flattered every day. When they came to the world bridge, who didn't lower their heads? Otherwise, with a single sentence, they would be so scared that their faces turned pale. Now, someone actually barged in. This was not putting them in their eyes at all. The people in front stopped. Two immortal emperors flew out and blocked in front. Although their strength wasn't high, only immortal emperor realm, they represented the Iron Blood Alliance, with 5 immortal venerables overseeing them, who dared to not give them face. Get lost. Before the two of them made a move, a boundless power came, and the 2 immortal emperors were blasted into pieces. The Immortal King level immortal beasts pulled the war chariot into the world bridge. I thought I was arrogant. I didn't expect that there would be someone even more arrogant than us. A young master said in shame. Those guards are so strong. I didn't even see how they attacked. Something big is going to happen. Who doesn't know that they represent the world bridge? They represent the Iron Blood Alliance. Now that they are killed in front of everyone, they must be here to cause trouble. How can we miss such a good show? These people were extremely daring. Among them, a few young people put away the war chariot and rushed in. Lin Fei, who was sitting in the war chariot, didn't stop them. Today, they were here to cause trouble. What was there to be polite? That was what civilized people did. As for himself, he was here to bully others. Bringing 10 mid-stage immortal venerables wasn't just for show. No matter what, they had to be used. The Immortal King level immortal beasts were very fast. As soon as they entered the world bridge, they flew straight to the headquarters of the Iron Blood Alliance. The majestic aura of the immortal beasts flew over, crushing many immortals. They all widened their eyes and looked at the densely packed immortal beasts that covered the sky. What was going on? The Immortal King level immortal beasts didn't restrain their aura at all. Lin Fei liked this feeling very much. Indeed, there were no war chariots in the sky, except for Lin Fei's. It felt like he was on the highway. Others had set a speed limit, but he was flying at high speed. It felt so good. Master, the Iron Blood Palace is in front of us. The lackey Immortal Venerable Feng, Imo, also came and stood at the first position on the right. Not long after, the huge Iron Blood Palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. 5 powerful auras were faintly discernible. As long as one reached a certain realm, they would be able to feel it. So pretentious. Lin Fei looked at his 10 immortal venerables and felt that he was already very pretentious. Now that he saw them, he felt that he was too low-key. It's them. They just killed 2 immortal emperors. The Iron Blood Palace immediately received the news that the two immortal emperors on the World Bridge were killed. Before they could do anything, they came to find them. More than 10 immortal emperors flew over. The leader had already reached the second level of Great Tao. The Iron Blood Alliance's strength had increased greatly. With 5 immortal venerables, who wouldn't be polite? Now that someone had killed them, it made them very angry. When they saw the 99 immortal kings and immortal beasts, they were greatly shocked. There were also 10 guards whose realms they couldn't see through. Although they were angry, they didn't make a move. As long as they weren't fools, they would know that these people had a strong background. Inside the Iron Blood Palace, the realm lords, patriarchs, and sect masters who came as guests also noticed the situation outside. The large group of immortal kings and immortal beasts was too eye-catching. It was impossible not to notice them. Those who had a certain level of power were also surprised when they saw this large group of immortal kings and immortal beasts. Immortal beasts grew slowly, and their strength grew slower. It wasn't easy to tame them. The price wasn't cheap either. Now that 99 of them had appeared, they immediately thought that the other party was someone with a strong background. Demon Breaker Leader, an old acquaintance, is here. Aren't you going to come out and welcome him? You're the host after all. This makes me very disappointed. A loud voice came from the war chariot, spreading throughout the entire world. Boom, boom. At the same time as the voice sounded, the buildings of the Iron Blood Palace collapsed one after another, turning into ruins. Dust flew everywhere as immortals flew out one after another. In an instant, 2/3 of the buildings of the Iron Blood Palace collapsed. Almost all of them were in ruins. This scene caused everyone to look at each other in dismay. The one seeking revenge had come. Immortal Venerable Breaking Demon hadn't held the banquet yet, and the palace had been destroyed. How was he going to hold the banquet? He was clearly here to slap his face. Dtion, you're courting death. Boom! In the depths of the Iron Blood Palace, an aura soared into the sky. Immediately after, the furious voice of Immortal Venerable Breaking Demon could be heard. At the same time, 4 other Immortal Venerable auras appeared. Everyone saw 5 Immortal Venerables walking out from the depths of the palace, surrounding Immortal Venerable Breaking Demon. It's actually him. Hearing the name Dtion, everyone's expression became strange. Chapter 1442. He was a name that everyone in the Iron Blood Alliance knew. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he became a ranker on the ranking list and killed an expert like Sword Immortal by D. Everyone remembered this name. Then, Dtion domineeringly devoured a world and expanded its territory, causing Demon Destruction Leader to attack him. Who would have thought that both sides would end up in a draw? This was the first time the ambitious Demon Destruction Leader suffered a setback. He had no choice but to return with hatred. A rift was left between both sides. However, Dtion had devoured another world and was arrogant once more. From then on, everyone remembered this name. This was a thorn of Iron Blood Alliance. No one expected that Dtion would come here today and destroy most of Iron Blood Palace, giving PMO Immortal Venerable a tight slap on his face. Dtion is too arrogant. Demon Destruction Leader has already become an Immortal Venerable. He is the #1 character in all worlds, yet Dtion still dares to come here. I'm afraid he won't be able to return today. Hee, that goes without saying. 5 Immortal Venerables are here. Just 1 Immortal Venerable is enough to make Dtion suffer. Rumor has it that Dtion is very powerful. Maybe he has some protective treasure. I think there will be a good show this time. It's useless no matter how powerful he is. Weren't those few realm lords very powerful? Demon Destruction Immortal Venerable killed them all. I heard that they only exchanged 3 moves, and an invincible realm lord was killed. In the sky above the ruins, immortals were whispering to each other. It couldn't be helped. This matter was too sensational. Everyone present knew what was going on in this banquet organized by Demon Destruction Immortal Venerable. Apart from displaying their strength, it was also to teach some dishonest people a lesson. Dtion was extremely daring. He brought people here purely to intimidate Demon Destruction Immortal Venerable. Wrong. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Demon Destruction, Immortal Venerable, was originally receiving some important guests. Iron Blood Palace was shaken by this voice. Demon Destruction, Immortal Venerable, was so angry that he almost blew his beard and glared at Demon Destruction, Immortal Venerable. He could not even think straight as he brought people out with killing intent. He would not let Tion go this time. Demon Destruction, Immortal Venerable, was wearing a black cloak as he stepped forward. His vast, immortal, venerable aura covered the entire Iron Blood Palace, causing everyone's expression to change. The might of an immortal venerable. Other than the fourth-level immortal emperors, who could barely withstand it, the others had no choice but to use their great Tao energy to withstand it, so that they wouldn't embarrass themselves in front of everyone. Tion, I didn't even look for you, yet you just had to come running here. I don't know if I should call you stupid or smart. PMO, Immortal Venerable's eyes flashed coldly as his divine sense swept over. Demon Sealing, Immortal Venerable pulled open the curtain, and Lin Fei came out of the war chariot. He stood in front of the war chariot, and the 5 Immortal Venerables stood on each side. Immortal Venerable, PMO, not bad. You have advanced to Immortal Venerable so quickly and even sent me an invitation. If I don't come, who are you going to intimidate? Lin Fei was the only one who could speak so bluntly. PMO, Immortal Venerable indeed had this intention, but it was different when he said it out loud. Tion, you still dare to come? You're really bold, just like the rumors say. The Lang, a young master, who had endured for a long time, jumped out. His body emitted a powerful aura, raising it to the 3rd level of the Great Tao. Since you came this time, you don't need to go back. If I don't take good care of you, I won't be the Lang, a young master. For this day, the Lang, a young master's resentment was not light. Now that Tion recklessly came to his door, the Lang, a young master was immensely proud, as if he could see the scene of Tion being trampled under his feet. Lin Fei laughed. Lang, a young master, it seems like your resentment is not small. Don't worry, your resentment will definitely be released later. Daring to say such words in front of 5 Immortal Venerables made the Immortals present secretly admire him. At least, they couldn't be so calm at this time. Any Immortal Venerable could kill them. Not to mention 5 Immortal Venerables, they were not some radishes or cabbages. Master, let this lowly one kill this kind of trash. Demon Sealing, Immortal Venerable said flatteringly, daring to be arrogant in front of Master. All of them must be killed. Tion was so arrogant. Even his subordinates were so arrogant. Everyone had learned something new. Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable's divine sense had already scanned them. They weren't Immortal Venerables, so he was relieved. If Tion became an Immortal Venerable, he would not be easy to deal with. It would take some time. Tion, as a member of Iron Blood Alliance, you gathered a crowd to cause trouble, not putting me in your eyes. According to Iron Blood Alliance's rules, you must be punished, otherwise everyone will be like you, disrespectful and lawless. How can you talk about unity? Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable was good with words, directly putting a label on Tion. Daoist Xianxia, Daoist Sky Dome. I'll have a trouble you two to take down all of them. 2 Immortal Venerables walked out from behind Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable. They had just advanced. A rising star indeed needs to be punished for not putting the Alliance Master in his eyes. Otherwise, there will be no rules. Xuanyu, Immortal Venerable, said expressionlessly. They were about to attack. Just 2 Immortal Venerables. I think all of you should attack. Otherwise, I will bully you later. Lin Fei laughed in front of everyone. Do you know why I'm here today? I'm here to cause trouble. Demon Sealing, Immortal Venerable said in disdain. That's right, just 5 Immortal Venerables, and you want to fight with our master. I really don't know where you got the guts from. Lin Fei's words were indeed provocative. Ever since Demon Breaking Immortal Venerable became an Immortal Venerable, everyone was respectful to him. Anyone who resisted him was knocked down. He had never seen such an arrogant person. Demon Sealing, Immortal Venerable was also angered by this, especially in front of everyone. He wanted to suppress Tion, ruthlessly step on him, to let him know the consequences of offending an Immortal Venerable. Attack! Xuanyu Immortal Venerable and Sky Dome Immortal Venerable's auras soared into the sky. They each used their Immortal Venerable secret techniques. An unparalleled might enveloped them. Since they didn't put them in their eyes, then let them see the power of an Immortal Venerable. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable also revealed a smile and thought, "You dare to find trouble with me. This day next year will be your death anniversary. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant." With two Immortal Venerables attacking, no matter how arrogant Tion was, he would still be defeated. He didn't even need to attack personally. This was the difference after his strength increased. No matter how strong Tion was, he was not qualified for him to attack. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable lost interest. Everyone below Immortal Venerable was an ant. Beat them up, beat them until even their mothers can't recognize them. Lin Fei laughed. He didn't even look at the Immortal Venerable's attacks. The 5 guards on the left and right revealed ferocious gazes, almost turning into ferocious beasts. Rumble, rumble, the 10 Immortal Venerables no longer concealed their auras. Immortal Venerables' auras soared into the sky, shaking the entire Wuxia world. Once the auras were released, the terrifying Immortal Venerable pressure immediately shattered the attacks of 2 Immortal Venerables. The 10 Immortal Venerables stepped out. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable was the fastest. He arrived before Xuanyu Immortal Venerable and slapped. "You dare to threaten my master? You have guts." Slap, Xuanyu Immortal Venerable was sent flying, smashing into a palace. The other 2 Immortal Venerables surrounded Sky Dome Immortal Venerable. They revealed ferocious beast-like smiles, making Sky Dome Immortal Venerable's hair stand on end. The remaining 7 Immortal Venerables all laughed sinisterly. Let's have a good time." Chapter 1443. The auras of 10 ferocious Immortal Venerables spread out. The immortals standing in the sky were hit by this aura and fell down from the sky like birds with broken wings, crashing into the palaces. The palace, which was originally in good condition, was smashed and almost became dilapidated. The immortals who came out from the ruins widened their eyes in shock. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble. 10 Immortal Venerables, unimaginable. Too savage, did you see that? That Xuanyu Immortal Venerable was sent flying with 1 slap. That's an Immortal Venerable. Since when did Immortal Venerables appear all at once? This Tion is too amazing. No wonder he has the confidence to attack. Immortal Venerable PMO is done for. Luckily, I didn't think of expressing my support, or I would be in big trouble. Seeing the 5 Immortal Venerables coughing blood in the sky, the others heaved a long sigh of relief, then looked at the black-haired young man on the chariot with deep fear. Tion was no longer someone they could offend, but to those fairies this scene was undoubtedly amazing. "I think I love Tion," a love-struck fairy said. "Too domineering. The last time I saw a young master of some clan bringing 10 immortal emperors out, it was already very awe-inspiring. Now, compared to my Tion, the difference is like heaven and earth. This is the man in my heart. Don't even think about it. Don't you see if you are worthy of Tion?" A large group of fairies quarreled. The setter was Tion. 10 masters. Immortal Venerable Pamo's proud face turned gloomy, because right now, Immortal Venerable Pamo was being entertained by 4 Immortal Venerables. The moment he attacked, an Immortal Venerable arrived and punched him, forcing him to defend with all his strength. Another Immortal Venerable came from the side and kicked him away, sending him crashing into a palace. Why is this happening? How could Tion have so many Immortal Venerables by his side? Immortal Venerable Pamo just got up when a terrifying foot came down from the sky, crushing him to pieces. 5 Immortal Venerables, low stage ones at that, were utterly defeated by 10 Immortal Venerables. Immortal Venerable Pamo was crushed by a small realm. A difference of a small realm meant a huge difference in strength. There was no comparison. In just a few moments, Demon Immortal Venerable was stomped to death. Using his undying body, he revived and saw his 4 subordinates being tortured to death. "You are too weak. With your strength, you still dare to find trouble with our master. Immortal Venerable Pmo was sent flying. These immortal sovereigns were all thugs from the forsaken immortal land. Once they attacked, they would not give them any face. These immortal venables were like wolves entering a flock of sheep. Can you be more gentle? Master said that I can't be beaten to death. Hearing this, Immortal Venerable Pomo's arrogance disappeared. He was an immortal venerable, but he was actually abused like this. Was he really that weak? He was an immortal venerable after all. These venables venables and Lin Fei sat on the throne. Looking at the 5 immortal venerables, he was in a good mood. It was good to have his lackeys by his side. He did not need to do anything. Looks like I was too high profile, Lin Fei thought. Although he thought so, Lin Fei did not let them stop. Master, this kid did not care about Master. He still dares to boast shamelessly. This little one has caught him for you. Lang, a young master, was grabbed by the neck and thrown into the war chariot. Lang, a young master's face was pale. He was suppressed by an immortal venerable with one hand and thrown into the war chariot. Tian, I beg you, don't kill me. That was just a joke. You can't take it seriously. The Lang Ya's young master, who was tossed onto the war chariot, wanted to stand up, but an immortal venerate stepped on him. The pain made him vomit a few mouthfuls of blood, and he quickly begged for mercy. Lang, a young master, did not expect that in such a short time his father would be ganged up on and he would be caught by an immortal venerable. Your joke is not funny at all. Lin Fei smiled. Weren't you very awe-inspiring just now? Why? You have nothing to say now. Do you remember what I told you last time? Last time when he was imprisoned, all his treasures were taken away. Lang, a young master, still remembered it vividly. He shuddered. I know the location of the treasury. I will bring you there. Lang, a young master, did not want to be killed. He immediately had an idea. Go and plunder everything in Iron Blood Alliance's treasury for me. Lin Fei did not intend to be polite. He sent an immortal venerable to the treasury. In front of an intermediate stage, immortal venerable, no treasury formation could block his attack. Not long after, rumbling sounds came from the depths of the palace. Tian, you dare! Hearing the commotion in the treasury, Immortal Venerable Pmo was furious. That was his lifeblood. Without the treasures in the treasury, how could he train his people? At that time, who would follow him? He wanted nothing more than to slap his son to death, this incompetent thing. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying by a punch. Lin Fei didn't care. You don't have the right to speak here. Right? The few of you take their storage rings, armor, and everything else. Don't waste anything. It's a waste to keep them anyway. Master, no problem. 9 immortal venerables, intermediate stage immortal venerables, did not give them a chance to resist. In a short while, their immortal armors and treasures, including their storage rings, were all taken away. Not giving, just rob them and shatter their divine sense. It did not matter if they agreed or not. The 5 immortal venerables became naked in the blink of an eye. It could be said that they wanted to cry, but had no tears. After losing their immortal armors, for immortal venerables begged for mercy, they did not dare to persist anymore. They were going to be beaten to death at this rate. Even immortal venerable Mo, who had a firm tone, almost fainted from anger when he saw the treasury being broken and everything taken away. Master, I've collected everything. Lackey Immortal Venerable handed over 10 storage rings. The space inside was very big. They were filled to the brim. Everything in the treasury was taken away. Not bad. You did very well. Lin Fei's realm was different now. Killing people was meaningless. Being praised, Lackey Immortal Venerable was very excited. This is what this lowly one should do. The battle not far away had already ended. It was a completely one-sided battle. No matter what methods they had, in front of an intermediate stage Immortal Venerable, they were completely suppressed. From the moment Lin Fei decided to go out, the outcome was already decided. Immortal Venerable Mo wanted to slap himself. If he knew that Tian was so amazing, he would not have sent an invitation. He wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Now he was completely slaughtered. His treasures and the things in the treasury were all taken away, It was tantamount to working for nothing. Moreover, his combat strength also plummeted. He was back to his previous state. Immortal Venerable Mo, thank you for your gift. It's getting late. Come visit again when you have time. Let's go. They were beaten up and their things were taken. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Several immortal venerables threw them away. Count yourselves lucky. My master won't kill you today. The immortal venerables returned to the war chariot and spread out. 99 immortal king, immortal beasts pulled the war chariot and left. Until they disappeared, the people present heaved a sigh of relief. In front of this immortal venerable aura, they did not dare to move. Lin Fei left with his people. Some of the spirit veins in Wuxia world were all taken away by the immortal venerables. After hearing the report, Immortal Venerable Mo cursed loudly. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. These bandits. It turned out that all the good spirit veins in Wuxia world were taken away, causing the immortal energy in Wuxia world to drop by a lot, causing the cultivators to have a lot of resentment. Of course, this was a story for later. Master, why didn't that immortal venerable Mo kill him? Immortal venerable demon Ceiling couldn't figure it out. Why would I kill him? Lin Fei didn't even think about it. No matter what, they are our neighbors. If we kill them, we will have one less neighbor. It won't be easy to visit them anymore. Immortal venerable demon Ceiling's eyes turned and he chuckled. Master is the best. The matter of Wuxia world couldn't be hidden at all. It was really too big. Immortal venerables kept appearing from all over the universe, but bringing 10 immortal venerables to cause trouble was the first time. There were even rumors that these 10 immortal venerables were at least mid-stage immortal venerables. That was the hardest thing to accept. Dition was just a small world lord. When did he become so awesome? Not only did he have immortal king, immortal beasts, but he also had 10 immortal venerables by his side, immediately becoming a powerful figure in all over the universe. Immortal Venerable Mo of the Iron Blood Alliance was awe-inspiring before. Now, he hid in his lair and didn't dare to go out. He had lost all his face. The matter about Dition spread like the wind across all over the universe, even beyond the universe. Deep in Absolute Heaven Palace. The matter about Dition also spread to Absolute Heaven Palace. At first, everyone didn't believe it, but someone happened to record it with a treasure that day, and this image was also sent to the immortal venerables of Absolute Heaven Palace. It's them. When this scene appeared in front of the immortal venerables, they immediately exclaimed, "That's Immortal Venerable Mo. He actually became a mid-stage immortal venerable. And that one, I think he was a low-stage immortal venerable before, but now he's a mid-stage immortal venerable. How can he improve so quickly?" The immortal venerables of the forsaken immortal land. Why are they together? Who can tell me? Absolute Heaven Palace also had many immortal venerables. At this moment, they were all stunned by this scene. In terms of the number of immortal venerables, Absolute Heaven Palace and Wind Rain Palace had the most, accounting for about 2/3 of the universe. Now that 10 mid-stage immortal venerables suddenly appeared in the great metropolis heaven realm, their influence immediately became obvious. Even Absolute Heaven Palace had to take this seriously. The three people sitting at the top all had long beards and looked very old. In Absolute Heaven Palace, these three were the three palace lords of Absolute Heaven Palace. They had the greatest power under the ruler. Dition had defeated the Iron Blood Alliance and displayed extraordinary strength, alarming the three palace lords. At this time of wind and rain, 10 mid-stage immortal venerables could be considered a tyrannical force. If they could join their side, their strength would definitely increase greatly, and they would have a certain dominance. Chapter 1444. Great Metropolis Heaven's Prestige. Dition's name was once again remembered by people. As long as they were in public, they would secretly warn their subordinates that they could offend him, but never offend Dition. That guy was a madman. He brought 10 immortal venerables with him. He was a complete mess. If they offended Dition, they would be beaten to death on the spot, and probably no one would come out to help them. The Iron Blood Alliance was the best proof. Immortal Venerable PMO was an immortal venerable after all. He had 4 immortal venerables under him. His influence was not small, but he made a mistake. He wanted to use DTon as an example. In the end, his face was slapped in front of everyone. The banquet could no longer continue. He had been beaten up, and his treasures had been snatched away. Such a huge treasure vault had also been cleared clean. No one wanted to encounter this kind of thing. Heaven Absolute Palace and Wind Rain Palace sent a generous gift, once again shocking the people of the myriad worlds. The 2 palaces actually sent gifts. What did this mean? Everyone could see clearly. Were they going to appease DTon? The 2 palaces sent a generous gift. Seeing this situation, those sects that had the intention of befriending them all arranged for their people to send gifts to get familiar with them first. The Iron Blood Alliance, who originally wanted to vent their anger, was about to complain to the 2 palaces, but when they heard this, they immediately withered. Complain? Was there any use? It directly died in the womb. Great Metropolis Heaven was lively. In the main hall of Invincible Palace, gifts were piled up together. These forces were very generous. They sent all kinds of good things, almost filling up half of the palace. Master, what should we do with these things? In just a few days, a large number of gifts were sent. The people below were very busy. Drag them out for a fight. There are really a lot of benefits. Sitting on the throne, Lin Fei was not surprised by this matter at all. Send them all to the treasure vault. Among these gifts, Lin Fei valued the gifts from the 2 palaces, although the 2 palaces' envoys did not say anything. Lin Fei understood the meaning very well. The situation of the myriad worlds was not as good as imagined. The people from the 2 palaces didn't dare to punish him. Instead, they gave him gifts to appease him, especially before he left. The words he said were very interesting. Realm Lord DTon, if something happens in the future, there's no need for you to act personally. Just send a message to the 2 palaces. There's no need for you to act personally. Wouldn't that be dirtying your hands? At that time, Lin Fei laughed. He was afraid that he would make a big fuss. The wishes of the 2 palaces did not calm Lin Fei down. After defeating Iron Blood Alliance's Immortal Venerable PMO, Lin Fei could no longer sit still. He sent out 10 Immortal Venerables to suppress 10 Invincible World Lords in one go and controlled Great Metropolis Heaven to devour 10 minor worlds. These were the surrounding worlds. Those world overlords have long felt fear in their hearts. When Lin Fei's men arrived, those world overlords almost raised their white flags to surrender. Ever since Immortal Venerable PMO was beaten up, they knew that this day would come. They did not resist it in their hearts. Instead, they were eager to fuse with Great Metropolis Heaven. Didn't they see that the myriad worlds were in chaos now? If these minor world overlords didn't use this time to find a backer, they would be the first to suffer. After hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turned out that he had become a thick thigh that everyone wanted to hug. 10 Invincible World Lords joined Great Metropolis Heaven. There were 10 Immortal Emperor powerhouses in one go. Great Metropolis Heaven fused with 10 minor worlds. Its area kept expanding. The mountains and spirit veins were changing. The benefits were unimaginable. The people of Great Metropolis Heaven were overjoyed. Bandits, a bunch of bandits. Over at Iron Blood Alliance's side, Immortal Venerable PMO smashed things in anger. His temper became especially bad. He didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei's actions. After losing face once, who would be willing to lose face a second time? He was wearing white grade equipment. Even if he went, he would only be abused. The 10 minor worlds were completely devoured. Great Metropolis Heaven also became a middle grade world, but it was still a distance away from becoming a great world. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of time anyway. Immortal Venerable PMO didn't dare to show himself. Lin Fei could do whatever he wanted with the minor worlds in this area. Many world overlords even wanted to merge with Great Metropolis Heaven. 10 minor worlds fused. The 12 generals were all summoned back by Lin Fei. These generals obtained huge benefits. All of them were now 4th step Immortal Emperors. their combat strength was comparable to peak immortal emperors. For the current Lin Fei, this wasn't enough. He summoned them back to increase their strength. You guys get to know each other. You will be colleagues from now on. At the highest level of the stone tower, Lin Fei summoned Immortal Venerable Demon, Sealing, and Arrest. Apart from them, there were also the 12 generals led by Bao Mo. On one side was an Immortal Venerable from the Forsaken Immortal Land. On the other side were the 12 generals. Their auras were about the same. The moment the two groups met, there was a certain hostility between them. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing hadn't been in great metropolis heaven for long, but he knew some things. He knew that the 12 generals were meticulously trained by his master. They were his direct subordinates. To Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing and the rest, they were an invisible enemy. After enjoying the benefits brought by their master, Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing and the rest naturally regarded themselves as his direct subordinates. Now that another direct subordinates had appeared, they were unconvinced. The 12 generals on Bao Mo's side were also unconvinced. In front of their master, they maintained their composure. Their sharp eyes revealed their thoughts. Under Lin Fei's introduction, they got to know each other. Lin Fei was very clear about the changes in the people below him. They were all competitive and kept fighting as a whole, especially against the immortal venerables from the Forsaken Immortal Land. This created a potential opponent. The potential of the 12 generals was unlimited. They were destined to be immortal venerables in the future. They were the most loyal and devoted ones. Changing sides could stimulate them. After getting to know each other, Lin Fei sent Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing and the rest out, leaving Bao Mo and the other 12 generals behind. You guys don't have to be anxious. Lin Fei could tell that they were anxious, so he chuckled and said, "The reason why I called you all here today is to raise your strength." The eyes of Bao Mo and the other generals lit up. Lin Fei waved his hand, and immortal beasts appeared in the entire stone tower. The weakest was an immortal king. With a wave of his hand, over 1,000 immortal kings were released. They were all captured by Lin Fei from the demonic space. These immortal beasts roared again and again. Under the pressure of Bao Mo's bloodline, all of them lay on the ground, unable to move, revealing expressions of fear. These are all immortal beasts. Devour them to your heart's content. Bao Mo and the other 12 generals needed to constantly devour flesh and blood to increase their strength. Among them, devouring immortal beasts and fierce beasts was the best. They contained powerful blood energy. Chapter 1445. Immortal Beasts. This feels great. I can eat to my heart's content today. I have to eat a few more. I'll eat. The 12 generals were very fond of these immortal beasts. Under the pressure of the ferocious beasts, none of these immortal beasts could resist, and they were constantly eaten. These immortal beasts were captured by Lin Fei from the demonic space. The demonic space was huge, and Lin Fei did not want to waste any time. He immediately went to capture a batch of immortal beasts. With Lin Fei's current strength, capturing these immortal beasts was a piece of cake. Bao Mia and the rest were gluttonous and could not bear to part with these immortal beasts. After they finished a batch, Lin Fei would throw out a batch of immortal beasts. To make it easier for them to refine, he sent them into the Immortal Lord Pagoda. After devouring 12 worlds, the internal time acceleration increased again. Lin Fei's goal was simple. He wanted to improve. With a large supply of immortal beasts, Bao Mia and the rest began to break through again. They did not disappoint Lin Fei. They just needed some time, and when they came out of seclusion, their strength would increase by leaps and bounds. It's a pity that I can't bring them in. Otherwise, it would be even faster. After releasing another batch of immortal beasts, Lin Fei could not help but feel a little regretful. Luckily, they were in the Immortal Lord Stone Pagoda, and with the help of time acceleration, they improved quickly. On the other side, the 12 generals were cultivating. Lin Fei sat in the Invincible Palace to accompany his wives. Lin Jiqing, Jin Feng, Nangong Xianxia, and Qingwan had all reached the immortal emperor realm and were beginning to understand the power of great Tao. With Lin Fei's resources, it would not be difficult for him to increase his cultivation speed. Eternal fruit, immortal reverent shard. Lin Fei still had a lot of them, but he did not take them out for them to refine. He wanted to strengthen their foundations before letting them break through. Hubby, are you not going to sell your immortal king immortal beasts? Jean Feng was now a young married woman. She was even more beautiful and charming. She was very good at business. I'm not thinking about that right now. After Bao Mie and the others break through, it should be possible. Lin Fei thought for a while and said, could it be that some people have already revealed the intention to buy it? In fact, Lin Fei let Golden Phoenix handle some of the business matters of the Invincible Palace. The last time he brought 99 Immortal King Immortal Beasts out, many people were envious of him. Lin Fei didn't need to think to know that someone had come here to inquire. There are indeed some clan heads and sect leaders who have come over to inquire about the matter. They wish to purchase a few Celestial King grade beasts back. You can think about this first, because in the near future, I plan to open a chamber of commerce and sell some things that everyone wants. Lin Fei revealed a trace of an evil smile. Lin Jiqing knew Lin Fei best. You're not planning to loot a burning house and make a fortune from the war, are you? Lin Fei chuckled. My wife knows me the best. The myriad heavens and realms were temporarily in a state of peace. In the immortal sects, several powerful immortal supremacies left the immortal sects with their people and headed straight for the remote great metropolis realm. These immortal supremacies were experts from the immortal sects. They were very fast and arrived under the starry sky. They saw the great metropolis realm. We're here. The leader was a strong man with a sharp gaze that seemed to be able to penetrate the void. It was very terrifying. Immortal supremacies, demonic supremacies, and the others are a bunch of scum. If not for my lord's support, they wouldn't have lived until now. The strong man's voice was like a great bell, and the starry sky shook. Today, we'll bring them back. In this Tian, he swallowed the eternal fruit of our immortal sex. No matter what, we have to spit out. My lord is right. Behind a strong man stood 15 immortal supremacies. The immortal sects attached great importance to Tian. They sent 15 immortal supremacies, including a powerful immortal supremacies in the lead. The group crossed the world bridge and entered the great metropolis realm. Tian, get out here. As soon as they entered, their divine senses covered the entire great metropolis heaven. All the immortals felt an immense pressure and struggled to resist it. Who dares to cause trouble? Venerable Demon Sealer was the first to appear. He stood in the sky and glared at the newcomers. When he saw them, his expression changed slightly. Demon Sealing, Immortal Venerable, you sure talk big. Do you think you're invincible just because you followed a master? The muscular man snorted coldly. Don't you see who was beaten like a dead dog? Demon Sealing, Immortal Venerable had an uncomfortable look on his face for a moment, but soon returned to normal. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable, that's all in the past. Who hasn't been bullied before? Now that you're telling me this, could it be that you want to have a spar with me? Don't think that you're great just because you're an intermediate Immortal Venerable. I'm also an intermediate Immortal Venerable now. The people behind Immortal Supremacy Demon Sealing also angrily said, Immortal Supremacy Sky Sea, you were a realm higher than us before, but now we're at the same realm as you. Do you really want to attack us? Do you believe that we won't be able to kill all of you today? The muscular man was called Tian Hai, Immortal Venerable. He was quite famous in the Forsaken Land of Immortals. Although he wasn't one of the 10 great guardian deities, the difference wasn't big. In the past, when Immortal Sovereign Demonic Sealing fought with him, he was beaten miserably. As a result, Immortal Sovereign Demonic Sealing had a lot of resentment towards Immortal Sovereign Tian Hai. Looks like you're all stubborn. Then I'll defeat you first. Let's fight in the starry sky. Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable didn't believe that they couldn't defeat Heaven Sea Immortal Venerable. They left the great metropolis heaven and went out into the starry sky to fight. Given their strength, the entire world would be in shambles. The Sky Sea Immortal Venerate also came out. He made a grabbing motion, and a black saber landed in his hand. Wherever the saber pointed, it gave off a terrifying saber intent. Kill. With a wave of the black saber in his hand, a frightening saber intent turned into black ripples that rippled outwards. Only Xianxia, Immortal Venerable, made a move. With a simple slash, Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable displayed such terrifying strength. The saber light rippled out like black waves. Wave after wave, the void under the starry sky collapsed. Immortal Venerable Demon sealing and the others immediately felt a sense of danger. Everyone attacked together. 13 Immortal Venerates attacked together with great momentum. They directly took out their Immortal Venerate treasures and attacked the black ripples. They blasted towards the black ripples. The black ripples were so powerful that they crushed their attacks. Only then did they barely block the black ripples' attack. You guys only have this much ability. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable sneered. I only used one slash, and you guys have to attack with all your strength. If I attack with 8 or 10 slashes, can you guys block it? Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable moved again. The black saber slashed out again, and the terrifying black ripples spread out again. Damn it! How can Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable's saber art be so powerful? Quickly block it. They were all mid-level Immortal Venerates. Even though they attacked with all their strength, they still couldn't block the vast black ripples. As the black ripples spread out on their bodies, the sharp saber lights cut their bodies, leaving behind wounds. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable suppressed Immortal Venerable Demon, sealing, and more than 10 Immortal Venerates by himself. Too weak. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable shook his head in disappointment. Hua hua hua, the black saber in his hand slashed out again. The saber lights were sharp and domineering. Immortal Venerable Demon sealing, and the others vomited blood and were sent flying. The Immortal Venerable treasures in their hands were also sent flying. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable stood with his saber in his arms. In front of the Immortal Sex, you guys are too weak. Later, I want to see why Tion made you guys follow him and abandon the Forsaken Immortal Land. Sir, you only cultivate a Dominator's saber art. Relying on your powerful saber art to bully my people, you still have a nerve to boast shamelessly. Under the starry sky, a lazy young man walked out. You are Tion. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable had seen Tion's appearance before, so he recognized him at a glance. Your eyesight is not bad. You actually recognize that my saber art is a Dominator's saber art. Immortal Venerable Demon, sealing indeed, didn't see that it was a Dominator's saber art. No wonder it was so powerful that they couldn't block it even after joining hands and were injured instead. Master, we have disappointed you. Immortal Venerable Demon, sealing flew over with an ashamed expression. Their group of people couldn't beat Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable, so it was very embarrassing. The difference in cultivation techniques, it's normal for you guys to lose. Lin Fei didn't care. When you guys cultivate a Dominator's secret technique, you won't have to be afraid of them. What arrogant words! Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable pointed with his saber. Tion, you stole the eternal fruit from Devil Fury, Immortal Venerable. If you know what's good for you, obediently hand it over so that you don't have to suffer. Lin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense. You talk too much nonsense. You beat my people and still dare to take my things. Your immortal sex really think too highly of yourselves. Great Sword Energy Secret Technique. 5 great golden sword energies swept across the sky. This time, the might of the attack was even stronger. 5 invincible great sword energies emitted golden light. At the same time, they contained invincible tyranny and locked onto Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable raised his saber and also used a Dominator saber art. In one breath, he slashed out more than 100 times, and a monstrous wave surged over. Even though Devil Fury Immortal Venerable had mentioned that with a Dominator saber art, he was one level ahead of others. The 5 great sword energies instantly transformed into a single sword that tore through the sky. The monstrous black wave was split apart, and a dazzling golden light appeared in Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable's eyes. Kacha, Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable, was split apart by the golden sword energy. Competing in a dominator cultivation technique, Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable was destined to suffer. How is this possible? Lord Heavenly Sea was split apart by a single sword energy. That sword energy, is it also a dominator's secret technique? He is just a small country bumpkin, but he actually has a dominator's secret technique. Moreover, his cultivation is even higher than Lord Heavenly Sea's. The immortal venerables of the immortal sex gasped. You actually also cultivated a dominator's secret technique. Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable revived once again, and he was full of fear towards Lin Fei. He had cultivated a dominator saber art for a long time, and he had just reached the small success stage. Even if it was only a small success stage saber art, Heavenly Sea Immortal Venerable could be proud. He did not expect to encounter someone even more powerful than him. Just a dominator's secret technique alone could injure him. How did he cultivate it? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Let's continue. The great golden sword energy swept over again. Swish, 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 Lin Fei laughed mischievously. He activated the great sword energy and continuously attacked with domineering power. Chapter 1446. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was defeated too quickly. After returning from the land of war, Tianhai Immortal Sovereign had made a great contribution and obtained a sovereign-level secret technique. With the help of the immortal sex treasures, he had cultivated a sovereign-level saber art to a small degree. The difference in strength between immortal sovereigns was greatly influenced by their cultivation techniques. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign cultivated a sovereign-level saber art, and his combat strength had skyrocketed. In the same realm, he was an absolute existence. He could fight against more than 10 mid-level immortal sovereigns alone. This was the domineering aspect of a sovereign-level saber art. Unfortunately, he encountered Dition and was beaten into a sorry state in a few moves. In terms of sovereign-level attacks, Lin Fei had already reached the great success realm. Its might was imaginable. It was far from what Tianhai Immortal Sovereign could contend with. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign, how does it feel? 5 great sword energies appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Every sword strike left a wound on Tianhai Immortal Sovereign's hand. If you have the ability, let's not use a sovereign-level cultivation technique. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was killed several times, and his expression was extremely ugly. Dition snatched the eternal fruit from Devil Fury Immortal Sovereign, which was equivalent to the loss of a group of experts. The Immortal Sect could not take this lying down and had to snatch it back from Dition. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was close to the position of the 10 Great Vajras. He knew that this matter was promising, so he used his connections to bring people here to take credit. The only thing he did not expect was that Dition also cultivated a sovereign-level secret technique, which was much stronger than his. Ha ha, do you think this is funny? Who was so arrogant in front of me just now? Lin Fei's great sword energy stabbed again. You are not qualified to fight me alone. This stab crushed Tianhai Immortal Sovereign's attack. Demon Ceiling, you guys go and beat him up. Lin Fei stopped attacking and called Demon Ceiling and the others to go up. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign's expression became even uglier. Dition did not take him seriously at all. Dition, you are going too far. Demon Ceiling did not know what he was afraid of. Master said that he could go up, so he would beat Tianhai Immortal Sovereign up and let him know how powerful he was. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was just about to attack when a terrifying sword intent locked onto him. It was a long sword hanging in the air. Sky Sea Immortal Venerable, if you have the guts, then be arrogant again. When Demon Ceiling Immortal Venerable saw Heaven Sea Immortal Venerable's cowardice, his attacks became more ferocious. The other Immortal Venerables also had the same expression. More than 10 immortal supremacies attacked at the same time. An immortal supremacy sky, C could not hold on any longer. Every time Xianxia tried to use a sovereign grade saber technique, the golden sword would strike at him, causing him to suffer greatly. When he did not use it, he would be fine. However, once he used it, he would immediately suffer the attack of the great sword Qi. Bang! Heavenly Sea Immortal Sovereign was sent flying by the joint attack of several people. Tion, do you know who I'm representing today? I'm representing the Immortal Sect. You're just a country bumpkin. Now that you've offended the Immortal Sect, don't even think about living a peaceful life in a myriad of worlds. Tianhai, Immortal Venerable, repeatedly resisted. Without a Dominator-level saber technique, he was far from being a match for Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer and the others with his own strength. In less than a moment, he became battered and exhausted, with countless wounds left on his body. Lin Fei chuckled and said, "Immortal Sex, I'm so scared. If you have the ability, then come and kill me." Heavenly, see Immortal Sovereign dares to threaten Master? Let's beat him up. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer had been suppressing his anger before, and now he could vent it out. How could Tianhai Immortal Sovereign expect that his words would make Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer and the others even crazier? These guys were too crazy. In less than an hour, Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was beaten up countless times. He was suppressed by Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer and the others until he couldn't move. Even the Immortal Saber Treasure in his hand was sealed. Tion, let go of me, or you're dead. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was furious and shot out a murderous gaze. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer kicked. You dare to talk to Master like this? Are you courting death? At this time, Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer and the others understood. Master was awesome. Without a sovereign grade saber technique, Tianhai Immortal Sovereign was like a tiger without teeth. He was at their mercy and was far from being a match for Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer and the others. Lin Fei picked his ear. Tianhai Immortal Sovereign came all the way to our great metropolis heaven. He has to stay for a while. You guys have to entertain our honored guest well. Also, ask Xianxia to send some gifts to him, lest he says we're rude. Lin Fei casually pinched his hand and made a seal, forcefully sending it into Tianhai Immortal Sovereign's body. He didn't care if Tianhai Immortal Sovereign vomited blood or not. All right, Immortal Venerable Demon Sealer suppressed Tianhai Immortal Sovereign and brought him to great metropolis heaven. Tion, what did you do to me? Why can't I circulate my Immortal Venerable power? Tianhai Immortal Sovereign's expression changed greatly. He couldn't circulate his Immortal Venerable power. As for the people that the Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign had brought, they had already scattered when they saw that the Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign had been suppressed, leaving no traces behind. You guys have been watching for so long, it's time to come out. Do you want me to invite you out? Golden sword energy swung back and forth in Lin Fei's hand. Dao friend Tion, don't attack. We will come out now. A group of people came out from the starry sky in front. Their expressions weren't normal, and their arrogance couldn't be concealed. It proved that they had a strong background. When Lin Fei was dealing with Tianhai Immortal Sovereign, he used the Great Sword Qi secret technique and saw that there were people in the starry sky. If not for the slight change in their aura, Lin Fei wouldn't have noticed it. There were only 8 people in this group. All of them were Immortal Venerables. Another 8 Immortal Venerables came. Lin Fei knew where they were coming from. Moreover, one of them was an old acquaintance, white-browed Immortal Venerable. Do the people of Immortal Court like to be sneaky? That group of people revealed angry expressions. Dao friend Tion, that's not true. Our Immortal Court is upright and upright. Well, have we ever been sneaky? As for what happened just now, it was because we didn't want to disturb Dao friend. The leader was a gray-robed old man. He had a mustache and looked very shrewd. So shameless. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. White-browed Immortal Venerable. It seems like your status isn't low. You managed to get a set of equipment so quickly. Lin Fei glanced at white-browed Immortal Venerable. What do you want to do? White-browed, immortal Venerable's hairs stood on their ends. Previously, he was stripped naked in the land of war. Everything on him was taken away, including his storage ring. He didn't even have a single treasure on him, causing his combat strength to plummet. When he returned to the Immortal Court, his status had plummeted. He hated Tian very much. Now that he heard this, he immediately panicked. "This is a good question. Why are you so scared?" "I'm not a man-eating tiger," Lin Fei said with a smile. The gray-robed old man stared at white-browed, immortal Venerable coldly. White-browed, immortal Venerable's words were suppressed, and he couldn't say a single word. He could only stare at him coldly. If not for Tian, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Chapter 1447. What nice way to put it. Lin Fei did not believe that they were here for a trade. If they were here for a trade, they would have shown themselves earlier instead of hiding in the dark. If I didn't personally invite you out, who knows how long you would have been hiding for. Lin Fei was not interested in the Immortal Court's trade. If they had not shown their strength earlier, Lin Fei was 100% sure that they would have attacked him. Maybe they were waiting for him and Tianhai, Immortal Sovereign, to be injured so that they could reap the benefits. Lin Fei could easily see through their thoughts. Trade? My place is so remote. I don't have anything I want. I really don't know what there is to trade. Lin Fei pretended to be confused. The gray-robed old man had arrived long ago. He was just a step slower than Tianhai, Immortal Sovereign. Seeing Tianhai, Immortal Sovereign, make a move, the gray-robed old man planned to observe for a while. If there was a chance, he could reap the benefits. Tianhai, Immortal Sovereign, had a Dominator-level saber art, and his combat strength was terrifying. The gray-robed old man also wanted to see Tian's true strength. Even though he had a rough idea of Tian's strength from white-browed Immortal Sovereign, now that he had the chance, he wanted to know more. The Immortal Court had gained a lot from the battlefield. Now, they had 4 Dominators presiding over the Immortal Court. Their strength had increased greatly. The only regretful thing was that the eternal fruit that could be used to break through to the Immortal Sovereign realm had been stolen. This caused the Immortal Court to work for nothing. Once the Immortal Court's internal affairs stabilized, they immediately thought about Tian's eternal fruit. After that exchange, the gray-robed old man did not dare to act rashly. His Dominator-level secret technique had reached great success. No wonder white-browed Immortal Sovereign lost so miserably. Because of this, the gray-robed old man proposed a trade. Using force was not an option. Tian, stop pretending. You stole more than 20 eternal fruits from us. Are you going to admit it? White-browed Immortal Sovereign shouted angrily. If he had the eternal fruit, he would not have been laughed at. The gray-robed old man did not stop him. He deliberately let white-browed Immortal Sovereign say that. Then he said indifferently, "White-browed, let's see what you have to say. So it's the fruit of eternity. I was wondering what it was." Lin Fei was suddenly enlightened and cried out involuntarily, "Ah, you're late. If you had told me earlier, I would have kept the fruit of eternity for you." The gray-robed elder's task was to bring the fruit of eternity back. It was best not to use force. Tian was very powerful and could fight against more than 30 immortal venerables alone. "What do you mean?" The gray-robed old man spoke in a low voice. "White-browed immortal venerable knows that I consumed a large number of eternal fruits in order to break through to the immortal venerable realm. After I returned, I consumed all of them in one go in order to try to break through again. I'm really sorry that you've come in vain." Lin Fei said seriously. "What? You ate them all?" The gray-robed elder almost called him a wastrel. Wasn't he afraid that his body would explode after eating all 99 eternal fruits? "Yes, I ate them all," Lin Fei said. "It's a pity that I didn't break through to the next stage. You came here for nothing." "Tian, you are definitely lying," white-browed immortal venerable said furiously. He didn't believe Tian's words at all. Swoosh, a golden sword aura streaked across the sky and struck white-browed immortal venerable. White-browed immortal venerable's body was instantly split into 2, leaving behind the horrified immortal venerables. White-browed, immortal Venerable's eyes were filled with fear when he revived. "If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll kill you 100 times and see if you die." Lin Fei played with the great sword chi in his hand and muttered to himself, "I am famous for my good temper. Look at the sky, see Immortal Sovereign. When he comes all the way here, I invite him to be my guest and entertain him with good food and drinks. But if he pisses me off, I don't care who you are, I'll kill you 100 times." A strange look flashed in the gray-robed elder's eyes, and he thought, "This Tian is so strong." White-browed, immortal Venerable was instantly killed with one strike. "It seems like it won't be easy to get the fruit of eternity. I need another way." "Taoist Tian, please calm down," the gray-robed elder said. White-browed didn't do it on purpose. "Since you've used the fruit of eternity, we'll take our leave. You came all the way here. Why don't you come to my humble abode for a while?" Lin Fei invited them. "Who would dare to be a guest at your place?" Seeing how Lin Fei killed White-browed, immortal Venerable with a single sentence, it was clear that he didn't put them in his eyes at all. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. The gray-robed elder was also furious. They represented the immortal court. Tian was just a country bumpkin who dared to kill people in public after getting some benefits. He was really bold. At this moment, the gray-robed elder was trying his best to suppress his anger. He still needed to report to the higher-ups, so he could only leave first. If they really made a move, they wouldn't be able to go back today. They would have to stay in Great Metropolis World as guests. "Thank you for your kindness. We still have important matters to attend to, so we won't trouble you," the gray-robed elder said politely. "Let's go." The few of them turned and left. "Master, why didn't you make them stay?" A black mist appeared behind Lin Fei. It was Immortal Venerable Wuxia. He had a sinister smile on his face. "Didn't I tell you to entertain Sky, see Immortal Venerable? I've already started to entertain Sky, see Immortal Venerable. That guy is very tight-lipped, but it won't take long for him to speak. In front of me, Wuxia, willpower is useless." Immortal Venerable Wuxia chuckled. Lin Fei had only learned of Immortal Venerable Wuxia's torturing methods by chance. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to hide anything once they fell into Immortal Venerable Wuxia's hands. It's best to settle this matter in the next few days and make him spit out everything he knows. Also, the Dominator-level saber art is a good thing. Before long, the people from the Immortal Sects will definitely come again. "Master, don't worry. Once he's in my hands, he'll talk even if he doesn't want to." Lin Fei believed that Immortal Venerable Wuxia wouldn't lie. "If we leave Immortal Court's people behind, others will think that we're too arrogant. We can't afford to offend them for now." Immortal Sections. They occupied a large part of the world and had a lot of influence in the myriad worlds. The two palaces, Immortal Court and Immortal Sections. These three forces were the top forces in the myriad worlds. Now that they heard that Immortal Venerable Tian was imprisoned by Great Metropolis World's Tian, the upper echelons of the Immortal Sects were all furious. This Tian was too daring. Immortal Venerable Tian was a member of their Immortal Sections. "Sect Master, we must send people to take care of Tian and those traitors. They actually dared to betray the Forsaken Immortals and become Tian's lackeys. Not only did Tian snatch our eternal fruit, he also forcefully imprisoned Immortal Venerable Tian. If we don't teach Tian a lesson, I'm afraid our Immortal Sects will become a joke in everyone's mouths. Immortal Venerable Tian is useless. After all, he's a member of our Immortal Sections. We must bring him back. This Tian will also have to face the wrath of our Immortal Sects." Inside the palace, the seated Immortal Venerables collectively attacked Tian. None of the people in the Forsaken Immortals were good people. Moreover, there were 3 rulers overseeing the Immortal Sections. The 2 palaces couldn't do anything to them for now, so they were probably even more anxious to deal with the Immortal Court. Tian's actions were equivalent to provoking their Immortal Sections. The seated Immortal Venerables looked at the person on the main seat. It was the sect master of the Immortal Sects, Immortal Venerable Formless. Immortal Venerable Formless was the strongest expert below the rulers. All the immortal venerables of the immortal sects were convinced. The sect master, Immortal Venerable Formless, stood up. His body was tall and straight, and his immortal venerable power flickered around him. One red and one white, two strands of immortal venerable power continuously revolved around him. This was a peak expert who cultivated two strands of immortal venerable power. Dion's matter is a small matter. Immortal Venerable Formless said indifferently, "Everyone, don't worry. When the time comes, just let the three blood brothers go." Hearing the three blood brothers, all the immortal venerables present gasped. These three brothers were ancient immortal venerables. They were terrifyingly powerful and murderous. They killed anyone they saw and committed all sorts of crimes. In the end, they were exiled to the Forsaken Immortals. When the three blood brothers attacked, they could fight against a high-level immortal venerable. No matter how strong Dion was, he would still be defeated by them with a ruler-level secret technique. Everyone seemed to be able to see this scene. On the immortal court side, this news was also sent back. The eternal fruit was very important. One eternal fruit could nurture a new immortal venerable and could even help a peak immortal venerable break through. Dion had occupied 99 eternal fruits. Even if he consumed 20 of them, he would still have 70 or so eternal fruits left. It was enough to nurture dozens of immortal venerables. Immortal Lyceum was furious. The Immortal Lyceum's reputation was rising. They had 4 ruler-level experts and a supreme treasure like the Immortal Lyceum. The 2 palaces couldn't do anything about it and allowed the Immortal Lyceum to take root in the myriad worlds. Now, a small country bumpkin Dion actually wanted to occupy all the eternal fruits. He even dared to not give them face. The Immortal Lyceum's upper echelon also had the same opinion. They had to obtain the eternal fruits from Dion, no matter what, to nurture more experts for the Immortal Lyceum. The next day, an order came from the Immortal Lyceum. A few immortal venerables were sent to great metropolis heaven to retrieve the eternal fruits. Master, Xianxia Immortal Venerable has spoken. Demon Venerable Immortal Venerable ran in happily. Demon Venerable Immortal Venerable and the other immortal venerables were overjoyed to be able to dig out a ruler-level saber art from Xianxia Immortal Venerable. They probably wouldn't be able to cultivate such a supreme cultivation technique in their lifetime. Lin Fei flipped through this saber art and recorded it with a level-up system. Then, he threw it to Demon Venerable Immortal Venerable. It's a complete saber art. That brat myriad evil is quite capable. Demon Venerable Immortal Venerable was becoming more and more afraid of Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil. That fella was a devil that made people unable to sleep. An Immortal Venerable was tortured to such a state. Fortunately, they weren't enemies but subordinates of the same master. Take this saber art and learn it. Lin Fei continued. When you have time, I'll let you comprehend this saber art and cultivate it to the Immortal Venerable level. At that time, you won't have to worry if you encounter a high-level Immortal Venerable. They knew how difficult it was to cultivate a ruler-level saber art. Chapter 1448. Ding. Congratulations, player, for killing Destruction Wolverine. Reward: 200 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations, player, for killing Flying Flaming Bird. Reward: 150 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations, player, for obtaining Immortal Beast Blood Essence. Ding. Congratulations, player, for obtaining Immortal Beast Blood Essence. In the demonic space, Lin Fei was in a mountain range, killing immortal beasts one after another. That was experience points. Coming in every day to level up had become something he had to do every day. The demonic space was huge. Lin Fei hadn't gone far yet. He was focused on leveling up and didn't have time to understand the situation around him. After killing a batch of immortal beasts, Lin Fei obtained some Immortal Beast Blood Essence. This was the first time he obtained such a thing. Lin Fei used a detection technique, and the Immortal Beast Blood Essence glowed. Immortal Beast Blood Essence, the essence of immortal beasts. It can only be produced when one reaches the Immortal Emperor level. It is suitable for immortal beasts to consume. There's such a good thing. The Immortal Beast Blood Essence was a blood-colored crystal. Lin Fei sensed it and found that there was indeed a large amount of essence within. This is great. With this thing, it's much easier than devouring immortal beasts. The 12 generals were still cultivating and breaking through. Lin Fei had to plunder a batch of immortal beasts every day. This kind of leveling method was something that only he could do. The immortal beasts were devoured by them, and their speed wasn't as fast as before. Lin Fei was worried about how to increase their speed. After chasing away the people from the Celestial Court and the Celestial Sects, they would definitely come back soon. At that time, a battle would be unavoidable. Lin Fei wanted to make use of this time to let the 12 generals have a breakthrough and become his right-hand men. Lin Fei's eyes lit up when he saw the Immortal Beast Blood Essence. Haha, here I come. 12 hours passed in a flash. Lin Fei collected a large amount of Immortal Beast Blood Essence of different sizes. Some are the size of a fist, some are the size of a small stone. It's almost time. I can go out soon. Today's harvest was abundant. Aside from a large amount of experience points, Lin Fei had also obtained a large amount of Immortal Beast Blood Essence. If Explode and the others consumed the blood essence, they would definitely be able to improve their cultivation. There was also the Experience Stone, which he loved the most. Originally, Experience Stones could only be purchased. Now, killing immortal beasts would drop Experience Stones. Oh, suddenly, a deafening roar came from the mountain range ahead. Kacha kacha, the voice turned into a terrifying sound wave, rippling out in circles. The mountain range was instantly turned into a mess. The towering trees were snapped in half, and the tyrannical immortal beasts fell to the ground. Damn, this is a sound wave attack. Lin Fei was also pushed back a step by the sound wave attack. Could it be an Immortal Emperor level immortal beast? No, it's impossible for an Immortal Emperor level immortal beast to be this powerful. Just one roar, and I have no choice but to retreat. It must be a powerful immortal beast. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed over to investigate. Very soon, a vacuum appeared in the mountain range ahead. Of course, when he saw the flying black shadow, Lin Fei really did not react. This looks like a demon. Not far away, the human-shaped demon was a full 10 zhang tall. When it spread its wings, it emitted a tyrannical aura. It's actually red. Lin Fei looked again and saw that the demon's head was red. This was a boss. Within the demonic region, most immortal beasts were white in color and had average attack power. After them were yellow immortal beasts, which were much stronger. After them were green immortal beasts, which were like mini-bosses. Lin Fei would kill a few every day. A red boss. This was the first time he encountered one. Dying. The human-shaped demon flapped its wings, stirring up a black gale and attacking a four-legged giant dragon not far away. The four-legged giant dragon was an Immortal Emperor level immortal beast. At this moment, its body was covered in wounds. When the black gale blew, large pieces of flesh fell off. Its huge body smashed into a mountain, flattening it on the spot. It was already on its last breath. It's a green mini-boss dragon. He had been here for some time to level up. This was the first time he encountered an Immortal Emperor dragon. This was also the first time he encountered a demon. The demon looked very powerful. With a bright red head, it was like a large light bulb in the night. It was impossible not to notice it. Ding! Discovered a Tier 1 demon boss. Please kill it within 3 days. If you kill it successfully, you will receive 1 billion experience points. You may even unlock the demon dimension. If you fail to kill the demon, you will be deducted 1 level per day. You will not be allowed to enter the demon dimension for 3 months. Lin Fei almost cursed it out loud. Right now, the demon dimension was very important to Lin Fei. This was also the reason why he dared to detain the immortal sects and refuse to give the immortal court. Right now, Lin Fei was already a 6th-stage Immortal Prime expert. He was not far from becoming a ruler. The 12 generals needed the demon dimension to level up. If he was not allowed to enter for 3 months, it would be too late. Isn't it just a Tier 1 demon boss? It's not like it's some super boss. I'll kill this bastard. Lin Fei immediately made up his mind. Just as Lin Fei made up his mind, the demon in the distance shot a cold glare at Lin Fei's direction. Human, ha ha ha. While the demon laughed loudly. Its figure moved, ignoring the void as it arrived in front of Lin Fei. Its sharp black claws swiped at Lin Fei's chest. Its 5 razor-sharp fingers glowed with a cold light, radiating a dangerous aura. Rip, bolstered by the great Tao of true self, Lin Fei punched at the Tier 1 demon. This time, Lin Fei's forte was speed, but the demon was faster. The demon tore off a large piece of flesh from his chest. If Lin Fei had not dodged in time, this claw would have pierced through his body. Damn, what kind of joke is this? This Tier 1 demon is so strong. After Lin Fei's physical body broke through again and again, even immortal primes could not break through it. Now, however, a single claw from this demon caused Lin Fei to lose his composure. Could this demon have the strength of a ruler? It's been a long time since I've eaten a human. You won't be able to escape today. The Tier 1 demon grabbed the flesh and gobbled it down, revealing an intoxicated expression. When it opened its eyes again, they were scarlet red. Xiao. The Tier 1 demon used its claws, which turned into a dozen cold lights. Pa, the void was torn apart. World storm. A huge storm descended on the mountain range. Ding, congratulations, player killed flying flaming bird. Ding, congratulations, player killed flying flaming bird. The moment the world storm appeared, Lin Fei disappeared in front of the demon's attacks, causing all of them to miss. The immortal beasts below were unlucky. They were instantly killed by the world storm. The system notifications kept ringing. Ding, injured Tier 1 demon boss, dealing 10,000 damage. Ding, injured Tier 1 demon boss, dealing 5,000 damage. Lin Fei jumped a few times, dodging the other party's attacks. As for the Tier 1 demon in the middle of the world storm, damage numbers appeared one after another. Chapter 1449. Lin Fei successfully dodged the demon's dozen or so attacks. However, Lin Fei could feel the power of the demon's attacks. Strong. Very strong. When Lin Fei saw the demon's HP bar, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This demon actually had 30 million HP. Based on his current attack power of 510,000, he would need 3,000 attacks to kill this demon. In the game's terms, this demon had thick skin and was extremely difficult to deal with. You can't escape. The demon actually broke through the world storm and charged at Lin Fei once more. Secret Sword Key. 5 Secret Sword Key slashed at Surephone. Dang. The Tier 1 demon's massive wings serve as its best defense. With a sweep of its wings, it sent the sword key flying. So tough. Lin Fei was extremely confident in his secret sword key. He was only one step away from a sovereign rank secret technique. It was easy to imagine how powerful it would be. However, the demon easily sent him flying. Lin Fei felt a little troubled. Even if this demon did not have the combat power of sovereign, it was not far from it. These attacks are useless against me. The Tier 1 demon laughed loudly. Ignoring the world storm, it broke through all defenses and charged at Lin Fei. Startled, Lin Fei blocked with both hands. Boom! Lin Fei's entire body was sent flying. The Tier 1 demon's eyes were bloodshot as it pounced at Surephone. You're too weak. Lin Fei merged with the world storm, constantly changing his position and dodging the Tier 1 demon's attacks. He was extremely shocked. The demon realm isn't as simple as I thought. A demon boss is actually so powerful? What a joke. Blocking the demon's attack just now had nearly shattered all of Lin Fei's bones. If it wasn't for him activating the great Tao of true self to strengthen his body would have exploded from that attack. The leveling system is too much of a scam. If I weren't so strong, I'd probably be lying here waiting to be collected. How could Lin Fei not be shocked to see a fiend with the strength of sovereign? The speed of the demons is very fast, and it's almost impossible to avoid them. Fortunately, there's a world storm, so I'm not in such a sorry state. But this can't go on. Lin Fei moved through the world storm, and the demon kept attacking. There was less than a second between them. Lin Fei was very passive. I found you. The demon's claw tore through the air, and a black shadow attacked. Lin Fei was just about to move when he was locked in place. The demon revealed a sinister smile and clawed at Lin Fei's afterimage. He ran away. The world storm dissipated, and he disappeared as well. The demon searched back and forth, but couldn't find anyone. He left unwillingly. Dominator rank fighting strength is truly terrifying. Lin Fei appeared in the stone pagoda and thought back to the scene just now. Even Immortal Venerable's spiritual senses were unable to capture his traces, but the devil actually did and easily killed his way in. No wonder the system gave me 3 days. I also know that a first-rank demon is not easy to deal with. Lin Fei sat down on the throne, frowning. How was he going to deal with this demon? If the time wasn't up and he was teleported out, Lin Fei didn't doubt that he would be in danger, and it would be extremely dangerous. 3 days. Now, 1 day had passed, and only 2 days were left. The 2 days were separated. In other words, Lin Fei only had 2 chances. Otherwise, even if he failed, whether it was losing a level or not being allowed to enter for 3 months, Lin Fei couldn't accept it. Lin Fei calmed himself down and carefully thought back to the scene just now, hoping to find a solution. Speed. Lin Fei found the gap between him and the demon. Even though the fiend devil was incredibly strong and was almost as strong as a sovereign, Lin Fei was still able to block it. The only thing he was afraid of was the fiend devil's speed. The combination of the fiend devil's incredible attack power and terrifying speed was definitely something to be afraid of. Lin Fei thought that he was not bad in everything except for speed. As long as I can slow down the demon, I'm not afraid of not killing that guy. Lin Fei opened the best quality system and began to search for related things. The next day, Lin Fei entered the demon's space again, and the place he came in was the place he left before. Before entering, Lin Fei was ready. If the demon was still there, he would leave the attack range immediately. But this time, the demon wasn't here. The giant dragon corpse was also gone. The demon appeared in this place. It should be in this area. Let me go and find it. I don't believe I can't find it. Lin Fei's spiritual senses covered the sky and earth. The range was from 10 million miles to hundreds of millions of miles. Found it. Lin Fei quickly found a valley. There were many bones piled up in the valley, including the giant dragons. Lin Fei immediately determined that the demon was in this cave. World Storm. Before Lin Fei reached the valley, he opened the world storm. A huge valley was raised to the ground. You again, disturbing my sleep. The demon shot into the sky, glaring at the weak human. You ran away yesterday, but you won't be able to escape today. Whoosh. Just like yesterday's attack. It was too fast. Lin Fei escaped into the world storm. The mountain behind him had been destroyed by the demon, and it was a mess. 5 streams of sword chi shot out. This time, all 5 streams of sword chi were separated. They were like golden ribbons, entangling the demon. Eternal Xianxia. Seeing that it was about to be wrapped up, the demon flapped its huge wings, preparing to blast the great sword chi out. In that instant, Lin Fei used a mystique secret skill. This was an ultimate skill from the eternal immortal emperor. Time seemed to stop, as if it was frozen in that instant. The great sword chi successfully wrapped around the demon's body, wrapping it tightly like a dumpling. Eternal Xianxia was too short. In just a breath's time, the demon recovered and was about to shatter the great sword chi's entanglement. Sword Mountain. The true self-world destroyer sword appeared in Lin Fei's hand. A terrifying sword technique blasted out. The demon was wrapped up and slowed down. One sword strike, and a large amount of blood burst out. The World Storm's attack also landed on the demon. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Fei called out, "I want you to lose blood now." The demon slowed down. Just as he had guessed, the demon couldn't spread its wings, so it slowed down and couldn't track Lin Fei. Whoosh! Lin Fei darted out and slashed, leaving a wound on the demon's body. "You can't kill me," the demon shouted. Its body suddenly grew larger, and it shattered the great sword Qi secret skill, Eternal Xianxia. As soon as he broke through, Lin Fei used another skill. The great sword Qi wrapped around the demon again, and this time, the demon lost blood again. The great sword Qi was close to the Dominator level, so it wasn't easy to shatter. It needed time. This was the method that Lin Fei had come up with. In order to lock the demon in place, he had spent an entire night using time acceleration to upgrade this secret skill. Only then was he able to lock the demon in place for a breath's time. Now you feel good. Lin Fei wanted to waste time with the demon today. Let's see who could last longer. The demon was wrapped up, and the world storm started to shrink. It was controlled to a range of 10 million miles, and its power also increased. It attacked both internally and externally. Lin Fei's powerful moves greeted the demon's body. They were all moves from the Dominator sword technique. 5 million blood left. Lin Fei continued to waste time. Once the demon was about to break free, he would use this move. Even if the demon knew this move, it couldn't find a way to break it. It could only curse at the demon. Lin Fei didn't care. He would kill it first. Everything else was useless. Slash! A sword light, as bright as the sun, landed on the demon's body. The demon let out a cry of despair. It used up the last drop of blood and died at Lin Fei's hands. Hoo-hoo! With the demon dead, Lin Fei let out a long breath. He had used up 80 to 90% of the true self-Tao in his body. This was something he hadn't experienced before. This demon was just too hard to deal with. Ding! Congratulations, player, on killing a rank 1 demon. Obtained 500 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, player, on completing the quest. Obtained 1 billion experience points. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining demon wings dropped by a rank 1 demon. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining a dungeon key dropped by a rank 1 demon. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining demon essence blood. Ding! Congratulations, player, on obtaining demon secret skill, Dominator splitting claw. Lin Fei's eyes widened. So many good items. EXP was nothing. Lin Fei's attention was attracted by the demon's wings, so he used the system to appraise it. Demon wings, obtained from the body of a demon, increases the speed of the heavenly path by 80 times. An ancient item. No wonder it's so fast. It actually reached 80 times the speed of the heavenly path. This thing was really a good thing. It also said that the demon wings can only be used with a strong physique. My physique is so strong that it's the most suitable. When the time comes, combined with the world storm, no one can stop me. Lin Fei's physique speed was not even 50 times the speed of the heavenly path. This demon wings was already so strong. Whoever encountered it would be unlucky. Lin Fei was very happy that this item dropped from the demon. He had never been satisfied with his speed. Now that he had the demon wings, he was completely satisfied. Also, this demon's blood essence must be very terrifying. Lin Fei took out the demon's blood essence. Although it was only the size of fist, the terrifying aura it contained shocked even him. If I let Hairball eat this, I believe she will definitely mature. When Lin Fei thought about how Furball had matured, which was the only primordial evil dragon in the entire universe, the mere thought of it made him excited. The demon was already so powerful, almost comparable to a Dominator. Apart from Hairball, anyone else would definitely explode if they ate it. Chapter 1450. Lin Fei was overjoyed to have obtained so many good items in one go. Whether it was the demon wings, demon blood essence, or the ruler's cultivation technique, they were all rare items. There's also this demon dungeon. I wonder what's going on? Lin Fei toyed with a black scroll in his hand. At this moment, the scroll was sealed by some sort of power. Ding! Do you wish to open the demon dungeon? Lin Fei rejected the offer. If even a Tier 1 demon was so powerful, wouldn't he have wasted this opportunity if the demon dungeon contained even more powerful monsters? Lin Fei decided to make some preparations first. After collecting the experience stones, Lin Fei did not leave. Instead, he entered the cave that the Tier 1 demon had come from. There should be good items down there. With a few breaths, Lin Fei opened up a passage and entered an ancient palace. What a huge statue! As he descended, Lin Fei was shocked to see a massive palace that radiated an ancient aura. Lin Fei suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The items in this palace were ancient. Carefully, Lin Fei released his divine sense and began searching the palace. Fortunately, the palace was not very large. After scanning it with his divine sense, he discovered that it was not as dangerous as he had imagined. The palace was not large. In fact, it was practically empty. Ignoring the demon statue at the entrance, Lin Fei descended into the palace. When he discovered something in a corner, he could not help but reveal a look of joy. Wow, there's actually so much immortal beast blood essence. With a flash, Lin Fei appeared in a corner of the palace. At this moment, there was a dense pile of immortal beast blood essence on the ground. There were at least 1,000,000 pieces. Lin Fei's heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Wow, how many immortal beasts did this guy kill? Immortal beast blood essence could only be obtained from immortal-ranked immortal beasts. Of course, it also depended on one's luck. If one was unlucky, one might not even obtain one piece even after killing 10 immortal emperor beasts. Now, with a rough sweep, there were more than 1,000,000 immortal beast essence blood of different qualities, which exceeded Lin Fei's imagination. That demon almost has the combat strength of a ruler. Who knows how many immortal beasts he's killed over the years? For example, that giant dragon from yesterday was defeated in a few breaths. Lin Fei took a deep breath. These immortal beast blood essences belong to me. Lin Fei did not hesitate to accept all of them and put them into his storage ring. 1,320,000 immortal beast blood essence. For the time being, this number was an astronomical number for Lin Fei. According to the ratio of 1 to 5, the demons had killed close to 7 million immortal beasts in this area to obtain today's harvest. After collecting the immortal beast essence blood, Lin Fei went to search again, but there was nothing. Originally, the discovery of the immortal beast essence blood made Lin Fei happy for a while. He thought that there would be immortal beast fragments, but after searching for a while, there was nothing. If you don't have it, then so be it. Lin Fei didn't care anymore. With the immortal beast essence blood, this time, he could raise the 12 generals to a very high realm. Maybe they could break through to the celestial venerable realm. Lin Fei prepared to leave the demon space. Just as he came out, Lin Fei stopped again. This palace exudes an ancient aura. It is the oldest thing I have seen so far. It shouldn't be ordinary. Let's keep it first. Lin Fei turned into a giant and reached out. With a loud rumble, he grabbed the palace with one hand and tried to pull it out. But with Lin Fei's grab, the palace didn't move at all. This made Lin Fei dumbfounded. Even in Celestial, Venerable wouldn't be able to dodge his grab. Moreover, it was pure physical strength. Now, he actually couldn't grab it. What a joke. Again, boom, boom, boom. The soil around the palace exploded. Lin Fei grabbed the palace with both hands. With the support of the great path of true self, the huge palace started to shake. It was pulled out from the soil by Lin Fei. What is this thing? It's so solid. I almost couldn't grab it. Once the palace was out, as Lin Fei returned to his normal size, the palace also shrunk and landed on Lin Fei's palm. He used his divine sense to check back and forth, but he couldn't find anything. Appraisal. This time, the prompt that Lin Fei received was 3 question marks. Mysterious item. Unknown. No way. A palace is a mysterious item. Lin Fei really couldn't figure out. Although Lin Fei was shocked, he threw it into the storage ring. Since it was in his hands, he would find out sooner or later, so there was no hurry. In Lin Fei's eyes, the demon space was even more extraordinary. In that case, I might as well cultivate the devil's wings first. After being fooled by the mysterious palace, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to get out. He found a place, cleared the surrounding immortal beasts, and took out the devil's wings. It was a pair of black wings covered with ancient patterns. Lin Fei could see that there were mysterious formations carved on it, but he wasn't sure what they were exactly. Ding! Do you want to fuse the devil's wings? With a thought from Lin Fei, a system notification popped up. Fuse! Ding! As the devil's wings are ancient items, fusing will require a certain amount of time and will bring about a certain amount of pain. Player, please take note. Swoosh! The black devil's wings on his hand turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Fei's body. Suddenly, a feeling of blood and water merging spread throughout his body. The devil's wings seemed to be rooted in his body, and he felt intense pain all over his body. Do you have to do this? Lin Fei's body was instantly covered with green veins. This process lasted for 2 hours. During this time, the intense pain almost tore Lin Fei apart. This was the most painful experience he had ever experienced. This time, Lin Fei's physical body was ridiculously strong, and with the support of the great Tao of true self, he endured it without wavering. If this was before, when he was fusing hundreds of divine bodies, Lin Fei had no doubt that he would be torn apart. Ding! Congratulations, player, for fusing the devil's wings. The system sounded again, and the intense pain disappeared as if it had never appeared. Done! Lin Fei felt that there was something extra in his body. With a thought, a pair of black devil's wings that exuded an ancient aura extended from his back. They were more than 10 meters long. With a thought, Lin Fei was hundreds of millions of miles away. So fast, it was as if the layers of void blocking him did not exist. 80 times the speed limit of heaven's path. It's really amazing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Fei's figure flashed. With 80 times the speed limit of heaven's path, his figure could no longer be seen. Even his divine senses could not keep up. World Storm. The horrifying World Storm was already at the 6th level, and it exuded terrifying might. Lin Fei felt that he had perfectly fused with it. As long as it was within the range of the World Storm, it would be under his control. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. Lin Fei continued to jump. Now that there were no more obstacles, hundreds of millions of miles could be traversed in a single breath. Chapter 1451. In the Demon's Space. Lin Fei first successfully refined the demonic wings and made them a part of his body. After that, he started to cultivate the Dominator Grade Cultivation technique, Splitting Claw Strike. This Dominator Grade Cultivation technique was purely made for close combat. The Rank 1 demon relied on this to put Lin Fei at a disadvantage. The power of this claw was a little too much for Lin Fei. If not for the World Storm and Eternal Instant to delay the Rank 1 demon, he would have been seriously injured. This cultivation technique was better than the Great Sword Chi secret technique. It was for this reason that Lin Fei wanted to cultivate it. Especially after refining the demonic wings, this Dominator Grade Cultivation technique was more suitable for him. When Lin Fei came out of the demon space, he had already cultivated this cultivation technique to the entry level. Now, he just had to find time to push it to the Immortal Venerable level. Once he reached this level, its power would be even stronger than the Great Sword Chi. Coming to the Stone Tower, Lin Fei appeared in the middle level of the training ground with a thought. Bao Mia and the rest were cultivating here. When Lin Fei arrived, they were all sitting cross-legged and refining the essence of the immortal beasts. A fierce aura rushed into the sky, turning into 12 balls of clouds. There were 12 vicious beasts sitting on top of them, and they were currently inhaling and exhaling mist. This was formed from their vicious aura. The stronger the vicious aura, the more powerful they were. As expected of the 12 generals that Insect Queen values the most, their talent is unimaginable. Lin Fei scanned them with his divine sense and was very satisfied with their speed. At this moment, the strongest was still Bao Mia. He had already entered the 3rd level of the Great Tao. His combat strength could definitely fight against a peak 4th level Immortal Emperor. The others were also at the peak of the 2nd level. Only they could improve at this speed. As long as there was immortal beast flesh to devour, they could break through all the way without any cultivation. They had the most potential. Right now, the myriad worlds were not peaceful. Lin Fei needed enough experts to guard the great metropolis world. Wake up! When Lin Fei's voice swept over them, everyone woke up. Master! The 12 generals swallowed the ball of evil chi and all stood up. Your speed of improvement is not bad, but it's still too slow. Lin Fei said, so I specially brought you something good. Whoosh! Millions of immortal beast blood essence flew out and piled up like a mountain. This thing is of great use to us. Wuxia had a big bald head and his eyes lit up. Master, are these things for us to cultivate? As long as we have these good things, we can improve faster. Erkong squinted. The 12 generals were the most sensitive to this. Whether it was good or not, he could tell at a glance. The 12 of you will be divided equally. I want you to break through in the shortest time possible, Lin Fei said, and then left the space of the stone pagoda. The 12 generals were extremely excited. This thing was much better than the flesh and blood of immortal beasts. The difference was like heaven and earth. What are you all standing around for? Aren't you going to split up so that you can break through your current realm? Explosion extermination. Wait until I break through to the celestial supremacy realm. Let's see how you can be the first battle general. Battle General Crocodile shot out his battle intent. Me too. These guys. Lin Fei shook his head. These guys. Wasn't it just the title of the first general? What was there to fight for? However, it was good to fight for it. Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had seen such a situation. After leaving the immortal beast blood essence, Lin Fei went to grab Hairball and threw it into one of the layers. Master, what good things do you have to eat this time? Hairball had devoured a lot of good things, but it was still a long way from maturity. It was already good enough that Lin Fei didn't go broke. She asked for food as soon as they met. What do you think of this thing? Lin Fei took out the evil demon blood essence. Gulp, gulp. As soon as he took it out, Lin Fei knew that he had underestimated Hairball's appetite. I want to eat, I want to eat. Furball was originally very lazy, but when it saw the fiend blood essence, it was as if it had seen a beautiful woman. It stared at the fiend blood essence, saliva dripping from its mouth. It won't explode, right? Lin Fei had experienced the power of a rank 1 evil demon. It was an existence comparable to a ruler. The evil demon blood essence contained terrifying energy. We primordial evil dragons can eat anything. Hairball drooled. Moreover, a thought came from the depths of my mind. As long as I eat this thing, I might be able to break through to maturity and become a real primordial evil dragon. At that time, I can help Master. I'll eat anyone who dares to disobey Master. Hairball's current combat strength wasn't high, but her defense was terrifyingly strong. Lin Fei was looking forward to seeing what would happen after she entered maturity. She would at least have the combat strength of an immortal venerable. Here you go. Lin Fei threw the evil demon blood essence over. Hairball shook her body and returned to her original form. She opened her mouth and swallowed it. A terrifying evil aura swept out. Hairball's huge body shook. So satisfying, so satisfying. Lin Fei had long since left Furball's vicinity. He stood in the sky and watched as Furball let out a satisfied cry. Its massive body continued to split apart, and then it grew back to normal in the blink of an eye. Hairball was already very long. Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air at the effects of the demon blood essence. Hua hua hua, Hairball's body kept growing from tens of millions of zhong to billions of zhong. Fortunately, the Realm Lord's stone pagoda was big enough, otherwise it would have exploded. Furball's body continued to swell under the effects of pleasure and pain, turning into a massive monster. An immortal venerable level demon dragon was very big, but compared to Furball, it was completely incomparable. It was on the level of a small earth. Lin Fei didn't feel good at all. If that immortal venerable evil dragon encountered Hairball, it would probably be sent flying with a single claw. If Hairball used his Ren Claw, I wonder what would happen. After Hairball consumed the evil demon blood essence, Lin Fei didn't dare to leave. If the medicinal effect was too strong and he couldn't suppress it, Lin Fei would have to do it himself. He didn't know when he would come across such evil demon blood essence, so he had to cherish it. When Furball's body reached a length of 200 million kilometers, it stopped moving. Looking over, her body was like a meandering mountain range with no end in sight. As for Hairball's black scales, they had turned dark gold and were flickering with resplendent luster. Hairball's aura was also increasing. The pressure became more and more grand. Half a day later, the pressure wasn't any weaker than an immortal venerable. It was at least 10 times stronger than an immortal venerable evil dragon. Two masses of chi entered and exited, causing the void to tremble. Good posture. No wonder the primordial evil dragon could become a top race in ancient times. Its combat power is really not weak. Lin Fei knew that Hairball was very lucky this time. If not for opening the evil demon space and obtaining the evil demon blood essence, Hairball wouldn't have such a huge change within a few chaos years. Lin Fei stayed in the training ground for 3 days. He didn't move during these 3 days. Roar, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, Hairball's huge body turned into a mass of black fog, and a fierce young man walked out. He walked quickly to Lin Fei and grinned. "Master, I finally entered the mature stage." A young man appeared, exuding a vicious aura. If it wasn't for the familiar aura, Lin Fei would have thought that he recognized the wrong person. "This is what you look like in the mature stage." Lin Fei was happy to hear that Hairball had entered the mature stage. A mature, primordial evil dragon. "Yes, this is what we look like in the mature stage. Without Master's blood essence, it would take me at least dozens of chaos years to enter the mature stage." Hairball said excitedly, "Master, I can help you kill people now. I can eat anyone who doesn't like Master." Lin Fei underestimated the time it took for the primordial evil dragon to enter the mature stage. Dozens of chaos years was too long. He didn't know what would happen during this period. Lin Fei used his divine senses to check, but couldn't see Hairball's realm. "You have entered the mature stage. I don't know what realm you are at now. Tell me, how do I say this?" Hairball scratched her head. "I don't know. Damn, I don't know." Lin Fei was surprised. "Are all primordial evil dragons in the mature stage so awesome? Try attacking me." Lin Fei knew Hairball's strength after trying. "You really want to try? Come on. Your master isn't as weak as you think." Lin Fei patted his chest. "Then I'm coming." Furball swatted at him, and all Lin Fei saw was a blur as the terrifying palm landed on his chest. His entire body was sent flying, crashing deep into the ground. "Master!" Hairball chased after him as if she had done something wrong. "Damn, so strong." Lin Fei was also stunned. That slap just now had a hint of a ruler's aura. Did Hairball become a ruler? Lin Fei looked at Hairball as if he was looking at a rank 1 demon. "Master, are you okay?" Hairball appeared beside Lin Fei with her head lowered. "I'm fine." Lin Fei's blood churned from the impact. "Try attacking me again." Hairball was reluctant at first, but Lin Fei ordered her to continue attacking. This time, Lin Fei unfurled his demon wings and barely dodged Hairball's attacks. "Stop!" Lin Fei retracted his demon wings. He could not help but gasp as he looked at Hairball. She's improved a lot. Although she's not a true ruler, her body is as tough as a Tier 1 demon's. Her attacks also contain a ruler's aura. She's barely a ruler now. This news was too exciting for Furball. "Hairball, your primordial evil dragon race is truly a terrifying race. You're almost a ruler now." Lin Fei laughed. "I'm almost no match for you." Lin Fei had never imagined that Hairball, whom he had picked up in the past, would eventually become a ruler. Moreover, she would be a ruler with first-rate speed and attack power. Master is the strongest. If it wasn't for Master, I would never have reached the mature stage in my life. I might have even died halfway. Hairball flattered. "Now that I've reached maturity, I have legacy memories in my mind. So long as I cultivate those cultivation techniques, I should be even stronger than I am now." Crap. This is too heaven-defying. This speed was enough to take someone's life. Chapter 1452. With Hairball's advancement, Lin Fei finally had a true expert by his side. If any major power had a ruler overseeing it, no one would dare to underestimate its influence. No matter how strong an immortal sovereign was, they wouldn't stand a chance against a ruler. The great metropolis heaven now had an expert on par with a ruler. Lin Fei was overjoyed. He didn't expect the fiend blood to be so effective. Unfortunately, the 12 generals couldn't use it for now. If possible, Lin Fei didn't mind entering the fiend dimension to search for fiend blood and nurture enough rulers. 12 sovereigns. That's pretty freaking awesome. But now Hairball was enough. He could show off with her by his side. In order to allow Hairball to unleash the power of a ruler and learn an inherited secret art, Lin Fei took out a large number of experience pills and let Hairball choose an offensive secret art that was most suitable for her. Even though Hairball's casual attack was powerful, Lin Fei wasn't satisfied. Every day, he killed immortal beasts and dropped experience stones. Lin Fei had a large number of top grade points left. It was best for Hairball to cultivate now. A ruler needed to unleash the power of a ruler. Lin Fei didn't want to expose Hairball's ruler strength. Lin Fei was prepared to treat Hairball as the mysterious great metropolis heaven god. There was a huge difference between knowing and not knowing. After Hairball's advancement, Lin Fei grew calmer. Every day, he would cultivate and level up. Apart from that, he would cultivate secret techniques and divine abilities. For example, the splitting claw strike from a rank 1 demon was most suitable for immortals with powerful bodies. When Lin Fei had nothing to do, he would use time acceleration to cultivate it. This claw art was very suitable for Lin Fei. After 3,000 years, Lin Fei managed to cultivate this claw technique to the immortal reverent level. With a large number of experience stones, it wasn't difficult to cultivate to the immortal sovereign level. Moreover, Lin Fei's cultivation was also increasing, saving him a lot of time. Once he mastered this claw art, Lin Fei's strength increased again. Whoosh! Lin Fei made a grabbing motion with his bare hands. A black shadow flashed by, and a roaring immortal beast in the distance was grabbed to death by Lin Fei. What domineering power! It was an immortal emperor-level immortal beast. This swipe was even stronger than the great sword Qi secret art. Lin Fei was very satisfied. Under the starry sky, the 3 crimson shadows controlled a huge star as they tore through the air. Wherever they passed, anything that blocked their way would vanish in a thin air after being hit by the star. On the star, there were 3 black-armored giants sitting cross-legged. Each of them was 100 zhang tall, like a small mountain, and they sat there without moving. We've been trapped for so many years. The people outside are too weak. Kacha! One of the giants grabbed a roasted immortal beast and ate it in big mouthfuls. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, and his body exuded a bloody aura of slaughter. Hee, all the experts died in that war. What kind of experts are there? They're just farts to us. We can kill them all with a flick of our fingers. The 3 ate the roasted meat in big mouthfuls. I heard that Di Tian of the great metropolis world is quite capable. He even captured immortal sovereign sky ocean. The giant sitting in the middle had a ferocious glint in his eyes. He bit down and ate a large piece of roasted meat. Immortal sovereign sky ocean is just trash. When we kill our way to the great metropolis world, we'll uproot the great metropolis world and take everyone into our grotto heaven world. Ha ha ha. The 3 laughed arrogantly. Big brother, look. It looks like those guys from the immortal court. One of the giants stood up. It was immortal sovereign blood C, the youngest of the 3 brothers. Billions of miles away, a few auras no weaker than them were advancing with large strides. They were using the great teleportation secret art. They really are from the immortal court. I know a few of them. Another giant stood up. His forehead flashed with blood. This was their big brother, blood-crazed immortal sovereign. He squinted his eyes. It seems like they are heading to the great metropolis world. They are heading in the same direction as us. Big brother, should we teach them a lesson? I heard that the people from the immortal court are very rich. If we kill them, we can get rich. The second brother, blood-crazed immortal sovereign, revealed his killing intent. The people from the immortal court aren't good people either. Since we have encountered them, we have to teach them a lesson. Blood-crazed immortal sovereign's eyes flashed with fierceness. We have arrived. A huge star flew over and stopped outside the great metropolis world. The three blood brothers stood on the star. Big brother, those people from the immortal court are following us. Blood Sea Immortal Sovereign looked back. I didn't expect them to have such a powerful immortal sovereign treasure. We wasted our efforts. Blood-crazed immortal sovereign didn't even look at them. Once we enter the great metropolis world, we will head straight for Invincible Palace. We won't give them any chance. The three blood brothers did make a move. The only thing they didn't expect was that the immortal court's immortal sovereign would have a powerful immortal sovereign treasure. The three of them used the star to attack, but still couldn't take them down. Let's go in. The three kept the star and broke through the world barrier, charging in. Just as they disappeared, four immortal sovereigns arrived with killing intent on their faces. We were still a step too late. These four were immortal sovereigns from the immortal court. Especially the leader. He gave off a righteous aura that was vast and mighty. It wasn't something the three blood brothers could compare to. Although the three blood brothers are strong, it won't be easy for them to deal with DTon. Let's go in immediately. We can't let them snatch all the benefits. Otherwise, we won't be able to report back. The immortal court's immortal sovereigns were furious at the three blood brothers. Only the immortal sovereigns of the forsaken land of immortals would be so despicable and shameless to sneak attack them. Luckily, they didn't get any benefits. Even so, the immortal court's experts were filled with resentment. Let's go in too. The three blood brothers entered the great metropolis world. Their powerful divine senses immediately locked onto the sky above Invincible Palace. Through the information they gathered, DTon had always been in the great metropolis world. They just had to go straight to their lair and start a massacre to force DTon to show himself. Once they locked onto the sky, the three's figures flashed and appeared above Invincible Palace. The blood-red immortal sovereign laughed. Blood Sea Torrential Sky. His entire body turned into a blood-colored giant wave that covered the sky. He created a huge wave that was tens of thousands of feet tall and swept towards Invincible Palace. If he was swept up, not many people in Invincible Palace would be able to survive. DTon, come out quickly. Otherwise, we will destroy your entire great metropolis world. There weren't many people in Invincible Palace now. The moment the three blood brothers appeared, more than 10 immortal sovereigns' auras soared into the sky and locked onto them. Demon Sealing Immortal Sovereign and the rest had attacked. I knew you guys would attack. Chapter 1453. The three blood brothers unleashed their unparalleled strength right from the start. It's the blood brothers, they're out. Demon Sealing Immortal Monarch and the other immortal monarchs had been the forsaken immortal land for a long time. They naturally knew that there were many immortal monarchs suppressed in the depths of the forsaken immortal land. Each of them was very powerful. If they weren't suppressed and their strength was greatly reduced, they would have caused quite a commotion in the forsaken immortal land. Fortunately, they weren't simply exiled, they were suppressed. Normally, they wouldn't dare to enter the depths. Those guys were the ones who would go on a killing spree. They had heard of the Blood Brothers. They were most famous for controlling an immortal monarch treasure made from a star. The three of them worked together. Their power was increased by 30%. Bloody Battle Immortal Monarch suppressed the attack with the star. Demon Sealing Immortal Monarch, you still have the face to attack. I'll kill all of you today. Bloody Battle Immortal Monarch laughed and controlled the star to crush them. Let's see who can save you. Blood Frenzy Immortal Monarch. DTon is someone our immortal court wants to take away. Have you asked for our permission before taking him away? A furious roar came from the horizon. A red sun rose up dazzlingly. With just you guys? Only Blood Frenzy Immortal Monarch didn't attack. He raised his brows and punched over 100 times. Fist rays crisscrossed and landed on the red sun. I heard that Blood Frenzy Immortal Monarch was suppressed by our immortal court back then. Today, I'll suppress you again and let you know that without our immortal court, you'd still be exiled. The red sun faded and a red-robed immortal monarch appeared. His body was covered in flames, especially his eyes which shot out flames, burning the surrounding void. Xianxian Fire God Finger. Red Wheel, Immortal Monarch's 10 fingers were like the sun, burning the void. He ordered the remaining 3 Immortal Monarchs to attack the 2 Blood Brothers and suppress them. Master, they're fighting. Hairball shouted in the Realm Lord Stone Tower. Let me go out and eat them. Furball, whose combat strength was comparable to a ruler's, was as delicious as ever. When he saw the immortal paragons fighting outside, he wanted nothing more than to devour them all. It would be best if he could devour them cleanly, so that he wouldn't have to waste time outside. The immortal fruit wine was placed in front of Lin Fei, and he drank it unhurriedly. The immortal court and the forsaken land of immortals aren't that peaceful either. The 3 Blood Brothers aren't weak at all, especially that star treasure. It's really a good thing to increase one's combat power. Hairball, when you attack later, don't break them. They are valuable things. As for those immortal venerables, you can eat them if you want. Anyway, they are here to give us things. This time, be it the immortal court or the forsaken land of immortals, the immortal venerables arranged by them were stronger than the last time. For example, the 3 Blood Brothers were able to fight Venerable Demon Sealer's group to a draw, although they were relying on Xing Chen's immortal venerable treasures. One had to admit that their strength was tyrannical. If they joined forces, they were almost comparable to a high-level immortal venerable. As for the immortal court side, the red-robed immortal reverend was the strongest. He was locked in a stalemate with blood-crazed immortal reverend. The outcome of the battle would not be decided in a short period of time. It's not good to keep fighting like this. I can't let my great metropolis heaven be destroyed. Lin Fei didn't plan to attack. Hairball, you can attack now. Lin Fei said to Hairball. These fellows dare to find trouble with Master. I'm going to eat them all. Hairball had entered the mature stage. She was closer to Lin Fei. Watch me devour the heavens and earth. This was Hairball's sacred art in the past. But now that she used it, the entire great metropolis heaven instantly turned dark. It was an endless darkness. The silent atmosphere made one's heart palpitate. The battle outside suddenly stopped. This darkness seemed to last for 10,000 years, but it also seemed like an instant. When light appeared again, the surroundings of Invincible Palace returned to peace. Everyone was gone. Not a single one was left. The battle just now ended as if it had never happened. Damn, you sucked them all in? Lin Fei, who was drinking wine, nearly dropped his cup. This sacred art was too domineering. There were 20 immortal supremacies. Furball patted his stomach. That's right. They're all in my stomach now. My inherited memories tell me that our ancestors were the strongest, able to eat an entire world in a single bite. The current me can't even chew through a world, so swallowing them in a single bite won't be a problem at all. Lin Fei had seen Hairball's sacred art many times, but the formation this time around was just 2F king awesome. With a single gulp, all the immortal paragons were swallowed up in one go. Lin Fei knew that he did not have the strength to do so. The primordial evil dragon was a demon. Master, they're in my stomach now. Do you want to take a look? There was another world inside Hairball. Lin Fei naturally wanted to go in. She was a guest after all. It would be a bit inappropriate if the master didn't show up. Of course. Why? They have good stuff on them. Lin Fei smiled. All right, you swallowed them. The news shouldn't spread, right? Hairball said proudly. Master, don't worry. My grotto heaven is different from others. As long as they are in my stomach, no news will spread. Master, come in. Hairball opened her mouth. A black whirlpool appeared, revealing a black passage. Lin Fei dived in and appeared in a grotto heaven world that looked like a star. At this moment, be it the 3 Blood Brothers or Red Wheel Immortal Supremacy and the rest, they were all at a loss. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. Just now, the world was dark. An irresistible force shrouded them. When they reacted and appeared in such a place, their divine sense was suppressed. This was a power that surpassed them. For a moment, they suspected that it was a ruler. But did great metropolis heaven have a ruler? They didn't believe that a ruler was so easy to break through. It was even more impossible for a ruler to appear in a middle-level world. Then what was going on? Boom, boom, boom. The three blood brothers had already gathered together. They attacked with stars, but were reflected every time. Damn it, what is this place? What is your great metropolis heaven plotting? The three blood brothers stared at demon sealing immortal supremacies group. They appeared in this place inexplicably. Their first suspicion was that they were the culprit. They were horrified. They landed in this place without resistance. Other than a ruler, who else could do it? But was it possible for a ruler? They kept asking themselves if it was Tian who did it. Demon sealing immortal supremacies group was also confused. They subconsciously thought that it was their master's doing. Only the great and omnipotent master would do such a thing. Red Wheel Immortal Supremacy called the three immortal supremacies to his side. This place has a dangerous aura. You three need to be careful. Don't act rashly. Red Wheel Immortal Supremacy had seen the world before, but he only knew that this was a grotto heaven world. Divine senses couldn't explore it as it was suppressed. Everyone, this place is not bad, right? Suddenly, a clear voice echoed in the grotto heaven world. Lin Fei swaggered out. You are Tian. You are the one behind this. Blood Sea Immortal Supremacy immediately recognized him. The three blood brothers were telepathically connected. They knew what to do with just one action and one look. The gigantic celestial treasures of the celestial reverence radiated a terrifying aura. The three of them actually joined forces at this moment, causing a terrifying might to erupt forth, locking onto Tian. Even Red Wheel Immortal Supremacy was a step slower. You still have the qualifications to be arrogant in my place. Lin Fei shouted and snapped his fingers at the grotto heaven world. Whoosh, a terrifying aura pressed down on them. Damn it, we can't move. What kind of power is this? The three blood brothers were immobilized in the air. The star attack's power was also dispersed. This power far surpassed these immortal venerables' imagination. Except for demons sealing immortal supremacy, the others were suppressed by the grotto heaven world's power. Master, these guys are really daring. They still dare to be arrogant in my territory. I can suppress them with just a thought. Master can deal with them as you wish. Hairball's voice resounded in Lin Fei's ears. Hairball is really good at handling matters. Even if today's matter spreads out, no one will know what happened. As for suspicion, no one will suspect Hairball. Lin Fei thought, capturing 7 immortal venerables at once. And some of them have quite a strong background. They can only blame their bad luck. Demon sealing immortal supremacy, and the rest immediately flew over when they saw their master. Master, after the previous incident, demon sealing immortal supremacy and the rest strength had increased again. They could fight against blood battle immortal supremacy without losing. Go and strip them of all their belongings. Lin Fei waved his hand, a throne appeared, and he sat on it. Tian, you dare, we are people from immortal sections. Blood frenzy immortal supremacy roared. Although they were suppressed, they could still speak. How could they bear to hear that they were going to be robbed? All their possessions were here. Lin Fei did not mind. Hee. So what if you are from immortal sex? This is my territory. You can come and go as you please. Do you think I am easy to bully? The three blood brothers were ancient immortal venerables. But they had truly suffered a setback this time. They still did not know the reason. They watched as demon sealing immortal supremacy and the rest charged over and took everything from them. Besides their armor, Xianxia's immortal venerable treasure was pushed over. Seeing demon sealing immortal supremacy coming towards Red Wheel Immortal Supremacy, their expressions changed. Tian, by suppressing us, you are going against our immortal court. When our people arrive, your great metropolis heaven will not be able to protect you. Even you will be suppressed. Red Wheel Immortal Supremacy's heart turned cold. They came to this place inexplicably, and their immortal venerables were suppressed. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that this was Tian's doing. Chapter 1454. Threat? I'm not afraid of you. Lin Fei didn't care at all. Demon sealing immortal venerable, and the other lackeys became even more excited. They liked this job now. Their eyes shone brightly as they stared at them. Master was simply too amazing. Tian, you dare. Dition, quickly let us go. You're courting death. Immortal Court's Immortal Venerable shouted furiously. In just a short while, all the things on his body were stripped clean, except for an immortal armor that was left behind to cover his body. Continue cursing. Lin Fei stood up. You won't have a chance anyway. Lin Fei placed the storage ring in front of him. All of them were broken. This star time, Immortal Venerable Treasure, is yours to use. As for the Immortal Venerable Treasure, Lin Fei threw it to Demon, sealing Immortal Venerable and the rest. With this, their battle strength would rise again. Thank you, Master. Demon sealing Immortal Venerable and the rest were excited. Master was too generous. This level of Immortal Venerable Treasure was given to them. This was unimaginable in the past. Who didn't know how precious this thing was? The three blood brothers roared. Their eyes were almost spewing fire as they watched helplessly as the treasure fell into someone else's hands. Lin Fei was never polite to his people. You guys can slowly enjoy these good days. Lin Fei transmitted to Hairball. Demon sealing Immortal Venerable, and the rest appeared in the Realm Lordstone Tower in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei didn't care about how Hairball would deal with them next. After coming in, it didn't need to leave. All right, you better keep your mouths shut about what happened today. Before sending them away, Lin Fei told them to bury the matter in their hearts. Of course, if Lin Fei didn't say anything, they wouldn't spread it. The more mysterious and powerful their master was, the better their lives were. Compared to the time in the Forsaken Land of Immortals, their lives were much better. For example, their current strength and equipment were things they had never imagined. The Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals had sent out immortal reverence to the Great Metropolis Heavens. Great Metropolis Heaven had more than 10 immortal venerables guarding it. Its power was not bad. Iron Blood Alliance's Devilbreaker leader had suffered a huge loss and was now unwilling to come out his lair. It was said that Great Metropolis World's Dition had detained the immortal paragons of the Forsaken Land of Immortals, not giving the Immortal Court any face. Everyone was watching a good show. In their eyes, Dition was a brute who only knew how to fight and kill. Veteran immortal venerables, like the Blood Brothers, swaggered through the streets. There was no one who didn't know about them. Everyone's expressions changed when they heard about them. But these immortal supremacies disappeared the moment they entered the Great Metropolis Heaven. When the news came out, all the worlds in the universe cried out in alarm. This was inconceivable. It was said that after the world fell into darkness, all the experts of the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals disappeared. No one knew who did it. All the major forces in the universe were completely moved. Could it be that the Great Metropolis Heaven was hiding some peerless powerhouse? Once this guess came out, everyone felt uneasy. Could it be that there was another major force in the universe? As a neighbor, the Devilbreaker leader was so scared that he peed his pants. They were already so strong before, and now there was another peerless powerhouse guarding them. How could he live like this? No one liked to live in fear with a tiger sleeping next to them. When the Immortal Court and the Forsaken Land of Immortals heard this news, they were in an uproar. They couldn't accept this result. The sects of the Forsaken Land of Immortals had just been established. Their foundations were far inferior to the Immortal Court. In the end, they suffered a huge loss in the Great Metropolis Heaven. This time, no one could remain calm. The Great Metropolis Heaven, which originally had some major forces, leaped onto the stage. Whether that peerless expert was just passing by or from the Great Metropolis Heaven became a matter worth considering. Whether or not they should continue to act, the two factions were divided into two factions, and the two factions were in a heated argument. Originally, everyone thought that the Immortal Court and the large sects had sent experts to attack the Great Metropolis Heaven. In the end, they only sent out words of condemnation to Dition and Yunyun. This result shocked everyone. Only a few people who stood at the top knew that they were afraid of the person who had attacked. Before understanding the situation, they definitely wouldn't attack again. Facing the condemnation of the Immortal Court and the large sects, Dition of the Great Metropolis Heaven said that he didn't know anything. If they couldn't force a confession out of torture, they might have offended someone. They were playing dumb. Just like that, everyone started arguing. The Immortal Court and the large sects are really shameless. Lin Fei knew that they didn't have the guts to attack. After all, Immortal Supremes were treasures. One less meant one less power. This was especially true for the large sections. They had lost the 3 blood brothers and a sky ocean immortal sovereign. They were about to cough up blood. Hearing the reports, Lin Fei thought of the squabbles between countries back on Earth. They were afraid of each other, but now they were afraid of the Immortal Court and the large sections. Lin Fei's trump cards were all in the dark. Before understanding the situation, they definitely wouldn't send experts to attack. Report: someone from the large sects came, saying that they want to ransom someone. An Immortal King Guard came in from outside. If you feel the pain, then come to ransom someone. Hee. Lin Fei ordered the guard to bring the person in. Large sects Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign greets Realm Lord D. Tion. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign walked in alone. His cold aura seemed to wander in the darkness. Looking at the young man on the throne, Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign had to suppress his pride. The 3 blood brothers had fallen here, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. So sensible. Lin Fei thought that the people from the large sects would make a big fuss. Now, it seemed like they knew how to control their temper. Originally, Lin Fei was prepared to detain them. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign, you are quite bold. You dare to come alone. Aren't you afraid that I will capture you? Lin Fei slapped the throne and said with a sharp gaze. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign was an immortal sovereign, so no one dared to slap the table. In order to ransom Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign, he could only endure. I am just a representative of an emissary. If Realm Lord D. Tion captures me, it will only make the people outside look down on us. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign said, if Realm Lord D. Tion really wants to capture me, then I will accept it. Large sects are large sections. Why would I capture you? It was just a joke. Lin Fei said, I heard that you want to ransom someone. Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign has been in your place for some time. We want to bring him back. I hope you can allow it. Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign cupped his hands. This is a small matter. You can ask Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign. Lin Fei smiled. Why are you asking me? Earth Emperor Immortal Sovereign thought. Shameless guy. If you didn't detain Sky Sea Immortal Sovereign, why would I come here personally? It's not easy to be an emissary.